Council will hold an emergency meeting tomorrow about Israel's ongoing ground invasion. Israeli troops continue to advance in what officials call the second stage of the war. The IDF says its airstrikes hit more than 450 Hamas targets in just the last day, including command centers, observation posts, and missile launch sites. And today, dramatic scenes from Gaza's second largest hospital. The Palestinian Red Crescent says nearby Israeli shelling has caused extensive damage, even as 12,000 Gaza civilians are currently sheltering there. Desperation is sinking in for many civilians still trapped across Gaza. The main UN agency there says thousands of people broke into some of its warehouses, stealing critical supplies as the Israeli bombardment continues. At the same time, more humanitarian aid is slowly trickling into Gaza. Today, 10 aid trucks were able to pass through the Rafah border crossing, and communications in Gaza have been partially restored. Let's go to Jim Shudo on the ground there in northern Israel. Jim.
Well, Fred, to those concerns about this conflict expanding, one of those potential new fronts, the northern border here, Israel's northern border with Lebanon, where Hezbollah forces and Israeli forces have been exchanging fire with regularity, multiple times a day. My team and I found ourselves in the middle of that fire today, artillery fire from Hezbollah and other fighters inside Lebanon targeting Israel, Israeli forces firing back, and concerns throughout about ground incursions by Hezbollah fighters. They've tried before in recent days and weeks, intercepted by Israeli forces. There were concerns again today. My team and I stopped on a road, blocked in both directions, as there were concerns of another ground incursion. We heard those shells flying over our head as it happened. That's the north. Of course, Israel has been expanding its ground operations in the south, in Gaza, for the last 48 hours. And just outside of Gaza is where we find my colleague Jeremy Diamond. He's in Ashkelon. Jeremy, I know that our vision inside Gaza is limited, and our sense of the extent of Israeli operations coming in part really from the IDF and what it chooses to tell us about it. But can you give us a picture as to what we know now about those expanded ground operations inside Gaza and how far they've gone into Gaza?
Well, Jim, we don't have an exact sense of how far they have stretched into northern Gaza. We know that the operations, the ground operations, appear to be limited to northern Gaza. Beit Hanun is one of the towns on the northeastern edge of Gaza that Israeli forces appear to be targeting. But how far exactly, we do not yet know, and that appears to be intentional. We just heard from the IDF spokesman, Rear Admiral Hagari, who declined to say exactly where IDF troops are operating for operational security reasons. But what he did make clear is, as we are now more than 48 hours into these expanded ground operations, that fighting is continuing between Hamas militants and IDF troops, and that these operations are going to continue to expand, not only on the ground, but also with airstrikes continuing to intensify. We know that in the second day of this expanded ground operation, the IDF struck 450 targets, according to the IDF, including command centers, observation posts, missile launch sites, and of course that those underground tunnels that Hamas fighters use to operate beneath Gaza. What we also know from Admiral Hagari, the IDF spokesman, he really emphasized today the extent to which they are going to go after Yahya Sinwar, Hamas's leader in the Gaza Strip, saying that they will chase him until we reach him. He didn't make clear whether the intent there is to kill or capture him, but he did put a renewed focus today on going after Hamas's top leader in the Gaza Strip, and effectively putting the blame on him for the rising civilian death toll that we are seeing inside of Gaza. Altogether, nearly 8,000 people, Jim, have been killed inside the Gaza Strip since this operation began 3 weeks ago. And of those 8,000 people, the Palestinian Ministry of Health says that 73%, nearly three-quarters of people who are killed belong to vulnerable populations, including children, women, and elderly individuals. Now, amid this rising civilian death toll, the IDF is once again encouraging civilians inside of Gaza, in the northern half of the Gaza Strip, to move south. But of course, what we do know, Jim, is that even in southern Gaza, civilians have not been immune to the violence. We have watched as the IDF has continued to carry out strikes, including in the south, although the overall overwhelming majority of their operations does seem to be focused on the northern half of the Gaza Strip. Jim?
Yeah, the sad fact is those civilians trapped in Gaza, blocked on one end by Israeli military action and in the south by continuing negotiations, as yet without resolution to allow some of them to leave Gaza for safer quarters. Our Jeremy Diamond in Ashkelon, thanks so much. Well, it may seem like long ago, but it's not. Just a little over 3 weeks since those horrible attacks on October 7th. And the person who's about to join me was involved in the immediate response and the aftermath of that attack, trying to save lives in the midst of the many, many hours of violence from the Hamas attack on October 7th. He is Ari Donatan with the Israeli Ambulance Service. Ari, thanks so much for joining us this Sunday evening.
Thank you for having me and giving me the opportunity to tell our story.
Let me begin there with events that day, because you were not only responding to those attacks, you were suffering as well personally, because you lost your partner, one of those killed on that day. Can you describe what you saw and what you're feeling now these 3 weeks later?
Yes, I can explain to you. First of all, more than one partner, more than one friend. Unfortunately, far too many losses we've suffered. So I, first of all, would like to just dedicate this interview to their memory. It should be for a blessing. What happened on October 7th was as follows. It was a holiday morning. Didn't seem anything out of the ordinary. At around 6 o'clock, 6:30 in the morning, we begin hearing booms, explosives. At the beginning, I didn't think too much of it because we live here in southern Israel and we're used to flare-ups every now and again. I look outside, I see that the intensity of the attacks are more than a normal flare-up. So I open up my phone, I call my dispatcher and just to let him know that I'm available if I'm needed for anything, and he tells me immediately report to the station. There are casualties, dead, injured everywhere, and more than 300 visas waiting to be responded to. So I began going to the ambulance station to open up the ambulance. Usually I work in a station a little bit further from my home. I started going there. They ended up calling me and saying, don't go to where you normally work because it's under heavy fire. This likely saved my life because already there were the whole city where I normally work was taken over by, various neighborhoods were taken over by Hamas terrorists who infiltrated from the Gaza Strip. Throughout the day, we had nonstop casualties everywhere in the entire southern region. Police officers, civilians of all different ages, soldiers. It was a day of complete chaos and a day of complete destruction.
So Ari, many thousands of Israelis were injured that day, in addition to the more than 1,400 who lost their lives. Can you give us a sense of the status of those who were injured today? How many are recovering? How many continue to suffer through, horrible, life-changing injuries?
So the extent of the injuries are very, very high. We're talking about things that we don't normally see on a normal basis. Unfortunately, terrorist attacks and violent crime isn't something that Israel is a stranger to. We deal with it daily. However, the fact that so many terrorists were able to succeed in infiltrating our borders and completely massacring various villages here in the region, that's something that's never been experienced and never been seen. The degrees to which the injuries varied, like I said, many have died, many were tortured, many were raped, many were abused, many were abducted. you were talking shooting attacks, being burnt alive, being hit with shrapnel from a grenade at point blank. We're talking about limbs being amputated. We're talking about people being injured from rockets that were just shot indiscriminately into civilian areas. You know, things that are so unimaginable. If a human being can possibly imagine what the worst that they could possibly imagine, if it was done, it was probably done at the hands of the Hamas terrorists.
Now, I understand you must be watching events inside Gaza and be sad to see civilians suffering there as well. Part of the work you do is responding and helping people in times of need, particularly when they suffer the kinds of injuries that we see in war, some of the most horrible injuries you could see. I wonder what your thoughts are as you look across the border into Gaza.
As I look across the border into Gaza, look, I'm a good human being. I belong to the state of Israel. I belong to the Jewish people. We're a nation that values light, that values justice, that values goodness and light over evil. Many times I've had patients in my own ambulance who were civilians from Gaza who obtained work permits to work here, and as any human being, we give them grade A service and treat them as any human being. That being said, when their own government is forcing them to stay put, even though they're told by the Israeli Defense Forces to move to southern Gaza where they can take refuge while the Israeli army conducts their military operations in an attempt to rid the Gaza Strip from the iron rule of Hamas. If the Hamas terrorists are forcing them to stay put and are using them as human shields, then any loss of civilian life or any innocent life, as sad as it might be, it's at the blood is on the hands of the Hamas terrorists, and that is why we need to be steadfast in what we're doing in order to eliminate them and eliminate their rule over Gaza or anywhere else in the world.
Well, Ari, we certainly appreciate the work you did on that day, October 7th, and continue to do for the many wounded in those horrible attacks, and we wish you luck going forward. Thanks so much for joining us this afternoon.
Thank you for having me, and may God bring us victory.
Well, as so often in conflict, it is the people, the civilians who get caught in the crossfire and suffer the most. Joining us now is Tommaso Della Longa. He is with the Red Crescent Society, which is handling the many needs of Gazans now in the midst of the ongoing military operations there by Israel, but also deep shortages of basic necessities. Tommaso, thanks so much for joining us.
Good evening, and thanks for having me today.
So, first question for you is this. Israel says that it has warned civilians away from the northern part of the country, told them to move south, it'll be safer there. I wonder, based on what you've seen and what you hear from colleagues on the ground, is that true? Is it any safer in southern Gaza? Is there any safe place, truly safe place for civilians there now?
Well, I think that is a very good question, and what we're reading from colleagues of the Palestine Red Crescent is that is not really. I mean, there is not really a safe space where to stay in Gaza, and also the main problem here is how to move from the north to the south, where to go, and how and where to take, I don't know, humanitarian assistance, food, water, or medical assistance. So I think that the main point here is that the people in Gaza is really living a situation of confusion, where they don't know exactly what to do and how to survive to this situation.
Yeah. Tommaso, there's discussion now of how to get people out of Gaza while ongoing military operations are underway by Israel. Jake Sullivan, the U.S. National Security Advisor, told my colleague Jake Tapper earlier this morning that in terms of them leaving, going out via Egypt, that really it is Hamas standing in the way. Hamas has made demands not just for the release of hostages, but also to allow them to cross that border. But there are also questions about Egypt's role here? Will it allow large numbers of Gazans to leave? From your perspective, who is standing in the way of getting Gazans to safe harbor outside of Gaza right now?
Well, I think that it's more complicated than pointing the finger to one or another. I think that it is kind of very complicated situation. It's a kind of joint effort between different parties and stakeholders to get to civilians what they need. And we are not seeing this only in the Gaza Strip today. I mean, we have been seeing this in many different contexts around the world. So this is why, since the beginning, I mean, we have been calling on all the parties, all the stakeholders, all the people who can put pressure on different stakeholders, even at the regional level, to make sure that first, civilians can reach safety. Second, that humanitarian can enter in Gaza Strip in a continuous way, not a couple of trucks every other day. And also third, that this is very important to say that under international humanitarian law, civilians are respected if they decide to flee, but also if they decide to stay, because at the end this needs to be a free decision of every individual, and all the parties need to do their utmost to spare suffering of the people.
Well, right now at this point, it seems that all the parties can't come to a simple agreement on a path to safety for those people. Tommaso, we appreciate the work you're doing with the Red Crescent, and we appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thank you.
Well, this is a war with many fronts, certainly Israeli military action against Hamas, but also the civilians caught on the ground there in Gaza, and concerns about an expansion of this conflict to Israel's northern border with Lebanon, where we have seen a great deal of fire exchange today and in recent days. We'll continue to cover all fronts, all angles of this war. I'm Jim Sciutto in northern Israel, and we'll be right back.
You look like a flower, so sweet today. You look like a flower, each and every way. You look like a flower.
Etsy has home, style, gifts. Etsy has it.
So many people are overweight now and asking themselves, why can't I lose weight? For most, the reason is insulin resistance, and they don't even know they have it. Conventional starvation diets don't address insulin resistance. That's why they don't work. Now there's Golo. Golo helps with insulin resistance, getting rid of sugar cravings, helps control stress and emotional eating, and losing weight. Go to Golo.com and see how Golo can change your life. That's GOLO.com.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Introducing Finish Ultimate. Engineered for the ultimate clean and the toughest conditions. Dry burnt-on stains. Old dishwashers. Buried hard water. Even when you skip the rinse. Its new Cycle Sync technology releases the right ingredient at the right time. And Finish Ultimate breaks down stains, cuts grease, and boosts shine for the ultimate clean, even in the toughest conditions.
What you're seeing today is Zoe Hoger creating more career opportunities for himself as a welder. And the time he invested in virtual training through Forge FX to make it happen. Addressing the shortage of skilled workers in today's industries by providing access to additional training and career growth. These are the ways skilled trade professionals at Tulsa Welding School are using the metaverse today.
Struggling with the highs and lows of bipolar 1? Ask about Vraylar. Because you are greater than your bipolar 1. And you can help take control of your symptoms with Vraylar. Some medicines only treat the lows or highs. Vraylar treats depressive, acute manic, and mixed episodes of bipolar bipolar 1 in adults. Proven full spectrum relief for all bipolar 1 symptoms. And in VRAYLAR clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke. Call your doctor about unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults. Report fever, stiff muscles or confusion, which may mean a life-threatening reaction, or uncontrollable muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Sleepiness and stomach issues are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks. Ask about VRAYLAR and learn how AbbVie could help you save.
This is the land of free country, where freedom has been woven into every stitch and every seam for over 34 years, and where the outdoors belongs to all of us.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K.
Because I was sitting there.
But then you left.
Well, it's not like I went to Spain. I went to the bathroom. You knew I was coming back.
What's the big deal? Sit somewhere else.
The big deal is I was sitting there last. So, it's my seat.
Friends co-creators are remembering Perry, saying in a joint statement, "We are shocked and deeply, deeply saddened by our beloved friend Matthew's passing. It still seems impossible. All we can say is that we feel blessed to have had him as part of our lives." The LA Times says Perry was found unresponsive in his hot tub. His body is now at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's office. An autopsy is pending. Let's bring in CNN's Camila Bernal, who has been covering this story. Camila, what are you learning?
Hey, Fred. So we know that the Los Angeles Police Department is still investigating this. The sources have told CNN that no foul play is suspected here. The 911 call came in at 4:07 p.m. Saturday in local time here in LA, and it was reported as a water rescue emergency. We know that LAPD responded at 4:10 p.m. And then they characterized it as a death investigation. As you mentioned, the LA Times is calling it an apparent drowning accident. We do not have an official cause of death yet, and it is important to note that usually a full autopsy and toxicology report takes several weeks. Now, Perry's family did release a statement to People magazine saying that they were heartbroken by the tragic loss of their beloved son and brother. They went on to say in that statement that he brought joy to the world as an actor, but also as a friend. And look, Matthew Perry wanted to be remembered as someone who helped others. He said that he was sharing his struggles with addiction, being so public and candid about it, not just in interviews, but in his memoir, in his November 2022 memoir, being just extremely open about how difficult it was to deal with his addiction. He said he wanted to be remembered not just for helping people through the media and his book, but also one-on-one or in groups. He also said he wanted to be remembered as someone who lived well, someone who loved well, someone who was a seeker. Of course, we do remember him by his acting career. It started out small roles, and then he got more prominent roles, and of course eventually was cast as Chandler, which is the one role that a lot of us remember him by. It was that funny, that sarcastic character that made so many people laugh. The cast of Friends, very close on and off screen. They famously negotiated their contracts together and became some of the highest paid TV actors at the time. We've yet to hear from the cast, but there are so many others in Hollywood reacting, saying they're in shock, they are so sad, devastated, and saying that this is a huge loss for Hollywood and, of course, for his fans, Fred.
Camila Bernal, thank you so much. All right, still ahead, concerns for the hostages being held in Gaza as Israel expands its ground operations in the Palestinian enclave.
We are seeing something that we have not seen yet ever in American history. A speaker pushed out. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
Things are very heated right now, very emotional.
Will this ever be over?
Minutes from now, there could be a new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, just elected.
Republicans say they are finally ready to move ahead and put aside the ugly chapter.
I will never again. Or 1948 or 1968 or 1973 or 2000 or 2008, whenever they want to start the conversation, we can start. But if we want to start on October 7th, we can start on October 7th. And the bottom line is, as far as the IDF is concerned, the government of the country next door invaded, killed 1,400 of their citizens, and went back, and they have a right to take out that government. That's how the IDF sees it. And I get that the Biden administration is on board. My question is the IDF going about this the right way? Do you think they're going about this the right way?
What we believe is that every hour, every day of this military operation, the IDF, the Israeli government, should be taking every possible means available to them to distinguish between terrorists who are legitimate military targets and civilians who are not. And I'm not going to react to every strike, every move that they make. What I'm going to say is that is our principle, that is our advice to them, that is what we are communicating, and we continue to do that at the highest levels. The president will speak again with the prime minister in a few hours' time today, and he will continue to reiterate the United States' position on this issue. It is clear, it is straightforward, and we believe that it is rooted in the fundamental laws of war.
In addition to those conversations, we know that the U.S. sent a former Marine or current Marine general to Israel to advise Israeli military commanders on the operation before it began. And as he left, the Marine commandant said that Israeli forces took some of the U.S. advice and didn't take some of the U.S. advice as well. Question is what their differences are, and are there any differences? Our Kevin Liptak, of course, covering the White House, covering the president for us. And Kevin, of course, Jake Sullivan is not going to publicly criticize Israel at this point, but we do know that President Biden himself has been very careful in all of his public comments to express support for Israel, but also express his desire for protecting civilians there, meeting the needs of civilians there, but also even looking longer term, looking for a just outcome to this conflict, including the rights of Palestinians. I wonder, do you sense in your reporting any daylight between U.S. officials and their Israeli counterparts on the conduct of this war so far?
Well, certainly not in public, as you said, Jim, but it's hard to read into these conversations, that there aren't some kind of differences between how these leaders are approaching this crisis. And you certainly cannot look at the pictures on the ground in Gaza and not be affected by what is going on there. And certainly we have learned that the president has concluded his conversation with Netanyahu. Jake Sullivan did give sort of an indication of how that conversation would go, but the White House did underscore that as well. In their readout, they said that the president reiterated that Israel has every right to defend itself, but he also underscored the need to do so in a manner consistent with international humanitarian law that prioritizes the protection of civilians. So reading between the lines there, the president is encouraging Israel to make the protection of civilians a priority, and certainly he is under pressure from the left, the progressive left in the United States, as well as American Arab partners, to say more about what's going on in Gaza, to do more to get aid into that country, and that we're told is also a topic of discussion with Netanyahu today. The president underscored the need to immediately and significantly increase the flow of humanitarian assistance, but it is this fine line that the president is walking, trying to hold Israel very close. He is a staunch defender of Israel, talking about Israel's right to defend itself, but in these private conversations raising what the White House calls these tough questions about the scope of its response to the Hamas attacks, about its objectives, and about its intentions going forward. And certainly President Biden has his own objectives on the ground, primarily the release of those hostages that are being held by Hamas in Gaza, including the potential for American hostages that are on the ground there. Jake Sullivan did say today that those talks are progressing. He said that the U.S. is in hourly consultation with regional partners principally the government of Qatar, which has acted as kind of the broker in all of this. The U.S. also is working to get out American civilians and other foreign nationals from Gaza. That has been sort of a non-starter until now. They have not been able to cross that border into Egypt. Sullivan said today that the Egyptians are willing to accept foreign nationals, but the issue right now is Hamas. They are making certain demands that's making it more difficult. We did learn also today that the president spoke with the Egyptian president, Abdel Fattah al-Sisi, and those topics were all a matter of discussion between those men as well, Jim.
Well, left unanswered there is whether the Egyptian government will accept non-foreign nationals, right? Residents of Gaza who are currently attempting to or hoping to flee the ongoing military action there. Kevin Liptak, thanks so much for covering. Joining us now is Brett Bruen. He served in the Obama administration. I wonder, Brett, as you watch this, of course, the U.S.-Israeli relationship is a close one, but there are instances through the years, I've covered these conflicts for many times, where there is advice or pressure that the U.S. gives or applies to Israeli officials, which they do not take. And I wonder, do you sense that the U.S. here is pushing for more restraint and that Israel is, despite that pressure, pushing forward?
Well, I think you need only look at some of the recent actions. One, obviously, the delay in going into Gaza in a full-scale way. Israel has held off for now. Additionally, just in the last 24 hours, they restored internet as well as phone communication. So you can say that the Biden administration is having some influence. But also, I think we need to moderate our expectations. This is a sovereign country, and as somebody who served in the U.S. Foreign Service for a decade and a half, I think it's important that as Americans, especially in a situation like this, responding to a terrorist attack of such a mass scale, we aren't in a position to tell another country how, where, when they should act. So we also have to understand that the Israelis are entitled to make a lot of these decisions themselves.
True. Listen, the U.S. has made many of its own decisions, certainly in how it conducts war across the world, but there are international laws and standards about taking positive action, right, to protect civilian lives. And what's not clear, given the scope, particularly of this aerial campaign, I mean, the whole apartment blocks collapsing on top of people, right? How does that meet, if not the requests or demands of the U.S. government, how does that meet international standards, international law?
You're right, Jim, and it goes back to 1907, the Geneva Convention, which first enshrined some of these rules of war. And I think that what Israel has done is largely abide by those principles. Now, obviously, you're going to see on the television screen images of the collateral damage, largely because Hamas ensconces itself in those buildings. It ensconces its military operations where there are, which in and of itself is a violation of the Geneva Convention. So, Israel obviously has to operate as we did, whether it was in Mosul or in Kabul, in an environment in which we're dealing with an extremist, a terrorist group that isn't following the rules. So what are they supposed to do, Jim? Are they supposed to just stay back and allow Hamas to operate in those areas?
Yeah, no, I'm certainly not suggesting that, but you look at other situations that have some comparison to this, say U.S. operations in Fallujah or Mosul, as you reference, urban areas, there were corridors to allow people out. Now, there are, of course, other obstacles in this situation in that Egypt controls that other border, and it's not clear that Egypt wants a large number of Gaza residents to enter its territory. I should note, the reason I was looking off to my right as you were speaking, Brett, is I'm hearing booms to the north of me here, the Israeli border with Lebanon in the north and Syria to the northeast is just a number of miles from here, and we're continue to hear the sounds of artillery fire. This sounds like outgoing artillery fire, but earlier today we were up on the northern border where we heard incoming from Hezbollah, the Hezbollah side. To that point, Brett, there's been a great deal of concern that a second front could open in this war, that Hezbollah could make a decision to attack from the north. To date, those attacks have been limited. Are you surprised by that?
I think it's an encouraging sign, and Jim, you raised both the specter of an attack by Iranian-backed Hezbollah groups. There's a number of other entities, the Houthis in Yemen, who obviously fired off some of those missiles earlier. They were taken out by Saudi air defense, but bound for Israel. What I do think is important here is that the U.S. continue to apply pressure on regional partners. You brought up the Egyptians. Obviously, the Saudi defense minister is headed tomorrow to meet with Jake Sullivan and other U.S. officials in Washington. They need to be doing more. It's not enough for the Egyptians to have a closed border and to be screaming at the Israelis over the border saying, hold back. I think, the path to some sort of stabilization, to some sort of solution here runs through Riyadh, it runs through Cairo, and obviously Qatar as well.
No question. And listen, a lot of those players there, perhaps dubious intentions and motives of their own. Qatar with a long-term relationship with Hamas, with the Taliban. It is a witch's brew of dimensions to this conflict, as you know better than me. Brett Bruin, longtime U.S. diplomat, thanks so much for joining.
Sure thing.
And we continue to follow the conflict here in Israel. Expanded Israeli military action in Gaza, an increase, it seems, in attacks on Israel's northern border as well, as we've been hearing during this broadcast. We'll continue to follow both sides of this war, both fronts. Please do stay with us. We'll be back after a short break.
Life after student debt is within reach. Refi at SoFi.com. You could save thousands and get to your goals faster. SoFi, get your money right.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long. But with Prilosec OTC, just one pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one and done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, one pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
These underwear are pee-proof and period-proof and sweat-proof. They're leak-proof underwear from NYX. Comfy and confident protection that feels just like normal. With so many styles and colors to choose from, switching is easy at NYX.com.
At Morgan Stanley, old school hard work meets bold new thinking. To help you see untapped possibilities and relentlessly work with you to make them real.
Looks like it's bride time on.
Dr. Garcia?
Crest Reality Checkup. That grimy film on your teeth, it's actually the buildup of plaque bacteria, which can cause cavities in months. And your toothpaste just isn't cutting it.
Most toothpaste quit working in minutes, but the antibacterial fluoride in Crest Pro Health protects for up to 12 hours.
So I can stop cavities before they start.
Can I get a latte?
The #1 toothpaste brand in America, Crest.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
If there's pain when you try to pull and going, sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. #2 should be easy to do.
Colace Clear, soften stools for comfortable relief with no dyes or preservatives.
At Grainger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. We're the same way, offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Shopping online comes with digital threats, so turn on NordVPN. Steer clear of phishing websites and encrypt your online traffic. Get the deal now.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning family room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZQL nights.
Every day, more dog people are deciding it's time for a fresh approach to pet food. Developed with vets, made from real meat and veggies, portioned for your dog, and delivered right to your door. It's smarter, healthier pet food.
Sleep more deeply and wake up rejuvenated. With Purple's new mattresses, fall asleep 20% faster, have less aches and pains, and sleep uninterrupted. Visit purple.com or a store near you.
Gardeners. Shop, buy, sell online.
Welcome back. The Republican race for U.S. president is now a bit smaller, while the Democratic field has expanded. On Saturday, former Vice President Mike Pence announced he was suspending his 2024 presidential campaign. With me now to talk about these developments is Julian Zelizer. He is a CNN political analyst. Good to see you, Julian. Let's begin with Pence. I mean, he was struggling to raise money and gain traction in the polls. How does his decision to drop out impact the race overall, and who might benefit from his departure?
Well, it wasn't a surprise. I mean, he had all the baggage of the Trump presidency. He didn't have any of the political strengths of Trump, who was running, and he had become a focal point of anger among Trump supporters because of his refusal to go along with not certifying the election. So I think it narrows the field a bit. I don't think it changes the fundamental dynamics, which is the former president is far ahead in this race. And I think all of the other candidates, even someone like Nikki Haley, are just struggling to get airtime, to get poll time, and to get the kind of money that will be needed to defeat him.
So, Trump continues to dominate in the national and early state polls for the Republicans. Pence drew the ire of the GOP base when he refused to help, Trump overturn the 2020 election, and his occasional criticism of Trump didn't help him at all. So does Pence's departure only further cement that the Republican Party is indeed that of Trump's?
Yeah, I think it does. I think one of the foils of Trump's political persona went down to a pretty quick defeat. Years ago, Pence was considered one of the most possible and exciting Republicans to become president, and this was a quick fall. So I think it just, confirms the point of where Trump is and where his opponents are.
Okay, let's shift gears to the Democratic race. On the Democratic side, President Biden has a new challenger. On Friday, Minnesota Congressman Dean Phillips announced that he is running against Biden for the Democratic nomination. He's not a household name. So what do you make of his decision to make a primary a challenge to Biden?
Well, some of it might be self-interest, meaning by doing this, he has made himself a national name. Here we are talking about him, so he becomes a recognizable Democrat. Part of it is a message he's been talking about now for some time, that Democrats need a choice, a candidate who is younger, a candidate who's from a different generation and who's more popular. And so by entering, he's going to be able to make that statement. But I think it's unclear to many Democrats, frankly, why he's doing this. And he's a Democrat who votes pretty loyally with Biden. So it's a younger version of Biden running against Biden himself.
Julian Zelizer, we'll leave it there for now. Thanks so much. Great to see you.
Thanks for having me.
We'll have much more on the conflict in the Middle East in a moment. Stay with us.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
Lowering bad cholesterol can be hard, even with a statin. Diets and exercise add to the struggle. Today, it's possible to go from struggle to cholesterol success with Leqvio. With a statin, Leqvio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by 50% and keep it low with 2 doses a year. Common side effects were injection site reaction, joint pain, and chest cold. Ask your doctor about twice-yearly Leqvio. Lower, longer Leqvio.
Your shipping manager left to find themselves, leaving you lost. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
It's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
What's this?
That's for Pepper.
You keep dog food in your fridge?
It's not dog food, it's fresh pepper. Real meat, no veggies.
It's dog food.
Fresh Pet. It's not dog food, it's food food.
A new Democratic candidate besides Biden. A new younger presidential candidate besides Biden. It's the name of the song by Paul Beckman, Paul Ramblesong. Also, the new and first leader of humankind in the free world. Created October 29th, 2023. October 29th, 2023. A new, younger Democratic candidate for the presidency of the United States of America says he's going to run. He's become a candidate, but he might be too late for Nevada. Too late for Nevada. Nevertheless, he thinks there should be a younger alternative to Biden. That's why he's going to run. Not very known about. But just by running, he'll be a little bit more known. That's what he's hoping. Yeah, well, I'm still for Biden. Tried and true. Though a little older, wiser. He's good in my book.
Israeli forces have now advanced some 2 miles on the ground into Gaza as the eyes of the world focus there. Cross-border fire on Israel's northern border between Israeli forces and Hezbollah fighters on the other side of the border in Lebanon has been a daily event, in fact, many times a day. My team and I, traveling on the border earlier today, found ourselves right in the middle of the crossfire with Israeli forces firing mortars and artillery towards Lebanon, Hezbollah firing artillery back towards Israel. It's a dangerous game up there. Our Ben Wiedemann is in Beirut, Lebanon now. And Ben, as you watch this from there, this has been a low-level conflict at the border here, but certainly not open war. Do your sources in Lebanon, do officials there expect Hezbollah to expand military activity on the border, or do they see Hezbollah as largely sitting out of this conflict for now?
Jim, officials in Beirut very much do not want to see this conflict broaden beyond the border area, but they don't have an awful lot of control over Hezbollah itself. What we've seen in the area along the border between Lebanon and Israel is that there is an increased Lebanese army presence, perhaps trying to at least put up the appearance of trying to have some control over the area. But what we've seen since the 8th of October, the day after Hamas's surprise attack on Israel, that there's been daily fire from Lebanon into Israel, and of course Israel responding. Today, this afternoon, there was a series of fire incidents along the border. Hezbollah claims to have shot down an Israeli drone with a surface-to-air missile. Another group known as Jamal Islamiyah, the Islamic group, which we believe is a Lebanese Sunni group affiliated with Hamas, fired rockets in the direction of the Israeli community of Kiryat Shmona. The Israelis responded with an airstrike in that incident. So it does appear that it's going along at this level that certainly keeps tensions high, but isn't quite yet dragging Lebanon into a war most Lebanese really do not want to see. I was here in 2006 and saw how much destruction resulted from Israeli bombardment in the south of the country and here in Beirut. There is very little desire among most Lebanese to see any sort of repeat of that. Jim?
No question. I was on this side of the border in 2006, and of course when Israeli forces did cross, they had serious losses. It shows that each side faces dangers with the prospect of an expansion of this war onto another front. Our Ben Wiedemann in Beirut, Lebanon, will continue to cover this war from that side of the border, and we continue to cover the war in Israel on every front, as well as the plight of civilians inside Gaza, which continues as negotiations are underway, not just for the release of hostages, for the possibility of some humanitarian corridor out of Gaza in the midst of this war. I'm Jim Sciutto in northern Israel. We'll be back after a short break.
The old guard think they can keep out the new people with impunity. Don't worry, I have a plan.
The war is heating up.
I'm not surprised.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
John, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
Important information for Medicare beneficiaries. Do you know what your current Medicare plan actually covers or includes? Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. Are you getting the most from your Medicare plan? Medicare Parts A and B are called Original Medicare. Now is the time to call and find out about Medicare Part C, also known as a Medicare Advantage plan. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a 2024 Medicare Part C plan. Even if you called last year, you should call today, because each year you could be eligible for new plans with additional benefits available in your zip code that may better fit your healthcare needs. That's right, Medicare plans can change each and every year. The only way to know your options is to call today. You are not automatically enrolled in a Medicare Advantage plan, and insurance companies offer different plans in different zip codes. If you're on Medicare, it's simple. Just call 800-584-3324 now during the Medicare annual enrollment period to speak with a licensed insurance agent. Give them your zip code and see what Part C plans with extra benefits may be available to you in your area. Remember, you don't get a Medicare Advantage Part C plan with additional benefits automatically. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. Call today to find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan. Medicare plans can change each year, so it's important to check up on your plan and see if there are any changes in the coming year, or if there is a plan that may include additional benefits. Find out what plans may be available to you today by calling and speaking with a licensed insurance agent who can check your zip code and help you find the plan that's the best fit for you. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period for your free Medicare benefits review. Even if you called before, there's no obligation to enroll and the call is free. Call 800-584-3324. 800-584-3324. 800-584-3324.
Viruses and bacteria float all around us. Unlike air fresheners, only new Lysol Air Sanitizer kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Because scent can't sanitize, Lysol can.
In Vernon, we vibe on vitality, and we savor summer longer. Here we come alive on forest trails and play in colorful orchards that weave into rolling mountains. Raise your glass to the apples on trees and savor summer a little bit longer. Now's the time to travel to BC. Fall is on in Vernon.
HomeGlow just cleaned my entire house for $19. No, seriously, $19. They showed up right on time and did my dishes, my laundry, they even cleaned my windows. You just pick a date, pick a cleaner, and enjoy a spotless house for $19. I love using HomeGlow, and I think you will too.
I can feel the winds of change.
I'm Rahel Solomon in New York, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. Add insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
Hello again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Frederica Whitfield in Atlanta alongside Jim Shudo in northern Israel. Jim will get you in a minute. We're tracking new developments in Gaza. Just moments ago, Israeli military officials said they now believe there are 239 hostages held captive by Hamas. That update comes as Israeli forces enter an expanded second phase of the war against Hamas. Gunfire and explosions heard across Gaza as Israeli troops continue their advance. The IDF says airstrikes hit more than 450 Hamas targets in just the last day, including command centers, observation posts, and missile launch sites. We're also seeing dramatic scenes from Gaza's second largest hospital. The Palestinian Red Crescent says nearby Israeli shelling has caused extensive damage, even as 12,000 Gaza civilians are currently sheltering there. Today, President Joe Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. It was their first conversation since Israel launched its ground operation in Gaza, and it comes as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warns there is an elevated risk of the conflict expanding into other parts of the region. Sources tell CNN the UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting tomorrow about Israel's ongoing ground invasion. Meanwhile, more humanitarian aid is slowly making its way into Gaza. Today, another 10 aid trucks were able to pass through the Rafah border crossing, while communications in Gaza have been partially restored. Our Jim Shudo is watching the developments play out from northern Israel. Jim, to you.
Well, Fred, in one measure of how this war is being felt across the country of Israel, just in the last hour we heard the sound of artillery fire just to the north of us here. We have since learned from the IDF that there was fire coming into Israel or attempting to come into Israel from Syria, that just to the northeast of here, and that Israeli forces responded to that with their own strikes. That is the back and forth we've witnessed all day today and throughout the day, the last several days, crossfire from Lebanon into Israel, Israel into Lebanon, and also back and forth in and to and from Syria, a sign as to how this war could expand into another front. We're watching it closely up here as my colleague Jeremy Diamond is watching things closely from southern Israel in Ashkelon with a view into those Israeli operations inside Gaza. What are you seeing and hearing tonight there, Jeremy? We're hearing reports of additional airstrikes.
Well, Jim, there certainly has been ongoing fighting inside the Gaza Strip. In northern Gaza, infantry as well as tank divisions engaging in active fighting with Hamas fighters inside the Gaza Strip. But actually, this evening, Jim, whereas the last two nights we heard perhaps the most intense, the most sustained bombardment of the Gaza Strip, of these 3 weeks of war, this evening has been much quieter in terms of aerial bombardment at least. We do know that there is still active fighting on the ground, but that's just a data point to note in all of this. But this evening, the IDF is making clear that it will continue to expand those ground operations inside the Gaza Strip, just one day after the Israeli Prime Minister made clear that this war, 3 weeks in, is now entering a new phase, as he tried to frame this war in existential terms, calling this Israel's second war of independence. Over the last 24 hours, Israeli troops have targeted more than 450 targets inside the Gaza Strip. That includes Hamas operational centers, fighters, anti-tank missile posts, as well as those underground tunnels, miles of which stretch underneath Gaza and present a significant risk to Israeli troops entering that city. I think one thing that is becoming increasingly clear in listening to the IDF spokesman this evening and other Israeli military analysts is that Israeli troops are proceeding very cautiously as they enter the Gaza Strip. They are not going in and rolling into city after city, but rather trying to take out some of those reinforced Hamas positions at the entrance to some of these cities inside northern Gaza, a very deliberate approach that reflects what we have been hearing for weeks now, which is that if Hamas prepared for this operation, this surprise attack on Israel 3 weeks ago, as carefully as they did, then they certainly prepared for the possibility of an Israeli ground invasion as well. Now, amid all of this, of course, we know that civilians inside of Gaza are so often caught in the crossfire, and the death toll inside Gaza has risen to nearly 8,000, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. That includes combatants and non-combatants. But one thing that is becoming clear as we try and get a better sense of how many of those are civilians, the Palestinian Ministry of Health saying that nearly 3/4 of those killed inside Gaza are vulnerable populations: women, children, and the elderly. Jim?
We're going to be taking a closer look at the plight of civilians inside Gaza in just a couple of moments. Jeremy Diamond in Ashkelon, thanks so much. Before we get on to the humanitarian side of this, I want to ask retired Colonel Cedric Layton to join me now, former Air Force intelligence officer, to discuss what we know about the progress of military operations on the ground in Gaza. Colonel Layton, when the Israeli Prime Minister says that this has now entered a new phase, what does he mean exactly?
So, Jim, what he's talking about is the different types of military force that are being brought to bear at this particular moment in time. So with phase one, it was basically an air campaign, and it was designed to soften up targets along with artillery that then would be prosecuted by IDF ground forces. So once that phase is completed and they the Israelis figured out that they had taken out many of the targets that they thought they would need to eliminate, they have moved to phase two, which is what the Prime Minister announced yesterday. And that, in essence, involves those ground forces that are moving in with their tanks, their armored personnel carriers, and their other infantry fighting vehicles. That element then is bringing the ground forces into the fight. It is still combined with air power, and in this particular case, it is also apparently using naval power. They're using naval gunfire, potentially naval special operations forces from the Israeli military coming in onto the coastal area, but primarily it's a land effort that is centered on the north and the northeast part of the Gaza Strip.
Let me ask you, Colonel Layton, because Israeli officials, military officials, they will use that term eliminate. They will say the goal is now to end Hamas. I have watched multiple military campaigns in Gaza through the years, and there's similar language used. The thing is that those centers, whether they be tunnels, command centers, rocket-making factories, they may be eliminated, but then they're built again. And those leaders might be killed, but then they're replaced. And I wonder, as described, is the Israeli military objective a credible one?
Actually, it isn't. And you bring up a very valid point, Jim, because it is absolutely impossible to eliminate every single facet of Hamas's military power. The reason for that is redundancy, basically. They are redundant in terms of the tunnels that they've created. Those tunnels have within them the capacity to regenerate rocket building factories, like you mentioned, command and control nodes, all the different supply elements that a military force, whether it's a guerrilla force or a standing army, all of those elements that that kind of a force would need. And so what you're seeing is the capability to regenerate makes it almost impossible for these forces or these elements of Hamas's military power to be actually eliminated. And so the military objective that the Israelis have is, frankly speaking, unrealistic. What they could say is neutralize, in other words, render impossible for them to use, at least for a certain period of time. And that would be a much more workable goal, I would argue, at this point in time.
Listen, I going back years, I went into Gaza when Israel had killed one Hamas leader, met the new Hamas leader, and then a week after I left, that new Hamas leader was killed. Then, of course, another one followed, and many more after. I mean, this is a problem that the U.S. saw with its own action against, for instance, ISIS. You kill one leader and another replaces them. That said, U.S. military operations against ISIS in Iraq and Syria did significantly degrade the group for some time. So I wonder, by what measures will we know if these Israeli military operations, which by all accounts will be bigger and it seems more lasting, by what measures will we know if they've achieved something new, something different?
Yeah, I think we'll know if they've achieved something new or different when the types of actions that we've repeatedly associated with Hamas don't occur with the frequency that they had in the past. And not just the spectacular raid on October 7th, but also things like the rocket attacks that Hamas has been able to do for years now against Israel. So when that kind of thing stops, when those kinds of actions stop, or at least become far less frequent, that is a measure of success. The other thing, of course, if the political leadership of Hamas were to change, or if that political leadership were to be eliminated, to borrow the Israeli phrase, that would, of course, change the calculus on the ground as well. But I believe, as we said earlier, that is something that is basically unrealistic, because once you eliminate one leader, another one will pop up. The bench is pretty deep in Hamas's ranks, and that is something that the Israelis have to take into account. So the measure of success will be a degree of security, of heightened security for the southern part of Israel and really for the entire country. And in order to achieve that, we may not know that they've achieved that success for some time. Things will be quiet for a while, and then if they don't ramp up again, that might be a way to measure that success, but it certainly won't be helpful from a political standpoint for any of the political leadership in Israel or right, frankly, even in the United States.
Hezbollah has been showing its presence, at least, by firing across the border with regularity many times a day, sometimes striking targets. There are also missiles coming into this country from the north and from the south that somehow get through Iron Dome. When you look at Hezbollah, how do you judge their calculations here as to why they haven't come in more forcefully, opened up a northern front, or what might trigger them to do so? Because the thinking had been if Israel goes into Gaza in numbers, then Hezbollah might open up a new front.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to watch, Jim, because Hezbollah is taking a look at what's going on with Hamas, and Hamas, interestingly enough, sent a message to Hezbollah begging them to open that second front. It appears that Hezbollah, at least for the moment, is content with just sending a few rockets into Israel at certain moments where they think they can be somewhat supportive of Hamas. They don't want Hamas to fall. They don't want it to disappear because it's a useful counterbalance to what they're doing. But it is also something where Hezbollah believes that at a moment in time, they might feel it's advantageous for them to move forward more aggressively. And what we don't know is exactly when that moment in time is. And Hezbollah itself may not know. But between Iran and Hezbollah, they will probably make a decision saying that at this point they will make some specific attacks. They will conduct some specific attacks against Israeli towns or perhaps Israeli military installations. That might be the kind of thing to watch for. The other thing, of course, to watch for is attacks or continued attacks on U.S. installations, or at least installations where there are U.S. troops present in the Middle East. If that continues, then that opens up a whole nother series of questions and potentially courses of actions where we really don't know what the end result will be, but they could they want to make sure that they don't go into something that results in a reaction that is worse than their action, and it's something that they can't recover from. They want to avoid that.
Right, and those proxies in Iran and Iraq, rather, and Syria that have been attacking U.S. forces, they also are Iranian proxies taking their calls from Tehran. Cedric Layton, thanks so much, as always. Well, we said earlier this hour that we would take a look to the other side of this conflict and look at the continuing plight of civilians inside Gaza, what is being done to try to help them, try to keep them safe, but also what can't be done now, given the difficulty of getting aid in there. Our Melissa Bell, she took a look at the continuing aid efforts, and she filed this story from Cairo.
A catastrophic failing, according to the president of the International Red Cross. That is how he was speaking about the situation for civilians inside the Gaza Strip, even as desperate efforts are made to try and get more aid trucks in. So far, the Palestinian Red Crescent says there have been 94 trucks that have managed to get through. An extra 10 went through on Sunday. That is a tiny proportion of what they should be getting through. We've also been hearing and seeing from inside the Gaza Strip those images of people desperately trying to get their hands on UN supplies inside UN warehouses of wheat, flour, hygiene supplies, giving you an indication of 3 weeks after the tightening of this siege and the bombardments of the Gaza Strip, not to mention over the last couple of days the ground operation that has now gotten underway, just how desperate the situation is now for the civilians trapped inside. Terrible images coming overnight as well from a refugee camp inside Gaza, where overnight bombing saw the destruction of a mosque where many Gazans from the north of the Strip had been seeking refuge over the course of the last few days. 13 dead, many injured, and a dire situation with Antonio Guterres warning on Saturday from Doha that the clock is ticking and that history will judge us. Melissa Bell, CNN, Cairo.
Yeah, raising questions there about, is there any safe place in Gaza for those residents to flee to in the midst of this ongoing military campaign? We'll continue to watch this war from that side of the border as well. I'm Jim Sciutto in northern Israel, and we'll be back after a short break.
Every parent knows when it's time to go into protect mode. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of illness-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clean is good, sanitized is better.
To a child, this is what conflict looks like. Children in Ukraine are caught in the crossfire of war, forced to flee their homes.
A steady stream of refugees has been coming across all day. It's bitterly cold.
Lacking clean water and sanitation, exposed to injury, hunger.
Exhausted and shell-shocked from what they've been through.
Every dollar you give can help bring a meal, a blanket, or simply hope to a child living in conflict. Please call or go online to GiveNowToSave.org today with your gift of $10 a month. That's just 33 cents a day. We cannot forget the children in places like Syria, born in refugee camps, playing in refugee camps, thinking of the camps as home. Please call or go online to GiveNowToSave.org today with your gift of $10 a month. Your gift can help children like Ara in Afghanistan, where nearly 20 years of conflict have forced the people into extreme poverty. Weakened and unable to hold herself up, Ara was brought to a Save the Children center where she was diagnosed and treated for severe malnutrition. Every dollar helps. Please call or go online to GiveNowToSave.org today with your gift of $10 a month, just 33 cents a day. And thanks to special government grants that are available now, every dollar you give can multiply up to 10 times the impact. And when you use your credit card, you'll receive this special Save the Children tote bag to show you won't forget the children who are living their lives in conflict. Every war is a war against children. Please, give now.
Are you still struggling with your bra? It's time for you to try Knix, makers of the world's comfiest wireless bras. For revolutionary support without underwires and sizes up to a G-cup. Find your new favorite bra today at Knix.com.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand, so they're going to On Deck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Bleeding gums are serious, Jamie.
Dr. Garcia?
They're a sign of bacterial infection.
Crest Gum Detoxifies antibacterial fluoride works below the gum line to help heal gums and stop bleeding.
Crest saves the day.
Crest.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
CeraVital is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at CeraVital.com.
Introducing Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultimate with CycleSync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
All right, welcome back. Today, fans and friends of Matthew Perry are paying tribute to the actor who died yesterday at the age of 54. His career included numerous TV shows and movies, but it's his unforgettable role as Chandler Bing on the hit show Friends that made him a household name.
No, I didn't read the box before I opened it, and you can't return a box after you've opened the box.
Why not?
Because it's too delicious.
Chandler, you stole this cheesecake. That is wrong.
No, it is going to be okay, because Mrs. Braverman is going to send away for a free one, and that way we all win. The only losers are the big cheesecake conglomerate, Mama's Little Bakery. I feel terrible.
Friends co-creators are remembering Perry, saying in a joint statement, "We are shocked and deeply, deeply saddened by our beloved friend Matthew's passing. It still seems impossible. All we can say is that we feel blessed to have had him as part of our lives." The LA Times says Perry was found unresponsive in his hot tub. An autopsy is pending. Let's bring in now Camila Bernal, who is covering this story for us. Camila, what are you learning?
Hey Fred, so we know that his body is now with the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office, and as you mentioned, that autopsy is pending. This is an investigation being handled by the Los Angeles Police Department, but a source telling CNN that there is no foul play suspected here. The 911 call came in at 4:07 p.m. yesterday, and it was for a water rescue emergency. Then at 4:10 p.m. it was LAPD who responded and then characterized it as a death investigation. You mentioned the LA Times. They're reporting that he was found unresponsive in his hot tub, but no official cause of death has been released. And normally a complete autopsy and toxicology report could take several weeks. Now, his family did release a statement to People magazine saying they are heartbroken by the tragic loss of their beloved brother and son. And then they went on to say in that statement that he brought joy to the world, not just with his acting, but as a friend. And look, Matthew Perry was someone who wanted to be remembered as someone who helped people. He said he shared a lot of these struggles he had with addiction in order to help others. He detailed them in his memoir that was released in November of 2022, but he was also openly talking about it in interviews as he was emotional and discussing that he was willing to share these things to help others. He also said in interviews that he wanted to be remembered as someone who lived well, someone who loved well, who was a seeker. But of course, many of us remember him by his acting career. He started out with small roles, then landed more prominent roles, and really it was Chandler in Friends that made him famous, who he was when he died. And so it was that very funny, charismatic, character and his facial expressions and the way he made people laugh that many are remembering today. The cast of Friends, very close on and off the screen. We have yet to hear from any of the cast members, but there are others in Hollywood who are reacting, saying they are devastated, that they are heartbroken. It really was shocking for a lot of people because this is not the news they were expecting. So you're seeing many of the fans paying their tributes and posting them online and really saying that he will be missed, not just in Hollywood, but by so many who often laugh as they watch Friends. And, you know, they're still watching it today because the replays are available. So many are able to still laugh with the work that he has left behind, Fred.
Oh, very, very sad. All right, Camila Bernal, thank you so much. Coming up, Israel says its fighter jets hit Hezbollah infrastructure in southern Lebanon as fears mount of a widening conflict in the Middle East. More on that straight ahead.
Put your front row. Let your tongue shout. Are you kidding me? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
The day you get your Clear Choice dental implants changes your struggle with missing teeth forever. It changes how you eat, how you feel, and how you enjoy life. It changes your smile, and how others smile at you. Clear Choice Network doctors have changed over 100,000 lives with dental implants, and they can change yours too. Because a Clear Choice day changes every day. Schedule a free consultation.
Your record label is taking off, but so is your sound engineer. You need to hire.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. Indeed Instant Match instantly delivers quality candidates matching your job description. Visit Indeed.com/hire.
My face was like the elephant in the room.
I had it for so long, makeup would never cover it up.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Stop suffering from melasma with Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
For me, it was my last resort. I had almost given up.
I actually saw results within the week.
Now that Muesli is out there, people aren't thinking about my melasma anymore. They just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
John, you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
What you're seeing today is a successful eye surgery. And this, the dedicated hours of virtual training that made it happen. Academic advancements are being achieved every day through collaborative hands-on learning. Upskilling careers, now made possible through immersive environments. These are the ways the metaverse is being used today.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
I was shocked that I had cancer because there isn't cancer in my family.
I didn't know you could die from skin cancer. And then I go in 2 weeks later to get my diagnosis of melanoma.
Melanoma is the deadliest form of skin cancer.
Protect yourself by being sun safe. Check yourself with monthly skin exams. Inform yourself. Skin cancer is real. Learn more at saveyourskin.ca.
I'm Natasha Chen in Los Angeles, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVetHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
Welcome back. I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel. We learned a short time ago that a U.S. Marine Rapid Response Force is headed to the eastern Mediterranean. This as the U.S. continues to warn its citizens to leave Lebanon. Lebanon, the home base of Hezbollah. Hezbollah has been firing rockets and artillery into northern Israel. Concern among U.S. officials about an expansion of this war onto Israel's northern border, perhaps involving Hezbollah, which is, of course, backed by Iran. Our Ben Wiedemann is in Beirut. I wonder, Ben, as this warning has gone out for a number of days now to U.S. citizens there, are they heeding that warning? And what is the level of concern among U.S. officials for the safety of U.S. citizens in that country?
I think the immediate concern is that in the event there's an escalation of the situation and Israel does a repeat of what it did at the beginning of the 2006 war, the airport will be struck by Israeli aircraft and it will be out of action. And that's what happened in 2006. The U.S., as a result, had to deal with evacuating thousands of Americans. Keep in mind that Lebanon has many dual Lebanese-U.S. nationals, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands of them, many living in South Lebanon. Now, we know there have been people moving from the border area towards the northern part of the country, which is believed to be safer, but the concern is there, and among people here, obviously, there is concern. Several airlines have stopped, have canceled all their flights to Beirut. I flew in today, so it's still possible to come and go, but the worry is that that might not last longer if the situation deteriorates. What we've seen since the 8th of October, the day after that surprise attack by Hamas on Israel, is that there has been this daily back and forth between Israel and Hezbollah and other groups as well operating in southern Lebanon. The Israelis have warned multiple times Hezbollah and its allies not to cross what they call the threshold of escalation. It hasn't been crossed yet, but every day, as today we've seen and you saw yourself, there is cross-border fire. Hezbollah concedes it has lost nearly 50 of its fighters so far. There have been casualties, combatants and civilians on the Israeli side so far, but neither side seems willing to go beyond this low-level amount of cross-border fire to a wider conflict yet. Jim?
Yeah. You mentioned the dual nationals in Lebanon. That is a factor we see in so many countries here, certainly true in the country of Israel, also true in Gaza. There are U.S. citizens there, and that's been one struggle for U.S. officials, is getting them safe passage out of Gaza. Hasn't happened yet. We heard Jake Sullivan speaking about it today. But in Lebanon, do you find that most, or perhaps only a small percentage of American passport holders in Lebanon are heeding this call to leave the country?
Well, we don't see any statistics being put out. But the airport today didn't seem any busier than it normally is. Normally there's an influx of Lebanese with other passports in the summer. Now is the season where most have left, those who aren't actually living here permanently. So I think the number would be reflected in the broader number of Lebanese who have decided perhaps it is time to leave the country for a while. But at this point, it's not altogether clear. Now, the U.S. Embassy just the other day did put out this message to American citizens to leave now. Before, they was sort of somewhat more cautious wording, but now they're saying leave now. But there's no indication that there is some sort of mass exodus of either Lebanese or Lebanese Americans from this country. Jim?
And it does, as you mentioned, raise the possibility, if things were to escalate and quickly, the possibility of a sea evacuation. That one that took place in 2006 was just a massive operation. Difficult to imagine once again. Ben Wiedemann in Beirut, thanks so much. Well, as we cover the war here, there are concerns about increasing levels of hate at home back in the U.S. Coming up, we're going to speak with the head of the ADL. That's right after this break. Please do stay with us.
Viruses and bacteria float all around us. Unlike air fresheners, only new Lysol Air Sanitizer kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Because scent can't sanitize, Lysol can.
Get more without paying more with TracFone, like more monthly data at the same price, plus unlimited carryover and unlimited talk and text on America's most reliable 5G network. Visit TracFone.com or your local Walmart to switch now.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year, or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-608-0087. 800-608-0087.
For everyone who's endured the bad seat, finally, sweet, sweet redemption. The Lexus TX. 3-row luxury that treats every seat like the best seat.
Helping families with mesothelioma is all we do. My firm has been offering a free book on mesothelioma for over 10 years. Since that time, hundreds of people with mesothelioma have trusted us to represent them. We have local offices throughout the U.S. and there is no risk to you. Mesothelioma really is all we do. Call us at 1-800-213-8000. That's 1-800-213-8000. Or go to mesobook.com.
Now, ADT professionally installs Google Nest products.
Cool.
You're all set.
So your home is safe and smart. You can check in on your home.
Arm the system, we should go.
Manage your system from virtually anywhere. And get intelligent alerts like when a package has arrived. When the most trusted name in home security adds the intelligence of Google, you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
We need a small business loan, fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
When you need to prepare for unpredictable adventures, you need WeatherTech. Laser measured floor liners, front and rear. Seat protector to save the seats.
They're all yours. We're here.
Hey, I knew you were coming, so I WeatherTech the car.
Can we get ice cream?
We can now.
Kid-proof your vehicle with American-made products at WeatherTech.com.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
As war rages here in Israel, there are concerns about rising hate, anti-Jewish hate, anti-Semitic hate, as well as Islamophobia. President Biden referred to both of them in his speech to the nation a number of days ago. I'm joined now by Oren Siegel. He is the vice president of the Anti-Defamation League's Center on Extremism. Oren, thank you for joining us tonight.
Thanks, Jim.
Prior to this war, the FBI reported a 37% increase in anti-Semitic hate crimes. That in 2022, of course, now we're at a whole new phase of this. And at least anecdotally, we're seeing a number of incidents, threats around the country, specifically of anti-Semitic hate and speech. I wonder, can you tell us what your level of concern is, and do you have any way to quantify at this point the increase in that kind of incident?
Yeah, so we're very concerned about the significant spike in anti-Semitic incidents that we've been tracking since October 7th. Now, I should note that already we were at all-time highs in this country. You mentioned the FBI hate crime data. Also, ADL's audit of anti-Semitic incidents revealed a 36% increase in 2022, over 3,700 incidents of vandalism, harassment, and assault, which was an all-time high. So it's in that sort of time frame, and with the vulnerability of the Jewish community already at an all-time high, that we have seen a 388% increase just since October 7th in comparison to the previous year.
There has been increased security at synagogues, at Jewish schools. Of course, there are so many of them in the U.S. that is a mammoth task to imagine. You cannot secure every location. Does it provide some comfort? Are those measures at all effective?
So the Jewish community is used to having police cars in front of their institutions. This is not something that is new, in this time frame. I think it's important to have that show of strength because we are seeing the normalization not only of anti-Semitism, but of the messages that we know animate violence. So over 400 rallies have occurred in the United States that have featured the glorification, celebration, and legitimization of the type of violence that we saw against children and the elderly and the innocent in Israel. And when you have people who are promoting those types of ideas, and we already have this level of anti-Semitic animus animating real-world activity here, this is why it's important for law enforcement and other allies, frankly, to say, we stand with you.
Speaking of allies, as you know, there's been a rise in anti-Islamic hate as well. President Biden spoke of this in his address to the nation. Has there been any work between the groups? Have you had any cooperation to try to fight these two forms of hatred together in some way?
So the sad fact is, when we see a rise in anti-Semitism, rises in Islamophobia, racism, misogyny, and other types of hate are not far behind. And in order to fight other forms of hatred, we have to come together and fight anti-Semitism. Right? At the end of the day, while so much of the public discussion, especially online, is focused on dividing communities, we know that the only way to protect any community is for people to come together and reject hatred. Because it is that hatred that actually, at the end of the day, does not discriminate. And we need to do a much better job working together to fight that.
And you're right, so often they come together, right? They're interwoven, those forms of hatred. Oren Siegel, we appreciate the work you do, and we appreciate you joining us tonight.
Thanks, Jim.
Well, Iran has been looming over this crisis since the beginning. Of course, its long-term financial and military support for Hamas, but also its ties to other proxies in the region. Hezbollah to the north, proxies in Iran and in Iraq and Syria that have attacked U.S. forces as well. Iran's president has said that Israel has now crossed red lines in Gaza. Coming up, we're going to hear from my colleague Diana Rodriguez's interview with the Iranian foreign minister. That's right after this break. Please do stay with us.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
Get help reaching your goals with JP Morgan Wealth Plan, the digital money coach in the Chase mobile app. Use it to set and track your goals, big and small, and see how changes you make today could help put them within reach. From your first big move to retiring poolside and the other goals along the way, Wealth Plan can help you get there. JP Morgan Wealth Management.
We really don't want people to think of feeding food like ours as spoiling their dogs. Good, real food is simple. It looks like food, it smells like food. It's what dogs are supposed to be eating. No living being should ever eat processed food for every single meal of their life.
It's amazing to me how many people write in about their dogs changing for the better. The farmer's dog is just our way to help people take care of them.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
Fall calls to us. The season to enjoy life's simple pleasures. Cool days and crisp nights settle in. A smokeless bonfire, inviting all to gather round. Because it's here. Among brilliant hues of orange, crimson, and gold, when some of life's best memories are made. Solo Stove, the official fire pit of fall.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
You should Angie that.
Angie what?
Angie that. It means connecting with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well, so you can focus on the important stuff. It means seeing millions of ratings and reviews, so you can feel confident. It means comparing quotes or booking at an upfront price, so you can choose the best price for you, because we want everyone to get the most out of their homes. Get started today at Angie.com.
Millions of people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test, and the reviews set us apart. We're Super Beats by Human, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Now at select Sam's Clubs and other leading retailers.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
If you're over 50, imagine you could turn back the clock on your stiff, achy joints by years.
On tour, I can't let sore joints hold me up, so I use Instaflex Advance. It's restored my joints without just temporarily masking my symptoms, and without scary side effects. I told my whole crew they have to try it.
Get a complimentary sample just like texting yoga. To 321-321, Instaflex Advance targets the root cause of joint soreness and stiffness with a unique combination of 5 key natural ingredients found nowhere else. Key ingredients backed by 5 clinical studies.
Instaflex Advance is so powerful. I had better knees in just 1 week.
Instaflex Advanced is the #1 selling joint brand at GNC, but you can only get your complimentary sample at texting yoga. To 321-321. Plus, text now. It will include a tube of Instaflex pain cream for fast-acting relief in the pain of arthritis, backaches, and sore muscles, absolutely free. Text YOGA to 321-321 today.
I'm Gustavo Valdez in Acapulco. This is CNN.
Iran's hand has been visible throughout this conflict. Of course, its long-term support, military and financial, for Hamas, who carried out those horrible attacks on October 7th, but also its deep influence with other proxies in the region. Hezbollah to the north, which has been exchanging fire with Israeli forces multiple times a day over the last several days, really since the October 7th attacks, as well as Iranian-backed proxies that have taken shots at U.S. forces in Iraq and in Syria, and Iran-backed Houthi rebels that launched missiles, which the U.S. said were attempting to go towards Israel, intercepted by a U.S. destroyer off the coast of Yemen. In the midst of this, my colleague Bianca Golatriga had the chance today to sit down with the Iranian Foreign Minister, Hussein Amir Abdullahian, to ask him about his country's role in all this. Have a listen.
I want to talk about your time in New York, because you spoke at the UN, and I want to quote what you said for our viewers. You said, "I say frankly to the American statesmen, we do not welcome expansion of the war in the region, but I warn, if genocide in Gaza continues, they will not be spared from this fire." Is that a threat? Is Iran prepared, really, to go to war against the United States?
ببینید
ما به دنبال گسترش
We don't want this war to spread out.
But with all due respect, your actions don't seem to match your words. You say that you are playing a constructive role in helping peace and security, but according to the Pentagon, groups affiliated with Iran have targeted U.S. forces or bases in the region at least 15 times now. Since October 17th, injuring at least 20 U.S. military personnel. A U.S. carrier strike group shot down 15 drones, 4 cruise missiles fired by Iran-backed Houthi militants in Yemen that was aimed towards Israel. President Biden said this yesterday. He said,
any attack that is carried out in the region, and if the U.S. interests are targeted by any group, linking into the Islamic Republic of Iran without offering any piece of proof is totally wrong. You see, 2 weeks ago, I was in Iraq, also in Syria and Lebanon. I could see up close and personal that the people of the region, they were very sensitive about the developments in the Palestine. They were angry. They are not receiving orders from us. They act according to their own interest. And also, what happened, what was carried out by Hamas, it was totally Palestinian. They decided to take responsibility for that.
The Iranian foreign minister there saying that it does not control those groups, which it has long backed in the region, those Iranian proxies, as they get involved to some degree in what appears to be an expanding conflict, or at least has the danger to be so on so many fronts here. We'll continue to watch this front here in northern Israel, where Hezbollah has been launching artillery across the border into Israel, and we've also witnessed fire tonight from Syria into Israel as well. Please do stay with us. I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and we'll be right back after a short break.
CNN Heroes is brought to you by Cosentyx Secukinumab. See how real patients are finding real results at Cosentyx.com.
My plaque psoriasis was so bad, I couldn't get my hair done.
My psoriasis was all over.
Then my joints started hurting. Found out it was psoriatic arthritis. Who knew they could be connected? For me, Cosentyx works on both.
5 years and counting.
Did you know people with psoriasis on the scalp have a 4 times higher risk of developing psoriatic arthritis, which if left untreated can lead to permanent joint damage? Cosentyx works on all of this and helps stop further joint damage.
Talk to your doctor. Find something that works for you.
Serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
Cosentyx.
Still working for me.
Find relief that can last. Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
Wow. Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
This auto shop needs a small business loan fast to hire more help. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
So I think it's pretty significant that my ancestors were once enslaved here and now we own this property. Our farm has been here for over 158 years, passed down over 3 generations. What I learned from my father was hard work and dedication. It's what was instilled in me. It taught me how to really appreciate the land that we work on and how important it is that I'd be able to carry that legacy on to the next generation. Farms like mine are innovating and creating jobs in the community, and Joe Biden gets that. The Biden administration is building us the infrastructure that we need, expanding high-speed internet, investing in rural communities. To have a president that understands the value of what we do, that means everything to me. With Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, I'm building a better life for my family and future generations.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message.
Ian will find the true meaning of the holiday sweater.
I will?
Because he went to Michael's and got everything he needed to make a one-of-a-kind crew neck you could never get off the rack. Turn ideas into I did it.
The old guard think they can keep out the new people with impunity. Don't worry, I have a plan.
The war is heating up.
I'm not surprised.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted.
What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Scream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boo.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
Sold for less than $20.
I got this KitchenAid stand mixer for only $56.
I got this barbecue smoker for $26.
And shipping is always free. Go to DealDash.com right now and see how much you can save.
When Lila was ready to sell her ring, she sent it to Worthy, where they took care of everything and auctioned it on her terms. Then, Worthy sent Lila her money. You're worthy of more. Get started at Worthy.com.
I'm Priscilla Alvarez at the White House, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Page Publishing. Want to publish a book? We'll review your manuscript for free.
If you've written a book, Page Publishing can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you.
Call 800-563-0741.
Communities in Illinois and Florida are reeling today after a pair of shootings at separate Halloween events left 2 dead and more than 30 injured. In Chicago, 15 people were shot at a Halloween party on the city's west side early Sunday. 2 are in critical condition. And in Tampa, Florida, police say a fight between 2 groups during Halloween festivities resulted in 2 deaths and 16 people hospitalized early this morning. Police say at least 2 gunmen opened fire as hundreds of people were out in the streets in that Ybor area. Just moments ago, police announced they arrested a 22-year-old suspect in the shooting. Tyrell Stephen Phillips has now been charged with second-degree murder, and police say they continue to look for more suspects. And in the wake of this week's deadly shooting in Lewiston, Maine, the White House is dispatching an official within its gun violence prevention office to that state. The Serene community there is in mourning after 18 lives were lost in a mass shooting on Wednesday. And tonight a vigil will be held in Lewiston to honor the victims. It follows Saturday's candlelight vigil in nearby Lisbon, another community in southern Maine impacted by the terrifying ordeal. They were finally able to gather after a manhunt for the gunman ended when his body was found Friday night with a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
Our community has been under lockdown for a few days now. Helicopters, and it felt like every police agency in the world was here. Last night after the press conference and, them letting us know that, there was a start to some closure, the amount of relief that I felt, I knew everyone else in our community and our sister community of Lewiston felt. And I decided at that moment, listen, we need to do something, because I'm not the only one feeling this. I needed that sense of community, of family, now that this shared event was over.
Last Wednesday, for the victims, it was an ordinary night out. Some enjoying a meal, others playing in a cornhole tournament. And among those killed, a married couple, a father and son, and members of the deaf community. And now that they are able to grieve together, the communities can return to the focus being on their lost loved ones. CNN's Jason Carroll shares more about the lives they led before that tragedy.
Moments after the shooting began at Smenji's Bar and Grill restaurant, there were those who sprang into action, putting themselves into harm's way to try and save others and stop the gunman. Leroy Walker Sr. says his son Joey grabbed a butcher's knife and went after the gunman when he was shot and killed.
Loved by many, loved by myself,
and he would love back to everybody. So I know he would do such a thing to try to save lives and not let somebody hurt the people that he loved.
Also killed at the bar, Artie Strout. He leaves behind 5 children. Brian McFarland was there too. He and other members of the deaf community had gathered at the bar for a cornhole tournament. His sister, who is also deaf, told me the shooting has left her family and the deaf community with a deep sense of loss.
You know, I want people to know how big this has impacted the deaf community, that, you know, we've lost 4 community members, not only just Brian. Well, we've lost 3 other friends as well from this tragic incident in this community. It's a huge loss.
Another tournament participant, 39-year-old Peyton Brewer-Ross, was killed. He leaves behind a daughter who had just turned 2. Joshua Seal was there for the tournament as well.
Our state has been largely successful in mitigating the spread of COVID-19.
He gained attention as an interpreter for Maine's governor during the COVID-19 pandemic. His employer, Pine Tree Society, said in a statement he was a husband, a father of 4, and a tireless advocate for the deaf community. A few miles away from the bar at the bowling alley, more victims and more reports of heroic acts, like that of Michael Deslaurier II. His father says his son and his son's friends since childhood tried to protect women and children. He says they made sure their wives and several young children were undercover when they charged the shooter. Both men were killed. Tricia Ashland worked part-time at the bowling alley and tried to call 911 when she was killed. 18 lives now gone. Leroy Walker says his way forward is through faith and forgiveness.
I can't hate this person. I've been taught different than that, I hope, anyways. And I believe in a lot, and I have to feel that way. You can't run around this world hating people. If you do, these kind of things will happen more and more.
Jason Carroll, CNN, New York.
Thanks so much, Jason. Hello again, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm Frederica Whitfield, and we're monitoring several new developments in Israel's war against Hamas. A short time ago, Israeli military officials updated the number of hostages held in Gaza. They now say there are 239 people who are being held captive from the Hamas terror attacks 3 weeks ago. With the safety of those hostages a top priority, today Israeli forces continue their advancement into Gaza amid a new expanded phase of this war. Gunfire and explosions were heard across Gaza today. The IDF says airstrikes hit more than 450 Hamas targets in just the last day, including command centers, observation posts, and missile launch sites. They are also seeing dramatic developments at Gaza's second largest hospital. The Palestinian Red Crescent says nearby Israeli shelling caused extensive damage, even as 12,000 Gaza civilians are currently sheltering there. And today, President Joe Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Egyptian President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi about the need to protect civilians and to provide humanitarian assistance. Their conversations come as U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan warned there is an elevated risk of the conflict expanding into other parts of the region. Sources tell CNN the UN Security Council will hold an emergency meeting tomorrow about Israel's ongoing ground invasion. Meantime, more humanitarian aid is slowly making its way into Gaza. Today, another 10 aid trucks were able to pass through the Rafah border crossing. Let's go now to CNN's Jeremy Diamond, live in Ashkelon, Israel. Jeremy, what more do we know about Israel's military advance inside of Gaza?
Well, Fred, more than 48 hours after Israel launched this expanded ground operation inside the Gaza Strip, fighting is still ongoing between Hamas militants and Israeli troops in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. What has become clear over the last day is that Israeli forces are proceeding quite cautiously. They are not bulldozing into town after town, but rather they appear to be focusing on trying to take out some of these hardened Hamas positions at the entrance to some of these towns and cities in the northern part of the Gaza Strip, recognizing the fact that if Hamas planned those terrorist attacks more than 3 weeks ago with such careful planning and sophistication in order to surprise the Israeli military, that they also prepared for the entrance of ground forces inside of Gaza. And so while the last 2 nights we heard very intense aerial bombardment of the Gaza Strip, the most intense and sustained air campaign that we have heard in these 3 weeks of war, tonight we have been hearing less intense aerial bombardment. Still some sporadic airstrikes taking place, but the focus right now, it appears, is on tank fire and ground battles between Israeli forces and Hamas militants inside the Gaza Strip. More than 450 targets have been targeted by Israeli forces over the last day. And as we prepare to head into the 4th day of operations inside the Gaza Strip by these Israeli forces, we are also learning of the toll that this war is taking on Palestinians inside of Gaza. Nearly 8,000 have now been killed, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health, and about 3/4 of those are believed to be vulnerable populations, according to the Palestinian Ministry of Health. That includes the elderly, women, and children. At the same time, we are learning of more humanitarian aid starting to make its way into the southern part of the Gaza Strip. Israeli forces continuing to encourage civilians to leave northern Gaza and head for the south. But what we do know, Fred, is that even in the south, Israel has continued to conduct some airstrikes, but they are insisting that more food and water will be allowed into the southern part of the Gaza Strip. Telecommunication services appear to start to be restored in parts of Gaza after they were shut off in the early hours of that Israeli ground offensive inside of Gaza, but still a very tenuous situation. And this ground operation that we have been watching over these last 48 hours only set to expand from here. Fred?
All right, Jeremy Diamond in Ashkelon, Israel, thank you so much. As Israel launches hundreds of airstrikes, it says, are aimed at Hamas targets, civilians say they are being caught in the middle. Scott McLean has more on the impact of the airstrikes on Gaza.
There isn't much left of the Bilal bin Rabah Mosque in central Gaza. The building was flattened by an overnight Israeli airstrike. People inside the neighboring apartment blocks weren't spared either. Roofs were ripped right off, everything now covered in a pale shade of gray. More than a dozen were killed and more injured, according to medical staff at the local hospital, where outside the bodies of those killed are wrapped in white sheets and marked with their names. Both the IDF and the Israeli Prime Minister have renewed calls for civilians to urgently evacuate northern Gaza. The apartment buildings next to the mosque were filled with people who had heeded those warnings, believing central Gaza would be safer. There were no warnings at all, this survivor says. We have seen the entire thing collapsing on us. We didn't know exactly where the hit was. We started running to get our children out. It's a miracle they survived. This man said there were no warnings. It was a strong airstrike. The people pulled us from underneath the rubble and took us to the hospital. CNN has reached out to the IDF for comment. Israel said that overnight some 450 terror targets were hit, and say that some strikes were directed by troops now on the ground inside Gaza. This was the aftermath of one of those strikes on a family home in Han Yunis in southern Gaza. A desperate scramble to move slabs of concrete, hoping to find survivors. Instead, they found at least one body. By daybreak, the urgency has gone. A pile of rubble is all that's left. Hospitals already at the breaking point are only getting more overwhelmed. In Deir al-Balah Saturday, doctors operated on this boy on the floor. Palestinian Red Crescent now says that Israeli authorities called Al-Quds Hospital in Gaza City twice with a clear and direct threat that the hospital must be evacuated at once. Otherwise, the Red Crescent holds full responsibility for the lives of everyone inside. That amounts to hundreds of patients and thousands more people taking shelter. Israel says it called more than twice since the war began and says the Hamas is shielding themselves inside hospitals. Foreign aid is entering Gaza at a trickle. The desperation apparent in this video of people ransacking a UN warehouse carrying out bags of food. It may be a temporary lifeline for those people, but the UN calls it a worrying sign that civil order is starting to break down. The situation in Gaza only gets worse. Scott McLean, CNN, London.
All right, thanks so much, Scott. Coming up in the CNN newsroom, Hollywood is saying goodbye to a longtime friend, Matthew Perry. What the Friends creators are saying about his sudden passing next.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from one serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger. I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
Wow. Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new Ab-EX from Sono Bello.
After my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back. I had this stomach overhang that made me self-conscious.
Emotionally, it was really sad. Feeling good up here, but you look down and you don't.
After having my babies, it went a different direction. From here, it went to here, and I just couldn't get rid of that.
Introducing Ab-EX from Sono Bello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just 1 visit.
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime.
And I finally got the flat stomach I wanted.
I'm able to get back in my size 8 jeans. I feel sexy, I feel confident.
It feels good to feel good and look good.
The mommy belly is gone.
Schedule your free, no obligation consultation and find out how you can get $250 off instantly. Call 1-800-889-4396 or go to sonobello.com.
I was a teacher for 30 years, and today I'm a grandmother of 9. Technology is essential to our everyday lives, and that's why I'm concerned about our foreign adversaries' influence over the internet. Our adversaries believe in censorship and control. That's not the future I want for my grandchildren or yours. Congress needs to protect our democratic values and strengthen, not weaken, American technology.
Attention Medicare beneficiaries. This is an important message for everyone on Medicare. Attention everyone on Medicare. Today we are talking about 2024 Medicare Advantage plans. If you don't have a 2024 Medicare Advantage Part C plan, call now because there may be a Medicare Part C plan with additional benefits available in your zip code. Right now is the Medicare annual enrollment period. You can call now to see if there are any changes to your current Medicare plan in the upcoming year or find out if you're eligible to enroll in a Medicare Advantage plan with additional benefits. Everyone on Medicare is encouraged to call. Call now and a licensed insurance agent can look up your plan and see if there are any changes to your current plan in the upcoming year. Call now during the Medicare annual enrollment period. Part C plans can change every year. Don't wait. Call before the Medicare annual enrollment period ends on December 7th for your free, no obligation 2024 Medicare benefits review. Call 800-608-0087. 800-608-0087.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand, so they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
I like to say that Sarah Vital has given me a new normal. Within, I'd say about 2 to 3 weeks, I already started to see changes.
I'm such a believer that it truly can change your quality of life.
You know, I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
Order now, because we're letting as many women as possible try Serovital for 90 days, absolutely risk-free. Go to tryserovital.com for your risk-free trial.
Introducing Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultimate with cycle-sync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
Today, fans and friends of Matthew Perry are paying tribute to the actor who died yesterday at the age of 54. His career included numerous TV shows and movies, but it's his unforgettable role as Chandler Bing on the hit show Friends that made him a household name.
Okay, Chandler Month, there's only one banana nut muffin left.
Oh, well, order mine first.
Yeah, but I'm so much faster.
Give it to me.
No.
Give it to me!
Okay, you can have it.
There you go, enjoy your coffee.
That was there when I got here.
The LA Times says Perry was found unresponsive in his hot tub. His body is now at the Los Angeles County Medical Examiner's Office and an autopsy is pending. Let's bring in now Camila Bernal, who has been covering this story. Camila, what have you learned?
Hey, Fred. So LAPD saying through sources that no foul play is suspected here, but this is obviously now in the hands of the LAPD. They are the ones that are investigating his death. The 911 call yesterday came in at 4:07 p.m. and it was for a water rescue emergency. At 4:10, it was the LAPD who got to his house and then characterized it as a death investigation. As you mentioned, the LA Times reporting that he was found unresponsive in the bathtub, but no cause of death has been reported at the moment, and normally a complete autopsy and toxicology report could take several weeks. Now, the family did release a statement saying that they were heartbroken, and I want to read part of that statement where they said, "Matthew brought so much joy to the world, both as an actor and as a friend. You all meant so much to him, and we appreciate the tremendous outpouring of love." This is someone who wanted to be remembered as a person who helped others, and it's part of the reason why he shared his struggles with addiction. He made it so public through his memoir that was released in November of 2022, and he was candid on interviews. He was emotional and specifically said that he was doing this in part to be relatable, to help other people who were going through these same struggles. He also said in interviews that he wanted to be remembered as someone who lived well, someone who loved well, and also as a seeker. Of course, many of us remember his acting career. He started out with small roles and then got more prominent roles, but really it was Chandler and Friends that made him famous. This was a cast that was all very close, off-screen and on-screen, and we still have not heard from the cast members, but we are hearing from so many others here in Hollywood who say this is a huge loss for the industry, who have said they are heartbroken, shocked, because no one was expecting his death at just 54, and so people are, of course, mourning his loss and remembering the many moments that he left behind on TV and on Friends as he made us laugh with his, of course, very funny, very sarcastic character that so many of us can still watch today thanks to the replays and, of course, the movies and other shows that he was on, Fred.
All right, Camila Bernal, thank you so much. Let's bring in entertainment reporter Elizabeth Wagmeister. Elizabeth, I mean, this is tough. Now you've got the creators who have come out with a statement, about Matthew Perry, and I mean, they're heartbroken.
They are. This was a very tight-knit group, the cast, of course, but also the creators. It is a rare victory in television to even get on the air, let alone to be on for 10 seasons and to be one of the most successful shows. So this really was a family, and the creators, they are saying they are heartbroken. In their statement, they say that once they met Matthew Perry, there was nobody else who could play Chandler Bing. They knew that it was him and only him, and I think that millions of viewers around the world would agree with that, having watched the show and being longtime fans of the show. Now, the creators, they have released a statement today, but the main cast has not said anything yet. We have not heard from Lisa Kudrow, Courtney Cox, Jennifer Aniston, Matt LeBlanc, David Schwimmer. I do anticipate that we will hear from them, possibly in a joint statement, since they are so close. But we've heard from some other cast members. Morgan Fairchild, who played Matthew Perry's on-screen mom, released a statement, as did Maggie Wheeler, who played Janice on the show.
And again, Elizabeth, we still don't know the cause of death, but people, feel a real connection with him because he has talked openly, about his struggles with addiction. He did so in his recent memoir. And Billy Bush, host and managing editor of Extra, spoke to CNN last night after news of Perry's death. And take a listen to what he said.
Instantly, I thought, oh no, how horrible. And then I started thinking about what a difficult life he led. He struggled so much off camera. For a guy who was so effortless on camera, his timing and his good nature, always just upbeat and quick. And then you realize it's the exact opposite when he's not. I mean, he just struggled so hard with painkillers and addiction. And I think, we're hearing there's no foul play. But immediately you think, what wear and tear that poor heart of his took.
And Elizabeth, I mean, he was very open about his struggles with variations of substance abuse since he was a teenage kid. I mean, he talked about it openly. Why did he feel that he needed to share that with people and how he might be able to make a difference for others?
This is one of the most heartbreaking pieces of how Matthew Perry's story ultimately came to an end. It was just a year ago, and Fred, almost a year ago to the date, Matthew Perry's memoir was released on November 1st of last year. We're, of course, almost at November. He released this memoir because he said he wanted to help people, and he really did just that. He helped so many. We're seeing a lot of outreach and outpouring from Hollywood. Viola Davis is one of the people who's released a statement, and in her statement, she referenced how many people he helped through his book, and he did not hold anything back. He spoke in detail about what he went through, even saying that when he looks back at friends, he can tell what he was on, whether he was abusing alcohol, whether he was abusing pills, based on his weight in the show.
And while, he has allowed people to have dialogue and perhaps even get help themselves because of his personal story, really what resonates too is the character that he helped bring to life on Friends. I mean, talk to us about how that resonated and connected with people.
Absolutely. You're absolutely right that his legacy is going to be for helping people, but also for the work and the character on this show. Friends is one of the most highly viewed shows around the world. People are just discovering it. There are kids and teenagers who are just watching Friends for the first time today because they're watching it streaming on Max. So his character, his talent is going to be around for years and years to come. And when you watch him, of course that whole cast was incredible, but he really was the heart and soul of the show. I remember a few years ago, I was covering a panel with the creators, the ones who released that heartbreaking statement today, and they actually shared a story, which I'm going to let you in on a little tidbit here. They released a story that said, originally in the script, Monica, who's played by Courtney Cox, and Chandler, of course, Matthew Perry's character, they were supposed to be a one-night stand. This was not written as a couple, but people loved this couple and gravitated towards them so much, obviously very much in part to Matthew Perry's character, that they realized that this couple had to be there to stay.
So what do you suppose, how are his fellow cast members, handling this when they do decide, to share, their thoughts on how they're feeling? Do you believe it will be collectively, through a kind of statement thing, or do you think they'll present themselves about how touched they are by Matthew Perry and how devastated they are about his passing?
I think they absolutely are devastated. These are real friends, and it's not just somebody that they worked with for a moment in time. This was like a family, and we know that the family of the cast of Friends was really there to help Matthew Perry. So for all of us at home, where we had no idea what was going on until he came forward with this in his memoir, they knew all along. There's a story that Jennifer Aniston went to Matthew Perry's trailer and said, "We all smell the alcohol. We all know what's going on. What is going on here? Let us help you." So you can imagine, to put yourself in their shoes, they were trying to help him for all these years. Now, of course, we do not know the cause of death at all, but this is a man who was not in the best of health, who was very open about his struggles, and to be gone at the young age of 54 is sudden, it is shocking, I can only imagine how devastated they are.
Right, very stunning. Elizabeth Wagmeister, thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, the White House says President Biden stressed the need for humanitarian assistance in Gaza and protecting civilians during a call today with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. More on that straight ahead.
You're giving me a good feeling.
We tell the stories that matter most.
You're giving me a good feeling. Yes, you do.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN. Introducing Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry, burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultimate with cycle-sync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
When you've tried everything.
I was getting chemical peels, bleaching creams.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it. I've tried everything.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door. The spot cream is 10 times more potent than over-the-counter and prescription alternatives, so you'll finally see a difference.
My skin looks amazing.
It's amazing.
I'm a loyal customer forever.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
There are more identity threats than you realize. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
My most important kitchen tool? My brain. So I choose new Nariva Ultra. Unlike some others, it supports 7 brain health indicators, including mental alertness, from one serving to help keep me sharp. Try new Nariva Ultra. Think bigger.
Millions of people have put Super Beats blood pressure support supplements to the test, and the reviews set us apart. We're Super Beats by Human, the only #1 doctor, pharmacist, and cardiologist recommended beat brand for heart health support. Now at select Sam's Clubs and other leading retailers.
If there's pain when you try to poo and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. #2 should be easy to do.
Trust Colace to soften stools with no stimulants for comfortable relief.
MLB chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions to not only enhance the fan experience, but to advance how the game is played. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
I belong here.
You may think I don't fit in,
That I don't look the part.
but to me, curling is more than a sport.
It's my community.
Together, we can sweep away the barriers
Create spaces where we all belong.
and experience the joy of curling. I belong here.
We belong here. We unite, and united we curl.
Discover crisp morning air. Flavors of the Spice Trail. Peaceful places. Encounters with nature. And so much more. From forest trails to our urban center, West Coast warmth is ready to welcome you. Leave the cold behind. Now is the perfect time to discover Surrey.
I'm Jake Tapper in Tel Aviv, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
Welcome back. President Joe Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu today. It's the first call between the two leaders since Israel expanded its war against Hamas. This comes as some lawmakers in Biden's own party today are criticizing the United States position in this conflict.
We have to recognize that our credibility and our authority on the moral stage is greatly diminished
if we do not also call out these this siege that Israel is launching on Gaza as violations of international law. The president and the United States is absolutely responsible because we also have been the largest military backer of aid to Israel.
Yeah.
We need to be able to question where U.S. taxpayer dollars are going.
CNN's Kevin Liptak is in Wilmington, Delaware, where the president is spending the weekend, Kevin. So White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan today refused to say the administration supports the way Israel is going about this war. So what does that mean?
Yeah, I mean, this is all indicative of this fine line that the White House, that President Biden have been walking throughout this conflict, really demonstrating this staunch support for Israel's right to defend itself, but behind the scenes asking what they call are very tough questions of how they are approaching this, what their objectives of an expanded ground offensive would be, trying to ascertain what they hope to achieve. And you did hear some of that in Jake Sullivan's interview today. He said that even though Hamas is using civilians as human shields, that does not negate the responsibility of Israel to protect civilian lives as it goes about this expanded ground invasion, to uphold international humanitarian law. And you did see some of that buzz behind the scenes earlier today, over the past several days, I should say, as well, as the U.S., I'm told, applied pressure on Israel to restore connectivity in Gaza after cell connections went out, after the internet was out. That was an important priority for the United States as they work with Israel in this conflict going forward. Frederica.
All right. Kevin Liptak, thank you so much for that. All right, while the Republican field of presidential candidates continues to shrink, the front-runner just held a campaign rally in Iowa. Hear what he has to say about the dwindling field of challengers when we come right back.
We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon!
There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to OnDeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Relapsing MS isn't the only thing I have going on. That's why my doctor and I chose Kesimpta. Kesimpta is different. It's the only B-cell treatment for RMS I can take at home once a month. Kesimpta was proven superior at reducing the rate of relapses, active lesions, and slowing disability progression versus Aubagio. For me, a once-monthly treatment just works for my schedule.
Don't take Kesimpta if you have hepatitis B, and tell your doctor if you have had it, as it could come back. Kesimpta can cause serious side effects, including infections. While no cases of PML were reported in RMS clinical trials, it could happen. Tell your doctor if you had or plan to have vaccines, or if you are or plan to become pregnant. Kesimpta may cause a decrease in some types of antibodies. The most common side effects are upper respiratory tract infection, headache, and injection reactions.
When I'm ready, I spend less than 1 minute a month taking Kesimpta. How I spend the rest of my time is up to me.
Ask your doctor about treating RMS with Kesimpta.
When every second counts, ADT self-setup with video verification helps police respond faster, so you get help sooner. You can even request help with just a tap.
We have a verified alarm.
All clear, all clear. So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
The Chase Inc. Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
Like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart ideas.
A brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
Even the most chilled parents know when it's time to go into protect mode. Nothing kills more viruses on more surfaces than Lysol disinfectant spray.
What you're seeing today is a successful eye surgery. And this, the dedicated hours of virtual training that made it happen. Academic advancements are being achieved every day through collaborative hands-on learning. Upskilling careers, now made possible through immersive environments. Crucial engine maintenance, perfected in simulated training settings. Coming back from an injury with training designed to sharpen skills and improve performance. These are the ways the metaverse is being used every day, today.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
Get more without paying more with TracFone, like more monthly data at the same price, plus unlimited carryover and unlimited talk and text on America's most reliable 5G network. Visit TracFone.com or participating retailers to switch now.
I love my Knicks. I could not live without them.
Having period underwear makes life so much easier.
I don't think I could ever go back to just using pads and tampons. Just throw them in the laundry and it's super easy. Knix. Knicks.
All right, just moments ago, Donald Trump wrapped up a campaign rally in Iowa. Today's event comes one day after his former Vice President Mike Pence dropped out of the 2024 Republican presidential race. Trump's campaign event also happens as the former president is mired in multiple legal battles and is taking heat for his criticism of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who is in the midst of war with Hamas. CNN's Jeff Delaney is at that Trump rally. So, Jeff, what is Trump focusing on today there?
Well, Frederica, the former president just finished his remarks here, and largely a similar recitation to what he does through really what have been about 8 consecutive rallies throughout the month of October in Iowa, trying to make the case that, yes, he has a commanding lead in this race, but clearly going after his rivals as well. Interesting, though, the crowd barely responded when he delivered some mocking criticism of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley.
It's like a wounded bird falling from the sky. Oh, there he is. It's Ron DeSantis. He's falling beautifully from the sky. It's a beautiful thing to watch because I got him elected. Does anybody know who Bert Brain is? He said, yeah, you can have it. I will never run against our president. He's one of the greatest presidents we've ever had. I will not run against our president under any circumstances.
So even though Mr. Trump has a commanding lead in this race, it is clear which candidates are now on his mind. And that tells you a lot about the state of the race here, with a little more than 2 months before the Iowa caucuses open this Republican presidential nominating contest. The crowd did respond and applaud and cheer when the former president went after President Joe Biden, talking about inflation, talking about his handling of immigration at the border, and events around the world. But it was interesting, Frederica, on those Republican rivals, the crowd was largely silent. Some told me it's out of respect for them, and some are, quite frankly, still shopping around potentially to other candidates as well. But the former president, I would say, to use one of his words, a fairly low-energy speech here today in Sioux City, coming after a weekend of campaigning for him. Of course, he also talked about his indictments and saying they're not coming after me, they're coming after you. That, of course, has been a familiar refrain we've heard from him throughout the course of this campaign year. Fred?
Did he have much to say about the fact that his former vice president is dropping out?
In fact, he didn't mention that at all. And that was sort of interesting as well, because we are seeing this Republican field reshaping at least a bit. But the former president made zero reference to Mike Pence, who, of course, was serving alongside of him for 4 years and now has been running against him. But he did talk about him briefly yesterday in Las Vegas, but he made zero mention of him here in Iowa, which certainly was a choice. And it seemed to be an interesting one to me, Frederica.
Yeah. All right, Jeff Delaney, thank you so much. We'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
With Circle, your water is deliciously flavored at the turn of a dial with 0 sugar and 0 calories. And Circle has over 40 flavors, so your water can be as unique as you are. Try Circle, your water, your way. Now with even more flavors. Available at Walmart or drinkcircle.com.
Numbers move you, but some can stop you in your tracks. Like the tens of thousands of people who were diagnosed with certain HPV-related cancers. For most people, HPV clears on its own. But for those who don't clear the virus, it can cause certain cancers. Gardasil 9 is a vaccine given to adults through age 45 that can help protect against certain diseases caused by HPV, including cervical, vaginal, vulvar, anal, and certain head and neck cancers, such as throat and back of mouth cancers and genital warts. Gardasil 9 doesn't protect everyone and does not treat cancer or HPV infection. Your doctor may recommend screening for certain HPV-related cancers. Women still need routine cervical cancer screenings. You shouldn't get Gardasil 9 if you've had an allergic reaction to the vaccine, its ingredients, or are allergic to yeast. Tell your doctor if you have a weakened immune system, are pregnant, or plan to be. The most common side effects include injection site reactions, headache, fever, nausea, dizziness, tiredness, diarrhea, abdominal pain, and sore throat. Fainting can also happen. Help protect what counts. Talk to your doctor or pharmacist about Gardasil 9.
5 billion people lack access to safe surgery. Thousands of children are suffering and dying from treatable causes. For 40 years, Mercy Ships has deployed floating hospitals to provide the free surgeries these children need. Join us. Together, we can give children the hope and healing they never thought possible. It's a mission powered by love, made possible by you. Give today.
My little family is me, Aria, and Jade. Just the 3 of us girls. Look here, this way. I never thought twice about feeding her kibble, but about 2 years ago, I realized she was overweight. She was always out of breath. That's when I decided to introduce the farmer's dog to her diet. It's just so fresh that she literally gets bubbles in her mouth. Now she's a lot more active. She's able to join us on our adventures. We're all able to do things as a family.
Get started at betterforthem.com.
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips White. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
So much whiter. Crest.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
Do you toss and turn all night and wake up tired and achy? Then you need the Contour Swan, ergonomically designed to cradle you from head to toe, as it helps align your spine for the best night's sleep of your life. Look, the Contour Swan supports your back, shoulders, head, neck, arms, hips, knees, ankles, and feet. Plus it stays cool and hugs you so you won't toss and turn. And it helps align your head at the perfect height, taking pressure off your shoulders and arms, and prevents your knees from touching.
Sleeping with all those pillows, my back hurts. But with the Contour Swan, when I wake up in the morning, I feel great.
My snoring disappeared. I wake up, I'm rested, I have a full night's sleep. It's fantastic.
Order now, and you can get the Contour Swan, all for 2 easy payments of only $29.99, complete with washable mesh cover. We'll even ship it for free. So don't delay. Order the Contour Swan today.
This is CNN, the world's news network.
Small communities near the Gaza border are arming themselves to ensure the October 7th attacks don't happen again. CNN's Rafael Romo spoke with a father and daughter who say they used to be advocates for peace with the Palestinians, but now they aren't so sure.
This is the shelter.
For several long and agonizing hours, Eli Sur and his family hunkered down in their home shelter, built to protect them from air missile attacks. Afraid and unknowing that atrocities were being committed outside on the ground by hordes of attacking terrorists.
If you close it,
the emergency door, meant to be life-saving for families, can be deadly when holding it closed against militants.
and they shot with the AK-47.
They shot through the door.
Yeah, through the door. So it was, people got hurt, got killed because they hold the handle like this.
A problem that he has since solved with a 2x4.
you put it like this, and the Hamas cannot come inside.
The IDF says the response to the attacks was a military failure.
It's a military failure that we will have to look into, but it's a military failure that will create the possibility for a much better future.
Now communities are taking the future into their own hands. Sur says he was one of 5 men who organized themselves to protect their moshav, or Jewish settlement, of about 700 people located just a few kilometers from the border with Gaza, after police and soldiers in his community were called to the front lines.
So that was it? 5 men in charge of security for this community?
Yeah.
With pistols?
With pistols. We cannot do nothing against AK-47, but that's what we had.
The entire Sur family survived the Hamas terrorist attacks of October 7, but the emotional wounds are extensive.
I don't know if I can deal with this situation anymore.
Eli Sur's 27-year-old daughter Gaia says she always believed peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians was possible.
I'm always talking about peace and to be okay with them, to live with them. But after that I learned that maybe there's no people there that want peace with us.
Gaia has friends who were killed by Hamas. She can't begin to understand the hatred behind the brutal attacks, but she also finds no hope in trading an eye for an eye.
I don't know. This is not our culture. This is not what my parents taught me. To be happy that Palestinians dead. Never, never.
Missiles being fired by Hamas right above their heads doesn't help. And this is a situation the families who live here near the border with Gaza face on a daily basis, sometimes hour by hour. This is the way it has been.
And at the end of this war, all of those deserted communities around Gaza, the kibbutzim that have been burnt and ruined, they will flourish again, and there will again be the sound of Israeli kids playing in their backyards.
The Sur say the terrorist attacks have shattered any hope they had for peace.
Can you make a distinction in your mind between the Palestinian people and Hamas?
I was one of the people that said that the Arabs want to, not all Arabs are bad, they want to live with us. Now I'm not so sure about it.
Do you want to still live here? Do you want to stay after everything that
I'm going to die here. I'm going to die here. I have a lovely plot in the cemetery.
For some Jewish families who live along the border with Gaza, the October 7 terrorist attacks mark a before and an after. But they say the hard lessons they learned that tragic day about protecting themselves will only make them stronger and ensure their survival. Rafael Romo, CNN, at the Israeli border with Gaza.
And nearly 8,000 people have now been killed inside Gaza. That's according to the Palestinian Health Ministry, drawing on sources inside the Hamas-controlled enclave. The region has been pummeled by Israeli airstrikes after Hamas killed more than 1,400 Israelis and kidnapped more than 200 on October 7th. The main United Nations relief agency inside Gaza today saying recent lootings of its aid supplies are evidence of growing hunger and desperation in the enclave. And this morning, CNN's Jake Tapper pressed White House National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan on Israel's decision to send troops inside the Gaza Strip.
We can go back however many years people want, whether they want to start in the Hashemite Kingdom or the Ottoman Empire or 1948 or 1968 or 1973 or 2000 or 2008, whatever they want to start the conversation, we can start. But if we want to start on October 7th, we can start on October 7th. And the bottom line is, as far as the IDF is concerned, the government of the country next door invaded, killed 1,400 of their citizens, and went back, and they have a right to take out that government. That's how the IDF sees it. And I get that the Biden administration is on board. My question is the IDF going about this the right way? Do you think they're going about this the right way?
What we believe is that every hour, every day of this military operation,
The IDF, the Israeli government, should be taking every possible means available to them to distinguish between Hamas, terrorists who are legitimate military targets, and civilians who are not. And I'm not going to react to every strike, every move that they make. What I'm going to say is that is our principle, that is our advice to them, that is what we are communicating, and we continue to do that at the highest levels. The president will speak again with the prime minister in a few hours' time today, and he will continue to reiterate the United States' position on this issue. It is clear, it is straightforward, and we believe that it is rooted in the fundamental laws of war.
CNN's Jemana Karache has more on the brutality of life for civilians inside Gaza.
It's hard to believe this was Gaza just a few weeks ago. Little Noor dressed in his finest, dancing with his brother at a wedding. His mother Wissal still can't believe her boy is gone. He was holding my hand as I took him to make him a sandwich, she says. He didn't get to eat it. Shrapnel cut through his neck. He's now in heaven. God give me strength to deal with this. The airstrikes that took 6-year-old Noor and other relatives left her with injuries all over her body and the unbearable pain so many Palestinian mothers are having to endure. There's a void in my heart. I can't even cry, she says. I really want to cry, but the tears are not coming out. Why can't I get it out? I want to cry for my little boy. Recovering at hospital, she just wants to get back to her 3 other children, now homeless, sheltering at a school. Hell is raining down on Gaza. Israel says it's going after Hamas and doing what it can to spare the innocent, but it is the innocent who are paying the heaviest price. In the few hospitals still barely standing, those pictures are too graphic for us to show, but faces here tell of the horrors they've survived and this living nightmare they can't escape. 3-year-old Judy hasn't uttered a word in 16 days. She won't eat or drink, her father says, still in shock, with a piece of shrapnel lodged in her head. What did these children do? We have nothing to do with the resistance, he says. They're just targeting Palestinians. They're killing children because they're Palestinian. To them, we're not humans. They don't know if she'll be able to walk again. Judy is one of the lucky ones, if one can call them that. She still has her father by her side. Baby Arwa keeps asking for her mom. She's too young to understand, her uncle says. Arwa's lost her mother, her brother, and her sister too. She shows the camera her ouchie. In every corner of every hospital, so many heart-wrenching stories of loss so hard to comprehend. Derin only wakes up to cry, her aunt says. In a room with her 7-year-old brother, Kinan, the two were the only ones to survive an airstrike that killed their mother, father, brother, and dozens of their extended family. Kinan doesn't say much these days. He asks me if we have internet here. He says, I want to call mommy and daddy, his aunt says. Doctors in these overwhelmed hospitals say every day brings a constant stream of children with no parents, a flood of injured they just don't have enough to treat. With the little they have, they do what they can. But how do you begin to deal with so many going through so much? CNN, Beirut.
Impact Your World is brought to you by We Are 8. Social media for the love of people and planet. Now go to cnn.com/impactyourworld to see ordinary people doing great humanitarian work and learn how you can help.
Social media has changed us. The Our generation is waking up. We Are 8 is our force for change, where authenticity is more important than trends, and positivity is the only influence, where we control what feeds our mind, not some algorithm. And the real game changer? On 8, brands pay you and charities to drive positive change. So join us on We Are 8 and share the love with people and our planet.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are
are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
To give your teeth a dentist clean feeling, start with a round brush head, add power, and you've got Oral-B. Round cleans better by surrounding each tooth to remove 100% more plaque for a superior clean. Oral-B, brush like a pro.
This auto shop needs a small business loan fast to hire more help. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
Want a flatter, tighter tummy? Then check out new Ab-EX from Sonobello.
After my pregnancies, my body just never bounced back. I had this stomach overhang that made me self-conscious.
Emotionally, it was really sad. Feeling good up here, but you look down and you don't.
After having my babies, it went a different direction. From here, it went to here, and I just couldn't get rid of that.
Introducing Ab-EX from Sonobello. Remove fat and lose excess skin permanently in just one visit.
I got the tummy tuck results without the tummy tuck downtime. And I finally got the flat stomach I wanted.
I'm able to get back in my size 8 jeans. I feel sexy, I feel confident.
It feels good to feel good and look good. The mommy belly is gone.
Schedule your free, no-obligation consultation and find out how you can get $250 off instantly. Call 1-800-889-4396 or go to sonobello.com.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
Wow. Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts.
Have fun.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
The old guard think they can keep out the new people with impunity. Don't worry, I have a plan.
The war is heating up.
I'm not surprised.
The Navy League of Canada is welcoming new cadets to join our youth program for 9 to 12-year-olds. Navy League cadets discover the thrill of the sea and the joy of lifelong friendships. Develop leadership skills, discipline, and resilience that will shape their future. Visit our website or call us today to learn about the exciting journey of Navy League cadets and the oceans of opportunities. Ask a parent before going online. The Navy League of Canada, empowering the leaders of tomorrow.
HPV is a virus that typically has no signs and symptoms, and it's spread via sexual activity. Unfortunately, condoms aren't giving us full protection from HPV. There's still those other body parts that are touching. HPV can stay asleep in a person's body for up to 40 years before it wakes up, and it's linked to a long list of cancers.
The HPV vaccine is a cancer prevention tool. We know it is very safe, it is very effective, and it's giving you long-term protection against cancer.
I'm Warren Lieberman at the Pentagon, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands.
Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing. Add insider prices, new every day. Hurry, they'll be gone in a flash. Designer sales at up to 70% off. Shop Gilt.com today.
All right, this just into CNN. The Los Angeles Medical Examiner is indicating additional investigation is required in Friends star Matthew Perry's death. Let's bring in Camila Bernal, who is joining us now from Los Angeles. So what do they mean? Hey, Fred. So the online record now shows deferred as the cause of death. And so according to the guidelines here, if there is no conclusion when they have an autopsy, then what this means is that additional studies are completed. And so what this essentially means is that we'll likely have to wait more time as they continue these investigative steps and studies. We do know that the LA Times is reporting this as an accident. They said his body was found unresponsive in his hot tub, but of course we are waiting for the LA Police Department to give us details on their investigation and their findings of exactly what happened. So we'll both have to wait for the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, which appears to be saying that they need
just more work in terms of their investigation here to let us know exactly what the cause of death was. And usually to get a complete autopsy and toxicology report, it takes a couple of weeks here. So we will likely be waiting a few more days, maybe weeks, before we get answers to exactly what happened after this 911 call was made yesterday at around 4:07 p.m. It was for a water rescue, and then it was LAP who responded at 4:10 and indicated that this was now a death investigation. So there's a lot of steps here, a lot of questions to be answered, and we continue to press LAPD and, of course, continue to ask the medical examiner's office to give us updates on exactly what is happening here. But at the moment, his death is being labeled as deferred, which again means that more investigation here is needed, Fred.
All right. Camila Bernal, thank you so much in Los Angeles. And thank you so much for... All right, thanks so much for joining me today. I'm Frederica Whitfield. The CNN Newsroom continues with Jim Acosta and Wolf Blitzer right now.
Good evening. You are live in the CNN Newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. My colleague Wolf Blitzer is live for us in Tel Aviv, Israel. Tonight in Gaza, the sun goes down and the sky lights up. As Israel continues its aerial bombardment of Gaza, the IDF says its airstrikes hit more than 450 Hamas targets in just the last day. The targets, command centers, observation posts, and missile launch sites. Israel's ground offensive marches on. Israeli troops appear to have advanced over 2 miles into Gaza, according to a CNN analysis of video published by an Israeli media outlet. Iran's president says Israel has, quote, crossed the red lines, end quote.
Earlier today, President Biden spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Their phone conversation comes amid a very stark warning from the president's national security advisor, Jake Sullivan. He says there is an elevated risk, his words, elevated risk of this conflict expanding across the region. And quoting him once again now, the risk, he says, is real. And we are now seeing this new remarkable video from the southern Russian Republic of Dagestan. Russian authorities say a crowd, some waving Palestinian flags, forced their way into an airport after a flight from Tel Aviv landed earlier today. Russian state media says the crowd was protesting the Israel-HAMAS war. I want to bring in CNN's Nick Robertson. He's joining us right now. He's in Sderot, Israel, not far from Gaza. Nick, it's just past midnight here in Israel where you and I are. Tell our viewers what the latest is. What are you seeing? What are you hearing?
Yeah, Wolf, the day was relatively calm compared to the past 2 days. It's still artillery strikes. Still, we were seeing Apache gunships in pairs flying towards Gaza and hearing heavy machine gun fire, but not as intense as the previous 2 days. The air activity, fighter jets over us, that has picked up over the past hour or so. We've seen quite a few flashes on the horizon, quite a few impacts coming from Gaza, so it does seem as if the sort of military momentum, not as strong as it was, but it's still very present. And interesting that the new position that we believe the IDF has reached inside of Gaza, 2 miles inside of Gaza, is quite close to the coastline there. And when you kind of look at the map and track back to the border with Israel there, it really, the troops have come through, it appears, sort of beach and farmland. They've avoided so far the sort of dense urban areas where there are a lot of civilians, and of course that was something President Biden was talking about with Prime Minister Netanyahu today, urging again caution about civilian casualties. So this place that it appears the IDF has reached, they may have gotten further by now, we don't know, does appear to be an area a little bit away from the dense civilian populations.
You know, it's interesting, Nick, and I mentioned this just a moment ago. We're seeing multiple videos coming in of large crowds storming an airport in Russia after the arrival of a flight from Tel Aviv. I know you're working this story for us. What more can you tell us?
Wolf, I find this very interesting for a number of reasons. One is the airport there in Dagestan in Makhachkala. I was there 10 years ago. The reason I was there because it was right after the Boston Marathon bombing, and the bomber's family came from that region. It's a region that has some strong Islamist undertones, which means the Russian security services in that region are very strong. So I'm surprised, therefore, in a region of Russia where the security services are strong, that the security at the airport could be breached. And of course, I'm doubly surprised because the timing of this apparent security breach there at the airport in Makhachkala comes just after the Israeli Foreign Ministry called in the Russian ambassador here to discuss why Russia had not unequivocally condemned Hamas's attack on the 7th of October. Because just a couple of days ago, the Foreign Ministry officials in Moscow were entertaining Hamas leaders, having discussions with them. Now, the Kremlin said those Hamas leaders never got into the Kremlin, but clearly Israel is upset. Israeli officials are upset with the Russian position on this, and having called in the ambassador to give him something of a dressing down, it seems. Now you have this odd reaction in Makhachkala in Dagestan. Very troubling, and an indication of just how the outfall of the actions here by Hamas in Israel are really affecting such a broad swath of the world, Wolf.
Certainly is very disturbing indeed. And you look at that video, you see the anger in that crowd attacking people getting off that Israeli plane that landed in Dagestan. And Nick Robertson, stand by. We're going to get back to you soon. I want to bring in CNN's Sarah Seidner. She's here with me in Tel Aviv right now. Let's talk a little bit about this. This is very disturbing. The Israelis have been hearing about this attack on the folks coming off this Israeli plane in Dagestan, and they're really, really nervous. It's very scary what's going on.
Yeah, it gives you some sense of just how much this has riled people up, people who have been watching what has been happening here across the world. I mean, yes, it's happening there, which is a bit unusual, but we have, of course, seen this across, especially the Arab world. We've seen it in all of the states next door to Israel. We've seen it in Egypt. We've seen people explode in the streets. We've seen it in Jordan, and we've seen this happen in Lebanon, and now you're seeing this, which had to be extremely frightening for those who were getting off that plane. And they were specifically, if you listen to the video and you have someone translate for you, they're looking for Israelis. They are specifically trying to find them, and you know, they're on the attack there, and you see that's an airport that is filled with people who are extremely angry about this flight landing there in Dagestan. So yeah, this is just another consequence of the reaction that you're getting from people as the bombardments happen in Gaza.
Very disturbing for Israelis who are thinking of traveling to various countries right now when you see these attacks going on in a place like Dagestan right now. Let's get through some other issues while I have you, Sarah. I know that it was pretty extraordinary today. The Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, actually apologized, said he was sorry for a comment that he posted. Who's to blame for Israel's failures in not anticipating the Hamas attack on October 7th?
There are two fascinating things and unusual things. One, I think it was Saturday, he posted on Twitter, or formerly known as Twitter, he posted and blamed the head of the Israeli intelligence, military intelligence, and he blamed the Shin Bet for the failures of giving the intelligence to the Prime Minister's office, and basically blamed them for failing the people here because of the Hamas attack on October 7th. And then we saw today he reversed that. He apologized for doing it. And I also think it's interesting because we were sitting here yesterday while he was talking and gave his press conference, and then a reporter asked him, do you take responsibility? Is this basically your fault for not knowing this was going on? And he said he did not take the blame for it, but he said there were definite failures that happened and we'll have to look into them, but first we have to deal with the war at hand. So he acknowledged that there was a serious intelligence failure, but it is highly unlikely that you would do this in public. You would blame your intelligence agencies and then turn around and apologize and take it down.
Yeah, he was blaming the military intelligence and the Shin Bet, which is the domestic intelligence, sort of like the FBI. He didn't mention the Mossad, the foreign intelligence, but he did mention the Shin Bet specifically, and now he's saying, let's wait until after this war is over. There'll be a full-scale commission of inquiry, and we'll learn from exactly what happened to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's what he was saying.
That is exactly right. But all of it being put out in the public is highly unusual, especially when it is directly linked to the Prime Minister's office. Sometimes you'll hear this through sources, but you rarely will get something this strong during an official war that's put out to the public. So, there was blowback, by the way. I mean, part of the apology came after there was a huge response from people wondering why he would do that at this point in time.
There's a lot of concern that what's going on in this war between Israel and Hamas could expand dramatically. The Iranian president said Israel has, quote, crossed the red lines in Gaza, and which may force everyone to take action. So there's a threat of this war potentially escalating big time. And I want to play a clip. Jake Sullivan, the president's national security advisor, was on with Jake Tapper earlier today, and he said this. Let's listen.
If American troops are attacked by Iran and its proxies, we will respond. We did respond. If attacks continue, we will respond. And I think the Iranians understand our message. And we, of course, are taking every measure necessary to protect our forces, to increase our vigilance, and to work with other countries in the region to try to keep this conflict that is currently in Israel and Gaza from spinning out into a regional conflict. But the risk is real, and therefore our vigilance is high, and the steps that we are taking to deter that and prevent that are serious, systematic, and ongoing.
Yeah, that was a clip from ABC News. He was also on with Jake on CNN as well. But there is enormous concern right now. You can feel it. I can feel it. We're both here in Tel Aviv. We're speaking with a lot of Israelis. Enormous concern that what's going on in Gaza could dramatically escalate.
Yeah, I mean, you heard it from Jake Sullivan right there, that if there is an escalation, the United States is going to jump into this, which will turn this into a major war. That was just warning people. That was just something that blew over there. It wasn't any kind of, it's very windy. But it's interesting because Bianca Golodriga was on Fareed Zakaria GPS today, and she talked to the foreign minister of Iran, and she asked him about this, and she really pressed him on, are you saying that the red line has been crossed and that you are willing to go to war with the United States? And his answer was, we don't want this war to spread. And then he stopped talking about, so he didn't sort of push this forward. He did not say yes. He sort of said, we don't want this to spread, and then kind of moved on to other things. So fascinating when pressed. The response was a bit different than the speeches that were made, by the way, at the UN, and what we saw from the president of Iran as well.
Yeah, the real concern, if you speak to Israelis, is that Hezbollah in Lebanon, which has thousands of rockets and missiles largely provided by Iran, they could start firing off those rockets towards Israel. They could even reach where we are here in Tel Aviv. They've got enormous capability as well. And if that happens, the Israelis are going to respond big time against Lebanon.
And that's what we heard from Netanyahu. That's what we heard from the defense minister. If they start in, then they are going to go after Lebanon as well. So they'll have a war on two fronts. But you can imagine that if there is a proof that Iran is directly involved, the United States is likely going to get involved in this, and this will turn into a regional conflagration.
We're going to have more on the U.S. moving troops, including a couple thousand Marines to this area, closer and closer to Israel, closer to the action. There's enormous concern in Washington, as well as here in Israel as well. Sarah, don't go too far away. We're going to continue our analysis of what's going on. Coming up, what the U.S. says it is doing right now to get Americans out of Gaza. We're going live to the White House. More of our special coverage from here in the Middle East when we come back.
This bakery needs new equipment fast to keep up with demand. So they're going to OnDeck, the online lender that makes it easy to choose your loan and, if approved, get funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
How white do you think your teeth really are? Let's try the tissue test. Oof, still yellow. Whitening toothpaste can only do so much.
There's toothpaste white and there's Crest 3D White Strips white. They whiten like a $400 professional treatment.
So much whiter. Crest.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them.
Wow. Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
She runs and plays like a puppy again.
His number two's perfect. He's a brand new dog all in less than a year.
When people switch their dog's food from kibble to the farmer's dog, they often say that it feels like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's simply fresh meat and vegetables with all the nutrients dogs need, instead of dried pellets. Just food made for the health of dogs, delivered in packs portioned for your dog. It's amazing what real food can do.
Having more energy for me means I want to go out and do more with my life. With Cerevital Advance, I wake up refreshed. I have the energy to travel and live the life I want. And people thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. Cerevital Advance helps me live a beautiful life.
Cerevital Advance is an award-winning supplement Adulta. Go to trycerevital.com for your risk-free trial. Just call 800-719-6260 or visit trycerevital.com.
What you're seeing today is Dr. Renee Badreau completing a successful eye surgery and the dedicated hours of training in virtual reality that helped make it happen, allowing her to practice surgical techniques to increase access to quality care through immersive environments. These are the ways surgeons with Fundamental VR and Orbis are using the metaverse today.
Introducing Finish Ultimate, engineered for the toughest conditions. Dry burnt-on stains, old dishwashers, very hard water. New Finish Ultimate with cycle-sync technology helps deliver the ultimate clean.
Every parent knows when it's time to go into protect mode. Adding Lysol laundry sanitizer kills 99.9% of illness-causing bacteria detergents leave behind. Clear is good, sanitized is better.
I was stuck. Unresolved depression symptoms were in my way. I needed more from my antidepressant. Vraylar helped give it a lift.
Adding Vraylar to an antidepressant is clinically proven to help relieve overall depression symptoms better than an antidepressant alone. And in Vraylar clinical studies, most saw no substantial impact on weight. Elderly dementia patients have increased risk of death or stroke, report unusual changes in behavior or suicidal thoughts. Antidepressants can increase these in children and young adults, report fever, stiff muscles, or confusion, as these may be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar, which can lead to coma or death, weight gain, and high cholesterol may occur. Movement dysfunction and restlessness are common side effects. Stomach and sleep issues, dizziness, increased appetite, and fatigue are also common. Side effects may not appear for several weeks.
I didn't have to change my treatment. I just gave it a lift.
Ask about Vraylar and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
All it takes is one missile, one airstrike to miss its target, or be too close to where you are. We're trying to stay strong, but we cannot help but feel hopeless and abandoned, given it's been 18 days and yet no concrete help from the State Department.
That was Abud Okal speaking with CNN earlier this week, along with his wife and daughter. The family of three from Massachusetts are among the hundreds of American citizens trapped in Gaza. CNN's Kevin Liptak joins us now live from Delaware. Kevin, what is the White House doing to bring these Americans home?
Yeah, the White House says that this is now an urgent priority. In fact, they say it's now on the same level of urgency as getting those hostages released from Gaza. And what they say they're doing is trying to talk to all of the players who are involved in this, Egypt, Israel, and Hamas, to try and find a way to get foreign nationals, including those hundreds of Americans, out of Gaza. But certainly that isn't necessarily solace to the Americans who are waiting and have been waiting for weeks to get some answers from the State Department. At one point, they were told to head south toward that Rafah crossing, but when they got there, the gates were closed and they haven't been able to get out yet. Now, earlier today, the U.S. National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, did talk to our colleague, Jake Tapper, and explained a little bit of where this process stands. Listen to what he said. The Egyptians are prepared to allow American citizens and foreign nationals to come through the Rafah gate into Egypt. The Israelis have no issue with that. Hamas has been preventing their departure and making a series of demands. I can't go through those demands in public, but that is the subject of the discussions and the negotiations that are ongoing.
So certainly not a lot of answers about what Hamas is looking for in these negotiations, but it was interesting the president also spoke earlier today with the Egyptian president Abdel Fattah al-Sisi. In that conversation, they made the point that Egypt would not take Palestinians if they were to leave Gaza, that if they were displaced. So certainly Egypt willing to take foreign nationals, but not necessarily Palestinians, as it concludes these talks with the U.S., Jim.
And Kevin, the White House has repeatedly refused to criticize Israel's strategy in Gaza. How is the White House balancing support for Israel and these growing humanitarian concerns?
Yeah, it's certainly a fine line, and you saw that play out in the president's phone call with Prime Minister Netanyahu earlier today. The president reinforcing in that call Israel's right to defend itself and its right to respond to the Hamas terror attacks, but also emphasizing and underscoring the need to adhere to international humanitarian law to protect civilians. And you've seen this play out over the last several weeks. President Biden certainly very staunch in his support for Israel in public, but behind the scenes, White House officials saying very tough questions are being asked about what Israel's intentions are, about what it hopes to achieve in this ground offensive. And in fact, I'm told that over the last several days, the U.S. did apply pressure on Israel to restore internet connectivity in Gaza. That was a very important step in the eyes of the Americans so that people in the Strip could get information out and so people could communicate with people who are still stuck in Gaza. So certainly a very fine line. And I think one thing that the president is probably expecting, and we can probably expect, is growing pressure from the progressive left in the United States with the president to say more and do more about what we're seeing on the ground in Gaza. Certainly the president has talked about the need to protect civilian lives, but that hasn't necessarily gone far enough for some of his Democratic allies, Jim.
Yeah, Kevin, that connectivity in Gaza is also critical for journalists to get reports out of Gaza as to what is going on, for independent objective reporting out of Gaza as well. Kevin Liptak there in Wilmington for us. Thanks so much. Coming up, Israel says it struck Hezbollah military infrastructure in southern Lebanon. Its reasoning ahead.
New York is where society puts itself on display. The old guard think they can keep out the new people with impunity. But nothing stays the same forever. Please.
We can't back down, or we'll lose control of everything we've spent our lives building.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
The war is heating up.
I'll take my leave before you start handing out weapons.
Why am I not surprised?
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief. Lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
For your most brilliant smile, Crest has you covered.
Nice smile, Brad. Nice. Thanks.
Crest 3D White, 100% more stain removal. Crest.
When your gut is out of balance, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating, gas, or abdominal discomfort, help stop the frustration and start taking Align every day. Align Probiotic was specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional digestive upsets, so you can enjoy life. When you feel the signs, it's time to try Align.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
Once retired, Marcus decided, I will never again work for another man or woman. I've abandoned my corporate phone plan, and I'll get a new plan with Consumer Cellular for up to half the cost.
Let's go, birds.
When freedom calls, we're here to answer.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October,
Trick or treat!
spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted.
What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
Hello. Welcome.
You mind my cheese, huh?
Yokoso.
Cheers. Please,
Let's go. Let's go.
I'm Rafael Romo in Ashkelon, Israel. This is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by InventHelp. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now. 800-710-0020.
As Israel continues its expanding ground operations in Gaza, the situation to the north of Israel in Lebanon is also heating up in a major way. Israel now says it struck several Hezbollah targets in Lebanon over the past 24 hours, taking out what the Israel Defense Forces say are Hezbollah military compounds and observation posts. CNN's Ben Wiedemann is joining us now from Beirut in Lebanon. Ben, what do we know about the latest attacks, first of all launched from Lebanon against various targets in Israel?
Well, we know, for instance, that one group called the Israel-HAMAS, which seems to be a Sunni Lebanese group affiliated with Hamas, did fire rockets in the direction of Kiryat Shmona, which is an Israeli community just on the other side of the border with Lebanon. Hezbollah, for its part, also launched a variety of strikes. They also say they were able to shoot down an Israeli drone with a surface-to-air missile. Now, as you said, the Israelis responded. The Israeli military has put out a series of videos showing hits on buildings and other targets that they say are part of Hezbollah's military infrastructure. And today it does seem in the afternoon it was more intense than it has been on other days, keeping in mind, Wolf, that Hezbollah started to fire into Israel on the 8th of October, just one day after Hamas's surprise attack on Israel. And on a daily basis, there's been fire back and forth between Israel, Hezbollah, and these other groups along the border between the two countries. Wolf?
Very disturbing developments indeed. And amidst all of this, Ben, sources are now telling CNN that the United Arab Emirates will seek what they're calling an immediate humanitarian pause resolution over at the United Nations Security Council. Tell us more about why this potentially is very significant.
Well, it's a binding resolution that they're trying to work out with other members of the UN Security Council. The UAE is the only Arab member, a temporary member, on that Security Council. Now, they're asking for an immediate humanitarian pause in the fighting in Gaza, followed by additional pauses if the first one actually goes into effect. However, previous draft resolutions for a humanitarian pause were vetoed by the United States. The United States sending a rather unambiguous message. For instance, we heard from John Kirby, the spokesman for the for the White House Security Council, saying that as far as Israel's operation in Gaza goes, in his words, there are no red lines. Wolf?
I'm interested, Ben, you're in Beirut right now, the capital of Lebanon. How concerned are Lebanese officials about potentially a huge war erupting between Israel and various targets in southern Lebanon to begin with. How concerned are they about this war widening that could include major targets inside Lebanon?
They're very concerned. Certainly what we've heard from officials in Beirut is that the last thing they want is a war with Israel. The problem is officials in Beirut don't have much control over Hezbollah and other groups that are firing into Israel. But already the effects of the skirmishes, the tensions along the border are being felt. At least 29,000 people have fled to safer ground further north. And of course the worry is that if Lebanon gets dragged into another war with Israel, it could be a repeat or much worse than what we saw back in 2006. The Israelis have for a long time made it very clear that if there's another round of serious fighting, a war between Hezbollah and Israel, that in the words of the defense minister of Israel prior to this current conflict, he said if Hezbollah launches another war with Israel, Israel will bomb Lebanon back to the Stone Age. Wolf?
Very, very disturbing developments, very worrisome developments for all of us who've covered the Middle East over these many, many years, like you and I have been. Ben Wiedemann, stay safe over there. Thank you very, very much. Jim, back to you.
Ultra-Orthodox Jewish men are often exempt from military service in Israel, but now many are volunteering for duty after the October 7th Hamas attack. Here's CNN's Sarah Seidner with that. All right, we'll get this report right after this break. Stay with us. Still ahead, Mike Pence is out of the running for the Republican nomination. He's repeatedly faced anger from his former boss for refusing to block the certification of the 2020 election. Police officer Harry Dunn, who defended the Capitol on that day, has just written a book about that experience. He joins me live in just a few moments. Stay with us for that as well as Sarah Seidner's very important report on her reporting there in Israel. We'll be right back.
Morgan Stanley is partnering with the Women's Tennis Association to remove boundaries. Because this game is for everyone.
Try killing bugs the worry-free way, not the other way. Zevo traps use light to attract and trap flying insects with no odor and no mess. They work continuously, so you don't have to. Zevo, people-friendly, bug-deadly.
Pano AI chooses T-Mobile for Business for 5G solutions because T-Mobile helps Pano AI innovate so they can stop the spread of wildfires. Now's the time to see what America's largest 5G network can do for your business.
People thinking my daughter is my sister, that never gets old. With Ceravital Advance, I wake up refreshed.
Ceravital Advanced is an award-winning beauty supplement at Ulta. Get started today at ceravital.com. We need a small business loan fast.
I got this.
Loan Falcon! There's a better way to get a fast small business loan. Go to ondeck.com, and if approved, get your funds as soon as the same day. Your loan is on deck.
My frequent heartburn had me taking antacid after antacid all day long. But with Prilosec OTC, just one pill a day blocks heartburn for a full 24 hours. For one and done heartburn relief, Prilosec OTC, one pill a day, 24 hours, zero heartburn.
Vicks VapoStick provides soothing, non-medicated Vicks vapors. Easy to apply for the whole family. Vicks VapoStick and try Vapo Shower for steamy Vicks vapors.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
If there's pain when you try to poo and going sometimes feels like you push through a pineapple or two. Colace is the brand you need to soften stools, we're all agreed. Number 2 should be easy to do.
Colace Clear soften stools for comfortable relief. No dyes or preservatives.
This couple spent 10 more minutes in bed thanks to Roman. With Roman, you can take care of erectile dysfunction conveniently and discreetly. Because sometimes everything else can wait. Get started at ro.co/Roman.
You're in a hurry.
I'm off to America's Best. I heard what you said about not overpaying for glasses.
2 pairs and a free quality eye exam starting at just $79.95.
The exam alone is worth
$59.
I mean, people deserve breaks, right?
Yeah, breaks. Book an exam today at americasbest.com.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The cookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
From pep in their step to shine in their coats, when people switch their dog's food to the farmer's dog, the effects can seem like magic. But there's no magic involved. It's just smarter, healthier pet food. It's amazing what real food can do.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Sometimes Jonah wrestles with falling asleep, so he takes ZQL, the world's #1 sleep aid brand, for a better night's sleep. So now, he wakes up feeling like himself, the reigning Family Room middleweight champion. Better days start with ZQL nights.
How do I love thee? Let me count the ways.
Love can get a little messy. Good thing there's Resolve. Love the love, resolve the mess.
Ultra-Orthodox Jewish men are often exempt from military service in Israel, but now many are volunteering for duty after the October 7th Hamas attack. Here's CNN's Sarah Seidner with more.
Moti Leitner reads the Torah at least an hour every day. His family is one of the 1.2 million ultra-Orthodox Jews, or Hasidim, who live here in Israel. For decades, many in his community have fought against Israel's mandatory military service for every Jewish Israeli man and woman as soon as they turn 18. This year, the ultra-Orthodox tried to get a law passed to exempt them from having to enlist, a major source of friction in Israeli society. Then, October 7th happened.
Have you ever fired a weapon, picked up a weapon before? No. I never held a gun or something like this.
That is about to change.
In the few days, I will go to the Israeli army.
Leitner enlisted after the murderous attack by Hamas on men, women, and children in Israel. It completely shook us, broke all conceptions, he says. We thought we had the privilege to stand at the side and not be part of, and now we realize it's just not sustainable. He says most of the ultra-Orthodox here believe their jobs are to keep the Jewish religion alive and well, spending their days studying the Torah. The Israeli military reported between 2019 and 2021 only about 1,200 or so ultra-Orthodox Jews were conscripted annually. That's out of 12,000 potential applicants. Why did the Hasidim, the ultra-Orthodox, not want to serve in the army? The ultra-Orthodox people in Israel have an ethos according to which studying Torah gives the nation a metaphysical layer of defense, he says. But he says he cannot see how that is enough now, and he says he knows many other Hasidim feel the same. I personally sat in my living room and just cried for a day. We can't just go on with our daily lives. We said never again after the Holocaust, and if we want to be able to say that again to next generations and promise our children a sustainable future, we have to solve this issue. In Hebrew, this sign says, "Together we will win." It's very rare to see this kind of nationalistic language in ultra-Orthodox neighborhoods like this one in Israel. You're also seeing a lot of Israeli flags plastered all over the place. That just doesn't really happen during normal times. It gives you some sense that opinions among the ultra-Orthodox have changed. Leitner's wife's opinion has certainly changed, but she does worry about one thing.
I worry more if you don't know how to hold a weapon, and I also want to know how to. I want a license for a gun also. You know, we are not in Switzerland.
There is one one more difficult thing he has to do with his family before he goes to serve. Tell his children, Yehuda, Elizabeth, and Abigail, 9, 7, and 6 years old. They play oblivious to the changes they're about to experience at home due to war. Sarah Seidner, CNN, Beit Shemesh, Israel.
Switching gears, also tonight, the Republican 2024 presidential field is beginning to consolidate as some in the party hope to find an alternative to Donald Trump. His former vice president, Mike Pence, suspended his campaign this weekend after failing to gain traction among GOP voters. Perhaps the biggest reason why Pence refused to help Trump try and overturn the 2020 presidential election results. Officer Harry Dunn was on duty on January 6th as pro-Trump protesters broke into the Capitol that day. You'll remember his emotional testimony during the January 6 hearings.
Lobby near the rotunda, and some wearing MAGA hats and shirts that said Trump 2020. I told them to just leave the Capitol, and in response they yelled, "No man, this is our house." Then the crowd, perhaps around 20 people, joined in screaming, "Boo!" No one had ever called me a while wearing the uniform of a Capitol police officer.
And now Dunn is sharing his experience in his new book, Standing My Ground, and here with me to just talk about all of this is Officer Harry Dunn. Here with us in studio. This is his book right here. Harry, great to see you as always. I want to talk to you about the book in just a second, but you and I were chatting during the commercial break about this, so let's talk about it. Mike Pence dropping out of the presidential race this past weekend. What does it say to you that this decision to uphold the Constitution is somehow a negative for somebody running for president in the Republican Party? What do you think about that?
I think it just speaks to where we are as a nation. That there's no place. It's not my opinion. It appears there's no place for a person like Mike Pence within the Republican Party. Maybe he isn't extreme enough, and it's just an unfortunate. Don't get into it. I don't support Mike Pence for president, but it's just an unfortunate thing that you have to be extreme to be even a legitimate contender in the Republican Party. That's just what it seems like.
Yeah, and in your book, you write this about January 6th. I want people responsible for that day, including Trump and anybody else who conspired to breach the Capitol and try to halt our democracy, to pay a price just like we did. And of course, this past week you saw that ABC reported that Trump's former chief of staff, Mark Meadows, was granted immunity by the special counsel. What was your reaction to that? Is Mark Meadows one of these guys that you want to see pay some kind of a price, or is it ultimately Trump that you want to see pay?
Well, anybody responsible, whether that was Mark Meadows or not. I know in D.C. that Mark Meadows wasn't charged. I'm not sure the case down in Georgia. He was obviously charged with something, but plea deal or immunity. It makes me a little frustrated that people can just tell the truth and that just gets them out of trouble already once it's too late. Like, it's already too late, but now it's kind of like giving them a pass. I try to keep my comments about that a little because it makes me frustrated, but I can appreciate what it leads to. I just don't like the roadmap of how they get to getting the big fish, so to speak.
And is there a part of you that thinks that Donald Trump ultimately will be held accountable?
Well, so far he is being held to account with all the different charges that he's facing. But it's in the Justice Department's hand now, and ultimately the people's hands, because he's going to be judged by his peers. That's what he's going to be held accountable by. So it's up to them now.
And I'm sure you saw this. Louisiana Republican Congressman Mike Johnson was made the Speaker of the House this past week. He was one of the masterminds, you know this, of the effort to overturn the 2020 election results in the House of Representatives. He was one of the leading forces behind that. Are you concerned about him being the Speaker of the House?
You know what? That's how our democracy works. The people's House has a majority right now, and they're Republicans, and they elected them to represent their party. So all we can do is sit back and trust and hope that he represents the will of the American people. And we'll just sit back and just wait. But that's how democracy works. They elect the Speaker, and we'll just go from and see what happens. So.
Yeah. But is there a part of you, though, that worries what might happen after the 2024 election?
Yeah.
January 6, 2025. That day will come. You get into some of that in the book?
I do talk about that in some of the book. Like, one of the main things about accountability is a deterrent to keep things like that from happening ever again. And that's all we have right now is a little bit of hope. So accountability hasn't been had yet at the very top level. Yeah, they've been foot soldiers and, you know, but
you got guys like Mike Pence, did the right thing on January 6th.
Yeah.
Can't run for president. Mike Johnson worked to overturn the election results, became Speaker of the House.
That's why we need more good people out there fighting the good fight, so to speak. We need individuals, one, to care, and then two, make their voices heard at the ballot box. Your vote is one of the most powerful tools that us Americans have, and not just standing back, rage tweeting or whatever. Let's get out there and inspire people, and that's what I talk about in my book, how it's important for us to care about democracy and to participate in it.
Well, speaking of that, you posted this on X, formerly known as Twitter. I see there's going to be an open congressional seat in Maryland this week. This was about Congressman Sarbanes in Maryland deciding not to run for re-election. Anything you want to share with us tonight, Harry? Are you running?
No,
thinking about it?
Sure. I mean, it's an intriguing thought, sure, but I haven't given it much serious thought. I mean, what more of a way to continue a continuation of public service than to represent the people? But I'm focused on my job now as an officer, right? Don't get clear, I'm not ruling it out, but it's just not a decision I'm prepared to make at this time. But it's intriguing.
It's there.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking about it.
Sure.
All right. And you write in the book that you're still struggling with what happened on January 6th. You just said a moment ago, I'm still a police officer.
Yeah.
Is it hard to do this job, given what you've been through?
No. Yes. It's a nuanced answer. Yes, it's difficult because of, you know, you face the PTSD, the stress, the trauma from that day. But it's not difficult to do it because of why you're doing it. It's so much is riding on democracy and being able to protect and provide a safe area for the members of Congress to fulfill their congressional responsibilities is so important too, especially in this day and age we're living at with the political violence, the way that it is, the rhetoric that is just happening. It's even more necessary now to provide a safe space for members of Congress in either party, a safe environment to do the people's work.
Yeah. All right, well, Officer Harry Dunn, this is the book right here, Standing My Ground. You did stand your ground, and I guess we'll have to see where you're standing it next. So stay in touch on all those
Of course,
things.
definitely. Thanks for having me.
Officer Dunn, always great to talk to you. Thanks a lot. And go Dukes.
Go Dukes, baby.
All right. Coming up, much more on the breaking news in Israel. Also, celebrities and fans mourning Matthew Perry. This was just stunning news last night. Died at just 54 years old, best known for his role as Chandler on Friends. More on his life and legacy straight ahead.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Airwick's limited edition fragrances are infused with natural essential oils for authentic seasonal scents that fill your home with warmth and cheer.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
John, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
My A1C was up here. Now it's down with Rebelsis. His A1C?
It's down with Rebelsis.
My doctor told me Rebelsis lowered A1C better than a leaving-branded pill.
And that people taking Rebelsis lost more weight. I got to my A1C goal and lost some weight too.
Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis if you or your family ever had medullary thyroid cancer or have multiple endocrine neoplasia syndrome type 2 or if allergic to it. Stop Rebelsis and get medical help right away if you get a lump or swelling in your neck, severe stomach pain, or an allergic reaction. Serious side effects may include pancreatitis. Gallbladder problems may occur. Tell your provider about vision problems or changes. Taking Rebelsis with a sulfonylurea or insulin increases low blood sugar risk. Side effects like nausea, vomiting, and diarrhea may lead to dehydration, which may worsen kidney problems.
Need to get your A1C down?
You may pay as little as $10 per prescription.
When your gut is out of balance, your body gives you signs. So if you're frustrated with occasional bloating, gas, or abdominal discomfort, Help stop the frustration and start taking Align every day. Align Probiotic was specifically designed by gastroenterologists to help relieve your occasional digestive upsets, so you can enjoy life. When you feel the signs, it's time to try Align.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro-Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Dude, dog food in the fridge? It's not dog food. It's fresh pet. Real meat, real veggies. Real weird. He was bad luck anyway.
Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Guys, got hair loss? I know what you're thinking. Should I shave my head? Comb it over? Wear a hat? Just stop. This isn't 1970. Keep your hair and your confidence because Bosley, America's #1 hair restoration experts, can give you your real hair back permanently. Check them out because they're giving away an absolutely free information kit and a free gift card to everyone who scans this QR code. Dude, you don't have to look like your dad because this isn't your dad's hair loss treatment. People all over the country trust Bosley because they're ahead of the curve. They use the latest technology to give you your real hair back. And the best part, Bosley's permanent solution is protected by the Bosley Guarantee. Let them show you for free how awesome your hair could look with an absolutely free information kit and a gift card for $250 off. Scan the QR code. Don't wait. Scan the code now and ask about the Bosley Guarantee.
I'm Lauren Fox on Capitol Hill, and this is CNN.
Today, fans and friends of the actor Matthew Perry are grappling with the news of his sudden death. Perry, best known for his role on the sitcom Friends, was found unresponsive in his hot tub yesterday in Los Angeles. He was just 54 years old, and while his career included many TV shows and movies, it was his unforgettable role as Chandler Bing on Friends, the hit show that ran for 10 seasons that he was best known for.
There's only one banana nut muffin left.
Oh, well, order mine first.
Yeah, but I'm so much faster.
Give it to me.
No.
Give it to me!
Okay, you can have it.
CNN's Camila Bernal joins us now. Camila, I mean, what a loss. He was just one of those actors in the 90s that we all could relate to. It's kind of sarcastic, funny, but at the same time had a tragic life. It's just so sad that he's passed away. What more can you tell us?
A difficult life, Jim, but he said that he wanted to share his struggles because he wanted to help other people. I do want to give you an update in terms of the investigation, and last we heard about the cause of death. The medical examiner's office essentially signaling that they need more investigative steps to determine the cause of death. At the moment, they have updated that cause of death to reflect deferred, and what that means, according to the guidelines, is that more studies are needed. So essentially what that also means is that more time is needed. Of course, many of his fans want to know exactly what happened here. Because this was so sudden, a lot of people were left in shock, of course, saddened, and now remembering all those good moments that we saw as an actor, but also as a person.
Authorities in Los Angeles are still trying to determine a cause of death for Friends star Matthew Perry. Perry, who was 54, skyrocketed to stardom as the affable Chandler Bing on the sitcom Friends.
All right, fine. You know what? We'll both sit in the chair. I'm so comfortable.
Me too. In fact, I think I might be a little too comfortable.
All right.
Perry was found unresponsive Saturday in his hot tub, according to the Los Angeles Times, citing law enforcement sources. The news met with shock and sadness by fans and those who knew him.
Instantly I thought, oh no, how horrible. And then I started thinking about what a difficult life he led. He struggled so much off camera. For a guy who was so effortless on camera, his timing and his good nature, always just upbeat and quick, and then you realize it's the exact opposite when he's not. I mean, he just struggled so hard with painkillers and addiction, and I think, we're hearing there's no foul play, but immediately you think, what wear and tear that poor heart of his took.
In a statement, Warner Brothers Television Group, which is owned by CNN's parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery, wrote in part, "The impact of his comedic genius was felt around the world, and his legacy will live on in the hearts of so many. This is a heartbreaking day, and we send our love to his family, his loved ones, and all of his devoted fans." Perry struggled with addiction for many years, publishing a candid memoir titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing.
It was so impressive to hear because he had said at one point he was taking over 55 Vicodins a day, things that were just absolutely shocking to anyone who had just watched him on screen and of course not known him in real life. And one of the things he said that really, while he was on Friends, his cast really stepped in and said, "We need to help you."
An LA Fire Department spokesman telling CNN that a 911 call came in for a water rescue emergency around 4 p.m. Pacific time. A law enforcement source says that while no foul play is suspected, Perry's death remains under investigation.
Tell you what, when we're 40, if neither of us are married, what do you say you and I get together and have one?
Why won't I be married when I'm 40?
Oh, no. I just meant hypothetically.
And in many of the interviews that he did as while he was promoting his book, he spoke about those struggles, but also said he wanted to be remembered not just as someone that helped other people, but said he wanted to be remembered as someone who lived well and loved well. We have not heard from the cast of Friends. These were friends on and off camera, and we're waiting to hear what they have to say because, of course, this can't be an easy time for them at the moment. Of course, we'll keep you updated in terms of what that reaction is, Jim.
All right, Camila, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Coming up, we continue our coverage of Israel at war. The U.S. is now moving more assets to the region amid growing concerns about the conflict and whether it will expand. Those details ahead.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
ADT Self-Setup, featuring Google Nest products. Now you can easily install your system that's backed by ADT's 24/7 monitoring with no long-term contracts.
Have fun.
So you have a home with no worries. Brought to you by ADT.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. John, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
I like to say that Israel-HAMAS has given me a new normal. Within, I'd say about 2 to 3 weeks, I already started to see changes.
I'm such a believer that it truly can change your quality of life.
You know, I don't expect to look 38 at 58, but I do want to feel great, and I want to look great.
Order now, because we're letting as many women as possible try Serovital for 90 days, absolutely risk-free. Go to tryserovital.com for your risk-free trial.
These underwear are pee-proof and period-proof and sweat-proof. They're leak-proof underwear from NYX. Comfy and confident protection that feels just like normal. With so many styles and colors to choose from, switching is easy at NYX.com.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq is different and may help. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can dramatically relieve RA and PSA symptoms, including fatigue for some. It can stop joint damage, and in PSA, can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer. Death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Learn how AbbVie could help you save.
Teeth sensitivity is so common. It immediately feels like somebody's poking directly on the nerve. I recommend Sensodyne. Sensodyne toothpaste goes inside the tooth and calms the nerve down. And my patients say, you know, doc, it really works.
Viruses and bacteria float all around us. Unlike air fresheners, only new Lysol Air Sanitizer kills 99.9% of viruses and bacteria in the air. Because scent can't sanitize, Lysol can.
People in Canada live with chronic pain. It's a condition that can last for years and have serious impacts on both physical and mental health. That's why Pain Canada is uniting a national community to find support and to take action towards a common goal. A dramatically improved system of care and support for people with pain. Find practical resources and connect with our community at paincanada.ca.
I'm Zachary Cohen in Washington, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning is brought to you by Audiobook Network. Authors tell your story. Produce an audiobook with us.
Want to earn more profits and find a new audience for your published book? Produce an audiobook. We handle narration, production, and digital distribution.
800-753-8559.
Good evening. You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. My colleague Wolf Blitzer is live for us in Tel Aviv, Israel. We begin this hour with a reminder of the international tension stoked by what's happening in Israel and Gaza. We're now seeing this remarkable video from the southern Russian Republic of Dagestan. Russian authorities say a crowd, some waving Palestinian flags, forced their way into an airport after a flight from Tel Aviv landed earlier today. Russian state media says the crowd was protesting the Israel-HAMAS war. In Gaza City right now, an aid organization says nearby Israeli airstrikes have caused extensive damage to the second largest hospital there. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society says that's endangering the lives of patients. 12,000 displaced citizens are also sheltering there. Gunfire and explosions echo across much of Gaza as Israel's ground offensive advances. Israeli troops appear to have advanced over 2 miles into Gaza, according to a CNN analysis of video published by an Israeli media outlet. Meanwhile, rockets continue to be fired from Gaza into Israel.
Amidst all of this, Iran's president said today that Israel's offensive on Gaza has, quote, crossed the red line. His words, crossed the red line. This is not the first warning from an Iranian official of the potential for a much broader conflict. Earlier today, President Biden spoke with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Their phone conversation comes amid a stark warning from the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. He says there is an elevated risk, his words, elevated risk of this conflict expanding across the region, and, quote, the risk is real. I want to bring in CNN's Nick Robertson right now. He's joining us once again from Sderot in Israel, not far from Gaza. Nick, this time last night, you were surrounded by the sound of explosions. It was so worrying. What are you seeing tonight?
Yeah, Wolf, about 2 minutes ago there, the sirens went off for incoming missiles here, so rockets fired from Gaza in towards Sderot. We didn't hear any intercepts, we didn't hear any impacts. That was the second such siren in about 3 hours. So there are still rockets being fired out of Gaza today on this location and other parts of Israel as well. Fighter jets in the sky above me. We're still hearing detonations coming from inside of Gaza this evening in the past few hours. It's not as heavy as last night, not the tank fire, not the artillery fire. We're still hearing some Apache gunships, we've seen those through the day, but the tempo is down. We also know that the IDF has managed to get 2 miles into the northern end of Gaza, and from the location we believe where they planted a flag, raised a flag over a building, it was right on the coast there in the northern end of the Gaza Strip. So it appears as if they've avoided areas of dense civilian population, and of course this is a very important message from President Biden to Prime Minister Netanyahu today to avoid civilian casualties. And we're hearing calls from more and more UN agencies, one that looks after humanitarian relief and refugees inside Gaza, saying that the fabric of society is breaking down. Their warehouse overrun yesterday and food looted from it. The Agency for Children, Save the Children, is saying that they want an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. So the military operation slightly reduced in scale, it seems, but still underway. And growing international pressure on Israel to allow a humanitarian pause, to allow some sort of ceasefire, Wolf, but no indication at all that that is about to happen.
And as we've been reporting, Nick, and you understand this very well, you've been to Dagestan, we are also seeing these multiple videos of very angry crowds over there storming an airport in Dagestan, in the Russian Republic, after the arrival of a flight from Tel Aviv. Tell us a little bit more about that. And as I said, I know you've been there.
Yeah, it's deeply worrying for anyone from Israel, or for that matter, for the Jewish community around the world, because this is just, it appears to be yet another place where anti-Israeli, anti-Jewish sentiment is being expressed. What surprises me specifically about this incident today is how in a Russian republic that has a high security presence, and the last time I was in Mahachkala airport in Dagestan, which is where this happened, was following the Boston Marathon bombing in 2013. And that was because the bombers' families had come from there, and there was, we discovered, an undercurrent of radical Islamist behavior amongst a small element of the population, and a high Russian security presence in that area. So in an area where there is a high and strong Russian security prevalence, how could the airport itself today be stormed? It comes at a time today, shortly after Israel's foreign ministry here called in the Russian ambassador to ask him why Russia has not unequivocally condemned Hamas's brutal attack on the 7th of October. And to that point as well, foreign ministry officials in Moscow just a couple of days ago meeting with senior Hamas officials. So this sort of apparent security lapse in Mahachkala airport in Dagestan, allowing this flight from Tel Aviv arriving to be stormed by crowds, the timing raises questions. We don't have the answers, and of course, most of all, just deeply worrying and disturbing for Israelis, Wolf.
They're very disturbing, and it's interesting because of my conversation with Israelis here in Tel Aviv over the past, hour or two since we got word of this angry mob attacking this Israeli plane that landed in Dagestan. Israelis are complaining that it's not just anti-Israel statements that were being hurled at the Israelis who were on this plane, but it was anti-Semitic statements as well, and they're concerned about leaving the country right now, going to various places where there is not only increased anti-Israeli feeling, but anti-Semitic feelings as well. And I assume you've been hearing stuff along those lines where you are here in Israel.
Absolutely, Wolf. People are very concerned. They're concerned not just about their security here, but also worried about the reaction around the world that has not come out so strongly and condemned the actions of Hamas on the 7th of October, and the implications of what that means. Not just anti-Jewish, anti the state of Israel, but anti-Semitic, and it's deeply troubling, deeply worrying for Jewish communities all across the world. We can look at capitals in Europe where attacks on the Jewish community have gone up, and the community is forced to take steps to protect their own security at levels that would be unfathomable for the rest of the community. So absolutely, it is very, very deeply felt, and it's something people here do talk about, Wolf.
It certainly is very disturbing indeed. And Nick Robertson is stay safe over there, as I tell you every day. We'll get back to you soon. Jim, you're picking up our coverage.
Thanks, Wolf. Tonight, another U.S. military ship heading towards the coast of Israel. Pentagon officials tell CNN they're repositioning a Marine Rapid Response Force in the Mediterranean to be closer to the conflict. The move comes amid fears that the Israel-Hamas war could widen to include other countries. CNN's Oren Lieberman is reporting from the Pentagon for us. Oren, what are you learning?
Jim, we've been watching very closely the USS Bataan and the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, a Marine Rapid Response Force that has a number of mission-essential tasks, including special operations and, crucially, a non-combatant evacuation, known in military lingo as a NEO. Over the course of the past several weeks, it's been in the Middle East. It was initially making its way toward Israel, but was supposed to be off the southern coast in the Red Sea. According to 2 U.S. officials, that plan has now changed. It is still in the Red Sea, but now on its way north. It will go through the Suez Canal and into the Eastern Med, putting it very close to Israel and Jordan. This, as there is already a carrier strike group there, the USS Gerald R. Ford carrier strike group, and then the USS Dwight D. Eisenhower, which was initially heading for the Eastern Med, will be there for a bit, but will then make its way down into the waters of the Middle East. In fact, that is where the USS Bataan and the Marine Rapid Response Force are coming from. Now, why is this significant, other than it is an overwhelming show of force and a message meant to deter Iran and Iranian proxies from getting involved in this? Well, John Kirby, the Strategic Communications Coordinator for the National Security Council, early last week on Tuesday said it would be irresponsible and imprudent if the U.S. didn't plan for contingencies. Among those are possible evacuation of Israel and Lebanon if the situation deteriorates, and that's obviously a crucial if. We have seen some back and forth across the Israel-Lebanon border, but not a massive escalation there. But there is still a very real concern about that. Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, said the risk is real when asked about a regional conflict. The U.S. is trying to separate the conflict in Gaza from other parts of the Middle East, but it has been unable to do that, certainly in the eyes of Iran and Iranian proxies, crucially Hezbollah in Lebanon. So the Marine Rapid Response Force with the USS Bataan making its way to the Eastern Med would give the U.S. an option, a crucial asset and capability, if it gets to the point where the U.S. needs to seriously consider a NEO, a non-combatant evacuation. Now, it's important to note that that order hasn't been given, but late last week, the State Department, the embassy in Beirut, said it is advisable for U.S. citizens in Beirut to leave now, to leave before the crisis begins. So the U.S. very clearly looking at the possibility that the conflict in Gaza escalates into a wider regional conflict with a particular focus on Israel's border with Lebanon, the possibility that a second front opens up and that Israel and Hezbollah are in open war. In that case, the capability, one of the crucial capabilities, if the U.S. decides it needs to order a NEO, a non-combatant evacuation order, would be that Marine Rapid Response Force, the USS Bataan, along with the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, the MEU, making its way to the Eastern Med.
All right, Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon, thank you very much. Let's discuss further with retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, the former Commanding General for Europe and the 7th Army. General Hertling, what do you make of what Oren Lieberman was just talking about, this Rapid Response Force getting closer to this situation? I mean, obviously, it could happen. I mean, where they may need to intervene and evacuate Americans. What do you think?
Yeah, exactly, Jim. And what I tell you is, as commander of U.S. Army Europe back in 2013, we worked with the Marine Expeditionary Units in the area at the time. It was a different MEU, but this one, the 26th MEU Marine Expeditionary Unit, special operations capable. It is not a Special Operations Unit, but it can work with Special Operations Forces, are trained to conduct NEO operations. And in fact, back in my day, about 10 years ago, we actually planned a NEO operation in Beirut, out of Lebanon. It didn't happen, but certainly it could today, given the increase of tensions in the area. What I'd suggest is that Rapid Response Force, that Marine MEU, is capable of doing all sorts of things. Contributing to the execution of a NEO is one of the most important things they do. But what I'd say, Jim, is when I was there, and this was a long time ago, there were 100,000 and more American citizens inside of Lebanon. And we were planning for the non-combatant evacuation of all of them at the time. Luckily, we didn't have to do this. This is a very tough mission. The MEU will contribute to that. It has about 2,200 Marines on board the Baton, that amphibious ship that would contribute to this. So, yeah, this is an important factor of having a contingency operation ready to perform operations in Beirut and in Lebanon.
Right, better to have it there and not need it than to need it and not have it there. And we're also getting, I want to ask you about this, General Hurley, we're also getting chaotic, this really kind of crazy new video that's come in from Dagestan, the Russian Republic of Dagestan. I'm sure you've seen this video that Russian officials say a crowd protesting the Israel-HAMAS war forced their way into the airport after a flight from Israel landed, and just all hell breaks loose. What do you think about what's going on here? This has got to be very worrisome.
It is worrisome, Jim, but you have to set the understanding of the context. Dagestan is a Soviet or a Russian republic, and about 80% of the population there are Islamic. Their background is in Islam, so they are very concerned about Jews coming into the area. The reaction is unbelievably anti-Semitic, but you can understand this, and I'd point to the fact that Russia and Iran have been coordinating many of their actions. So when you see a republic within the Russian sphere, Dagestan, it's connected to Georgia and Azerbaijan in the area, with about 80% of their population being Muslims. They would not support any Jewish immigrants to the area. So you're going to see this kind of actions in those kind of areas and in other areas. But it's extremely troubling as we see Jews trying to get out of Israel, trying to escape kind of the consequences of what's happening from Hamas. But you also have to understand that the members or the population of Dagestan is very supportive of the Iranian Revolution and the fact that they are supporting what's going on by Hamas and Hezbollah inside of Israel itself. All of this ties together with an understanding of what Russia is connected, or how Russia is connected to what's going on in the area.
Well, apparently, and some of the language in that video is just wildly anti-Semitic. So we're obviously going to keep our eyes on all of this and report anything new out of this as it develops. General Hertling, as always, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
Pleasure, Jim. Thank you.
All right, we'll be right back.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
Get proactive and get clear skin that stays clear. I got proactive and was able to take on the world head first.
Now when you get proactive, get this free pore cleansing brush with your first order. Go to proactive.com and get started today.
With Fast Signs, brew signature flavor into every sip and sign. Fast Signs, make your statement.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
After Advil.
Feeling better?
On top of the world!
Before Advil. Advil targets pain at the source of inflammation. When pain comes for you, come back fast with Advil liquid gels.
Advanced automation lets you send the right message at the right time, every time. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
My dear Josephine, I've just won a great battle. But those in power will only see me as a sword.
I suggest you take the throne as king.
Shall we vote?
This vermin has routed Europe.
I follow in the footsteps of Alexander the Great and Caesar.
Will you join me?
Napoleon, rated R, Thanksgiving.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein, 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
The Chase Inc. Business Premier Card is made for people like Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter. Like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like that,
I need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with 2.5% cash back on purchases of $5,000 or more.
Plus unlimited 2% cash back on all other purchases.
And with greater spending potential, Sam can keep making smart
A
ideas.
brilliant reality.
The Inc. Business Premier Card from Chase for Business. Make more of what's yours.
From rough edge to radiance. So many ways to save. Life ready, wallet happy. That's 365 by Whole Foods Market.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct at bestwestern.com.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
Just about 2.5 months to the Iowa caucuses, and Donald Trump remains at the top of the GOP field. But long shot candidate Chris Christie insists it won't stay that way.
Donald Trump is not going to be able to beat Joe Biden from a courtroom in Washington, D.C. while he's fighting his indictment on the January 6th case. And let me tell you, that indictment got much tougher for him to beat when his own chief of staff has now accepted immunity and will testify against him about the lies he told. This is going to be a big problem for our party, and we need to cut it off at the pass, get rid of Donald Trump, and move on to honest, strong leadership that will tell the truth.
And CNN's Jeff Zeleny joins us now from Sioux City, Iowa, where the former president spoke just a short time ago. Jeff, what can you tell us?
Well, Jim, former President Donald Trump did not talk about Chris Christie, but he did talk about those indictments. Of course, not in the same way that Chris Christie referenced them. This has become a central theme of the Trump campaign, trying to use those indictments as a rallying cry. And in fact, to his base, his supporters in the Orpheum Theater here, they rallied to his cause. The question is, will others outside of his base? But the former president also made no mention of Mike Pence. Of course, he got out of the race yesterday. There was no mention of the former president's former vice president. But what he did say, Jim, perhaps coining a new phrase, taking a play off the old drain the swamp, he said it's time to build the swamp. He also wrapped in some election denialism in there as well. Let's listen.
You know they cheat, you know that, right? And you know how you beat cheaters? You have to swamp them. You have to swamp them. Not drain the swamp. In this case, you have to build the swamp. Okay, we'll build one. But you have to swamp them, and we will. I think we're seeing numbers that we've never seen before.
So, of course, the question is building that swamp. The Iowa caucuses in 78 days open the Republican nominating contest. Jim, as you said, he does have a commanding lead here in Iowa. The question is the general election argument. Of course, Chris Christie and others are making the argument that Trump can't win a general election. That is very much an open question. Of course, all polling nearly a year out before Election Day is, in fact, very close. Should Trump become the nominee? But, Jim, interestingly, one thing was clear. Even though yesterday the former president called on Mike Pence to endorse him, again, making no mention of him here today. But, Jim, you just get the sense as the temperatures start to drop and winter is taking hold here, the field is consolidating, again, 78 days before those Iowa caucuses.
Yeah. And I think the former president might need to work on his material, Jeff. Build the swamp does not exactly roll off the tongue. I don't even understand what that means, but we'll see. It is getting closer to the Iowa caucus. He's got some time to work on those lines. Jeff Zeleny, thanks a lot. Appreciate it. As Republicans head into 2024, divisions within the GOP are alienating some of its longtime members. Case in point, one of those is Senator Mitt Romney, the 2012 Republican presidential candidate turned pariah who's been lambasted by many within his party for his anti-Trump stance, but now he's firing back. Romney, A Reckoning, is a new biography based on dozens of interviews. The 76-year-old senator offering the closest and rawest look yet at his views on the GOP, and its author, Atlantic staff writer McKay Coppins, who spent a lot of time with Mitt Romney, joins me now. McKay, great to see you as always. I guess I want to talk about the book and Mitt Romney and so on, but what Chris Christie is saying about the field narrowing down, that's wishful thinking, obviously, on his part after Mike Pence dropped out this weekend. It's still very much Trump's race at this point.
We haven't seen any evidence yet that even as people are dropping out that, the rest of the primary voters are consolidating behind a single candidate. And that's the real problem. You would have to see significant consolidation for Trump to have a serious challenger, and that hasn't happened.
Yeah, you'd have to have almost all of them drop out except for one.
Right.
And they're not going to do that at this point. Let's talk about the book. Mitt Romney has been critical of some of his fellow Republicans who've also run for president. He says Florida Governor Ron DeSantis has no warmth at all. He looks like he's got a toothache. He said Senator Ted Cruz is frightening, scary, and a demagogue. He even blasted former Texas Governor Rick Perry, saying Republicans have to have someone who can complete a sentence. I do remember this acid wit that Mitt Romney had when I covered him back in 2012. I didn't know it was this acidic. But is he having second thoughts about even being a Republican?
You know, it's interesting. When I started interviewing him for the book, he had been rocked by January 6th, and he was kind of taking stock of what his party had become. By the last interview I conducted earlier this year, and we did this for 2 years, he was openly talking to me about leaving the party, starting a third party. He frankly admits now that he doesn't see a home for himself in the GOP, and he's tried to steer it away from Trumpism, but he's found that it's almost impossible.
And he's also been notorious, obviously, for his criticism of Trump over the years, but there was a time when it seemed like he was willing to embrace Trump. I was a few tables away when Romney dined with Trump, President-elect Trump, at the Jean-Georges restaurant in New York back in 2016. It seems that Romney was willing to make a bargain with Trump to become Secretary of State, I think is what it was being floated at the time. I remember back in the 2012 campaign when Trump endorsed Mitt Romney. So is Romney being a little hypocritical here, do you think? I mean, didn't he embrace some of these extreme elements of the party at times, the Trumpist element of the party?
This is one of the themes of our conversations over those 2 years, and it comes up again and again in the book. He thinks a lot about the compromises he's made throughout his political career. That dinner that you're talking about, yeah. I'll just tease that in the book I report what Trump said about you during that dinner, but you can read to find out. But Romney admits that there have been times where he's been motivated primarily by ambition, political ambition, and that's led him at times to cross certain ethical lines. As for that Secretary of State job, he told me that he thought that it was important to have adults in the room in the administration at that time. That was a common thing you would hear right after the 2016 election. But he also says, I'm glad I didn't end up with that job because I would not have lasted very long.
Well, yeah, because there were plenty of adults in the room with Donald Trump during that administration, and they could not control
That's exactly right.
He refused to have any constraints put on him. And is there a part of the book that you think that's been overlooked about Mitt Romney? I mean, what I remember about Mitt Romney in the 2012 campaign is that he's actually a pretty decent guy. And I guess that does come across as colleagues feel that way. But what about Romney now? Is he bitter? Is he walking away from this feeling defeated? What does he do now?
Well, it's interesting. I think that since some of those quotes you read at the top have come out, and people have focused on this idea that he's consumed with resentments or he's angry. Yeah. I think it's actually more that he's heartbroken by what his party has become. He's dedicated so much of his adult life to promoting the Republican Party, which he thought stood for democracy and free markets and individual responsibility and family values. And now he's seen so many of his fellow Republicans rally around a man who he feels just manifestly does not embody any of those qualities. And you know, I think that the decency you mentioned does come through. But really, at this point in Romney's life, and I think the reason he cooperated with me is that he's not thinking about the next election cycle anymore. He's not thinking about his political future. He's thinking about his legacy and what he's leaving behind for his kids and grandkids. And I think that the message that he wants to send is that it's important to follow your conscience, not think about whether you can stay in power. And that's what the book is really about.
Fascinating. All right. Well, McKay Coppins, we're all going to read the book. Everybody else is reading the book, so we're going to read it as well. McKay, thanks very much. Great reporting as always. We appreciate the time. Coming up next, we'll take you back to Israel as a U.S. Marine Rapid Response Force is now moving toward the region amid fears that the conflict could spread. More when we come back.
We are seeing something that we have not seen yet ever in American history. A speaker pushed out. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
Things are very heated right now, very emotional.
Will this ever be over?
Minutes from now, there could be a new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, just elected.
Republicans say they are finally ready to move ahead and put aside the ugly chapter.
At Doan's, we know one thing and one thing only. Backs. Strained backs from weekend chores to pulled backs, doing your favorite hobbies. We even know quarterbacks. Doan's, the experts in back pain relief for more than 100 years. Available in a store near you.
Your best defense against erosion and cavities is strong enamel. Nothing beats it. New Pro Enamel Active Shield actively shields the enamel to defend against erosion and cavities. I think that this product is a game changer for my patients. It really works.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older.
I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
There are more ways than ever for identity thieves to steal your information. LifeLock alerts you and works to fix problems with a dedicated restoration specialist. Go to lifelock.com.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro.
Sean, do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All 3 on us. Only on Verizon.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
From loss of hope to hope to better times ahead.
More than 100 million people in America are registered organ, eye, and tissue donors. People of every age and ethnicity, because they believe it's the right thing to do. Imagine what you can make possible by leaving behind the gift of life. Learn more and sign up as an organ, eye, and tissue donor. Go to organdonor.gov.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Closed captioning brought to you by InVet Health. Call 1-800-710-0020.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call InventHelp today. They can help you get started with your idea.
Call now, 800-710-0020.
Tonight, the situation here in the Middle East is heating up dramatically. Joining us now, Israel's current ambassador to the United States, Michael Herzog. He's also a retired brigadier general in the Israel Defense Forces. Ambassador, I know you have a lot going on. Thanks so much for being here. First of all, what are you hearing about how this more intense phase of Israel's ground operations in Gaza, how this more intense phase is going now?
So as you know, we have been intensifying our operations against Hamas inside Gaza for the past 48 hours. We are applying more and more pressure on them. We understand that they started this war. We have to end it in a way that they cannot threaten us any longer. I believe that we are operating very carefully, in a modular way, and applying more and more pressure on them. And I think we expect to see the results in the coming days.
Earlier today, a man you know well, the President Biden's National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, warned there is an elevated risk of this conflict between Israel and Hamas expanding to include other countries in the region. So where is all this moving? Where do you think?
We are aware of the risk, and we are watching very closely what's happening on our northern border and other actors like Iran and Iranian proxies. Iran allowed these proxies or guided these proxies to attack Israel and some U.S. targets. We have sent very strong deterrent messages to them as well as the U.S. And I think these messages sank in. What we see along the Israel-Lebanese border is daily exchanges of blows on a local level, and we hope it remains there. If they decide to expand, they are playing with fire.
Earlier today, Iran's president said Israel had, quote, crossed the red lines. As you know, Hamas and Hezbollah are both backed by Iran. President Biden has warned Iran not to get involved. He says don't. When he asked about what they should be doing, he says don't. Don't even think about it. Could this war expand very dramatically, do you believe, all of a sudden?
I believe that Iran could be deterred. We're not talking about an 800-pound gorilla that cannot be deterred. Let me remind you and all the viewers that we have been at a mini war with Iran in Syria for the last decade. They have tried to build a formidable military front facing Israel from Syria, and we targeted them militarily, and we did not escalate to war because we deterred them. So I think they could be deterred, and everybody should realize that.
It was announced earlier that the Pentagon has just deployed what's called a Marine Rapid Response Force of up to 2,000 U.S. Marines, and they've been deployed off the coast of Israel, not far from where I am right now. According to U.S. officials, all of this is developing very, very quickly. Do you think that's enough to keep this all this contained, to keep Iran and its proxies, Hezbollah and Hamas and others, from joining this war?
As I understand it, the U.S. is beefing up its deployment in the region, and that, I believe, sends a very strong deterrent message to Iran. I think they are listening, and I think this could be very helpful in deterring Iran, Hezbollah, and the other Iranian proxies.
Are the U.S. and Israel on the same page right now when it comes to Iran?
I would say yes. We have very close consultations. We have a daily dialogue on all the issues, including Iran, Hezbollah. We compare notes, we compare intel. I think we see eye to eye on the issue of Iran.
In Gaza right now, some of the relief agencies are saying that the humanitarian crisis there is worsening by the hour. Today, the main UN agency in Gaza said thousands of people broke into some of its warehouses, stealing food and critical supplies. What, if anything, can and will Israel do to try to ease the suffering of these civilians inside Gaza?
we're in the process of ramping up humanitarian supplies into Gaza. I think in the next day or two, you'll see up to 100 trucks a day with humanitarian supplies going into Gaza. And we are providing, in very close coordination with UN agencies and the United States government, additional humanitarian solutions to the problems on the ground. We are in touch with all UN agencies. We make sure that whatever needs we know about, and we are in touch, by the way, with the director of hospitals in Gaza. We have a daily assessment of situation with all UN agencies carried out by COGAT. We know where the problems are, and we work very hard to address them. We think this is our duty. It is also our interest.
We're amidst all of this, as if that were not enough, we're getting some very disturbing new video coming in from the Russian Republic of Dagestan, Mr. Ambassador. Russian officials say a very angry crowd protesting the Israel-HAMAS war forced their way into an airport there after a flight from Israel landed. Have you heard about this, and what is your reaction?
Yes, I did hear about this unfortunate incident, and my reaction is that what we're seeing right now is not only a war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza, it's deeper than that. It means that we are at war with extreme Islamists across the globe who target Jews, who target Israelis, and who also target the West. Everybody has to understand that. It's not just a narrow geopolitical conflict. It's deeper than that. It's a clash of civilizations.
Very disturbing, the angry statements that were being hurled at the Israeli plane and at the Israelis in Dagestan. Very, very disturbing statements indeed. Ambassador Michael Herzog, the Israeli ambassador to the United States, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much, Luke.
Israel says Hamas is holding 239 hostages in Gaza. Up next, a man whose sister is among them. We'll discuss when we come back.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
The Keepsake Frames app makes it ridiculously easy to frame your favorite photos. Just choose a photo that you love, select the perfect frame, and you'll have your framed print delivered and ready to hang. Download the free Keepsake Frames app and start framing today.
Tourists. Tourists that turn into scientists. Tourists photographing thousands of miles of remote coral reefs that can be analyzed by AI in real time. So researchers can identify which areas are at risk and help life underwater flourish.
Create a backyard that's out of this world. Right now, save $30 on the GTA 26 handheld battery pruner. Real steel. Find yours.
Okay, everyone. Our mission is to provide complete balanced nutrition for strength and energy.
Ensure with 27 vitamins and minerals, nutrients for immune health, and Ensure Complete with 30 grams of protein.
This is the land of free country, where freedom has been woven into every stitch and every seam for over 34 years, and where the outdoors belongs to all of us.
I saw what you've been posting. Hitler was right. I didn't teach you that. You hide behind your screen and you're spewing all this hatred. You got something you want to say? Get out of the truck and say it to their faces.
Dang it! Dang it.
That's some bad luck, Brian.
And I think I'm late on my car insurance.
Good thing the General gives you a break when you need it. Yeah, with flexible payment options to keep you covered. So today is your lucky... Oh! Jay.
Dang it.
For a great low rate, go with the General.
After Advil dual action back pain.
What? My back feels better.
Before Advil. Advil dual action back pain. Fights back pain 2 ways for 8 hours of relief.
JP Morgan Wealth Management knows it's easy to get lost in investment research. Get help with JP Morgan Personal Advisors.
Hey David, ready to get started?
Work with advisors who create a plan with you and help you find the right investments.
So great getting to know you. Let's take a look at your new investment plan.
Okay, great.
This should have you moving in the right direction.
Thanks, Jen.
Get ongoing advice and manage your investments in the Chase mobile app.
And you're looking at live pictures right now of Gaza. It's 1:43 a.m. Relatively quiet right now. We'll see if it stays that way. But in the meantime, the United Nations Relief Agency says thousands have broken into warehouses in Gaza, taking basic survival items. This as many are desperate for food and water. CNN's Melissa Bell has more.
A catastrophic failing, according to the president of the International Red Cross. That is how he was speaking about the situation for civilians inside the Gaza Strip, even as desperate efforts are made to try and get more aid trucks in. So far, the Palestinian Red Crescent says there have been 94 trucks that have managed to get through. An extra 10 went through on Sunday. That is a tiny proportion of what they should be getting through. We've also been hearing and seeing from inside the Gaza Strip those images of people desperately trying to get their hands on UN supplies inside UN warehouses of wheat, flour, hygiene supplies, giving you an indication of 3 weeks after the tightening of this siege and the bombardments of the Gaza Strip, not to mention over the last couple of days the ground operation that has now gotten underway, just how desperate the situation is now for the civilians trapped inside. Terrible images coming overnight as well from a refugee camp inside Gaza, where overnight bombing saw the destruction of a mosque where many Gazans from the north of the Strip had been seeking refuge over the course of the last few days. 13 dead, many injured, and a dire situation with Antonio Guterres warning on Saturday from Doha that the clock is ticking and that history will judge us. Melissa Bell, CNN, Cairo.
Coming up next, Wolf talks to a man whose sister is among the hostages still being held in Gaza. We'll be right back.
Hey you, with the small business.
Whoa.
You've got all kinds of bright ideas that your customers need to know about. Constant Contact makes it easy. With everything from managing your social posts and events to email and SMS marketing. Constant Contact delivers all the tools you need to help your business grow. Get started today at ConstantContact.com. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
There he is. Right there. Oh, he's straight ahead, straight ahead. Go, go, go.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
What if there was no comfort food? What if there was no frozen food? What if there was no fast food? What if there was no food? Be the difference for women, children, and families hungry for a better future. Care.org. Donate today to feed tomorrow.
These politicians can never agree.
Emma, we don't always agree. Like, you're into politics, it stresses me out.
You sleep hot, I sleep cool.
You like sleeping in luxury, I like spending less.
I guess that's why we agreed on this Satva mattress.
Maybe America needs a Satva.
At least we'd be comfortable disagreeing.
Satva, luxury mattresses made affordable.
Hi, I'm Ideal and I lost 90 pounds on Golo. I struggled with weight loss and weight gain my entire life. With all the yo-yo dieting I did in the past, I would lose 20, 30, 50 pounds just to gain them over and over again. In 1 year, I've lost 5 sizes and I'm on my way to lose another 3. With Golo, I can do it.
Change your life at Golo.com. That's GOLO.com.
Everybody's talking about the secret weapon for 100% drug-free blood sugar support. Doctor's Preferred Gluco-Gold contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients.
It's made a great difference in my life.
Gluco-Gold is flying off shelves nationwide, but now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting PURSUE to 321321.
It really does work.
Now's your chance to join the over 30,000 people who have claimed their complimentary bottle and are feeling great.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Unleash your new secret weapon for drug-free blood sugar support to make sure your next checkup is better than your last.
This is a great product for sugar control.
You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting PURSUE to 321321. And if you text right now, you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors Preferred. Better science, better results.
I'm Gustavo Valdez in Acapulco. This is CNN.
Hamas officials now say they are ready for what they call a full prisoner swap. That would include, according to Hamas, all of the 239 Israeli and other foreign hostages, including Americans, being held in Gaza by Hamas in exchange for the thousands of Palestinian prisoners being held in Israel. Earlier today, a cousin of one of the Israeli hostages spoke at a rally in Washington, D.C.
Hamas will not release them out of the good of their heart. It will take a price, but 229 human beings' lives are worth any price.
Joining us now is Leon Yanai. His sister was taken hostage after the brutal attack on that Nova Music Festival in South Israel, not far from Gaza. Thanks so much, Leon, for joining us. How are you and your family, first of all, doing, especially as Israel is expanding its ground operations into Gaza?
Well, we're waiting for Moran for 23 days now. And we are scared about this information, but we're scared from the beginning as well. Anyway. So just another thing in our being worried for this long time.
Would you support, Leon, the so-called deal that Hamas is calling for, where all the Israeli hostages and foreign hostages in Gaza would be released in exchange for the release of thousands of Palestinian prisoners in Israel?
Yes, we demand from the Israel government to do whatever they can to release the hostages and kidnaps as soon as possible and as quickly as possible, and to do whatever they can to do that as quickly as possible. So from this point of view, yes, I would address them to do that.
Do you think the other families would also support this kind of a deal?
Yes, there's a lot of families, a lot of them are worried. and all of them demand the government to do whatever they can as soon as possible, and we all demanding it very clearly. And yes.
What are you hearing from the Israeli government, Leon, about the status of these negotiations that are going on supposedly behind the scenes?
Nothing much. We have only hints that that these talks are happening. Basically, we're just getting social support, and that's it. We don't get much information about it.
Before I let you go, Leon, I want you to tell us something that we should know about your sister, Moran, who is being held by Hamas in Gaza.
Moran is a beautiful person, a person who loves life, loves peace, loves music, loves everyone, loves to help people, loves animals. She was working at the rescue. She's a truly beautiful person, a positive person. I would say, Moran, be strong, continue to be positive, think about all the acts we're all going to give you here when we come back. And I want you to know that we're doing everything we can to bring you back home as soon as possible. And I would suggest to the whole international community to please come and help us save those hostages. Please understand this is a global issue that happening in this world, and we must be united about it and not allow it to happen again, not in Israel and not everywhere in the world.
Well, we all hope and pray that she will be reunited. That she will be reunited with her family and you, and we wish you, of course, a sweet reunion and hope it happens soon. Leon and I thank you very much for joining us. Good luck.
Thank you very much.
And to our viewers, thanks very much for joining me here. I'm in Tel Aviv. I'll be back on the air tomorrow here on CNN covering all the breaking news from Israel. My special coverage will begin at 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We'll continue later, of course, in the Situation Room, live from Tel Aviv, 6 p.m. Eastern. And we'll have much more news straight ahead, including news that a U.S. Marine Rapid Response Force is now moving toward the region, not far from where we are in Tel Aviv, amid fears that this conflict could spread dramatically. Much more when we come back.
With thyroid eye disease, I hid from the camera, and I wanted to hide from the world. For years, I thought my TED was beyond help. But then, I asked my doctor about Tepezza.
Tepezza is the only medicine that treats TED at the source, not just the symptoms. In a clinical study, more than 8 out of 10 patients taking Tepezza had less eye bulging. Tepezza is an infusion and may cause infusion reactions. Tell your doctor right away if you experience high blood pressure, fast heartbeat, shortness of breath, or muscle pain. Before treatment, tell your doctor if you have diabetes, IBD, or are pregnant or planning to become pregnant. Tepezza may raise blood sugar and may worsen IBD. Tepezza may cause severe hearing problems, which may be permanent.
Now, I'm ready to be seen again.
Visit mytepezza.com to find a TED eye specialist and to see Bridget's before and after photos.
My plaque psoriasis was so bad, I couldn't get my hair done.
My psoriasis was all over.
Then my joints started hurting. Found out it was psoriatic arthritis. Who knew they could be connected? For me, Cosentyx works on both.
5 years and counting.
Did you know people with psoriasis on the scalp have a 4 times higher risk of developing psoriatic arthritis, which if left untreated can lead to permanent joint damage? Cosentyx works on all of this and helps stop further joint damage.
Talk to your doctor. Find something that works for you.
Serious allergic reactions, severe skin reactions that look like eczema, and an increased risk of infections, some fatal, have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection or symptoms, had a vaccine or plan to, or if IBD symptoms develop or worsen.
Cosentyx.
Still working for me.
Find relief that can last. Ask your dermatologist about Cosentyx.
Stay 2 nights and get 5,000 bonus points. Book direct.
to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Several years ago, I was in 2 accidents. I was left with a brain injury and chronic pain. I really had no idea what I was going to be able to do for a job. Finding Make a Change Canada gave me insight into new possibilities, which led to me returning to school to become a silversmith, which is really what I was meant to do.
You can help more people like Kat realize their full potential. To donate, visit makeachangecanada.com. Make a Change Canada is an accredited Canadian charitable organization.
I'm Kayla Tausche at the White House, and this is CNN.
Closed captioning brought to you by Mesobook.com.
We only represent mesothelioma victims and their families. Call for a free book.
Call 800-282-4444 or go to Mesobook.com.
You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. My colleague Jim Sciutto is joining us live from northern Israel. Good evening to all of you. We begin this hour with the human suffering on both sides of the conflict in Israel and Gaza. Israel's military now says the number of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza is up to 239 people. And in Gaza, the humanitarian crisis deepens. The United Nations says thousands of people have broken into its warehouses, taking food and basic supplies. A short time ago, a senior U.S. official confirmed that the U.S. pressured Israel to restore phone and internet service, potentially life-saving communications. And as rockets are fired from Gaza into Israel, Israel's ground offensive inside Gaza marches on. Israeli troops appear to have advanced over 2 miles into Gaza, according to a CNN analysis of video published by an Israeli media outlet. Earlier today, President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Their phone conversation comes amid a stark warning from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. He says there is a, quote, elevated risk of conflict expanding across the region, and, quote, the risk is real, end quote. Jim, what are you witnessing on the northern border where you are?
Well, Jim, one of those areas where the conflict could easily escalate. Already, what we're witnessing here is a low-grade conflict, but a conflict underway with fire from the Israeli side into southern Lebanon, from southern Lebanon, Hezbollah fighters and others into Israel on a daily basis, multiple times a day. Also fire back and forth from northern Israel into Syria, where there are Iranian-backed proxies based as well. And we hear it multiple times a day. One result of that is that many communities here in the north along the border are either under mandatory evacuation, or many people have fled of their own choice, fearing those rockets, fearing those artillery blasts coming their way. My team and I, we found ourselves right in the middle of it along the Israeli-Lebanon border just a few hours ago. Have a look.
Towns like Arab al-Amsha along Israel's border with Lebanon are mostly deserted now, evacuated due to fear of attacks by Hezbollah. Makez is one of the few who stayed behind, and from his roof he shows us where Hezbollah fighters attempted to cross the Israeli border just a few days ago.
They broke through the wall.
Minutes after we arrive, we see the threat is constant. Hezbollah shells fired from across the border land on the hillside just opposite us.
We are on a border town between Israel on this side and just beyond the fence is Lebanon. And as we've been standing here, if you see the smoke off in the distance, that is the result of Hezbollah artillery fire from Lebanon into Israel. You can see the smoke rising in the distance. And speaking to residents here, this is a regular event. It's happening every day.
Makez and his twin brother sent their families south for safety, but stayed behind themselves to protect their homes. The question for them and others like them is how long before this area is safe again.
Does anybody talk about how long people will have to leave here?
מעריכים חודש ימים, מעריכים.
He hopes that a month, other people think until the end of the year, but we don't know.
As the shelling picks up, we head back south. Minutes later, Israeli soldiers block the road, warning of more incoming Hezbollah fire. We're very close to the Lebanon border in northern Israel, and soldiers have just blocked the road here in both directions. We can go either way. You can hear mortar and artillery fire going out. That is from Israel towards Lebanon. We've also heard artillery fire coming from Lebanon, and the concern is, the soldiers telling us, that there are possible infiltrations across the border from Lebanon by presumably Hezbollah fighters, and that's why the level of concern is so great. The Israeli military is focused on Gaza, but the northern front now faces daily attacks. On Sunday, a rocket fired from Lebanon landed in the city of Kiryat Shimona, setting this home ablaze. Hezbollah also claimed this strike on an Israeli tank a few days ago, with the IDF responding by targeting Hezbollah positions in southern Lebanon. All the while, the constant exchange of artillery fire rumbles across the frontier. Those exchanges have been enough to chase many tens of thousands of Israeli residents from the north. They're headed south. It's quite similar to what we're seeing in the southern part of this country. Many tens of thousands of Israelis moving north from there. They want to be further away from Gaza there. They want to be further away from Lebanon here. And as we said in that story there, the question is for how long? It's not clear when these residents will feel safe enough to go back or when Israeli forces will allow them to go back, because many of these evacuations, they are mandatory. And in the midst of that, the fire continues every day, multiple times a day. I'm joined now by Nick Robertson, our colleague who's been down in southern Israel, right by Gaza since the start of this conflict going back to October 7th. And Nick, I wonder, from your vantage point there, which has given really one of the best looks into Israeli military activity inside Gaza, we know from our own work looking at satellite images that Israeli forces have moved perhaps 2 miles into Gaza. Do you have any other sense what they're accomplishing so far and how they're moving through the area there? Also, what kind of resistance they're meeting?
Yeah, very few details, Jim, and there's a sort of an ambiguity to precisely what they're doing inside the border at the moment, but I think we can see from where we know that they put a flag on a property close to the beach in the northern part of Gaza today that they have avoided so far, it appears, the dense concentrations of civilian populations. They haven't got into Gaza City, which is a few miles from where they planted a flag. They haven't, for example, gone into Beit Hanun, which is just behind us, close to the border of northern Gaza. So they've appeared to sort of stick to a strip of land, a piece of territory, quite beachy farmland, that they're not going to come across and come in direct conflict with a civilian population. We know that Hamas hides out in the towns. We know that the IDF today said that along the very northern border itself at the Erez crossing, they discovered some tunnels built by Hamas, that they engaged a number of Hamas fighters there, killed a number of them, wounded a number of others. Hamas, for their part, claimed that they damaged Israeli tanks on the Israeli side of the border. The IDF said that wasn't true. So it appears as if there is a sort of a holding pattern that is keeping the border in a sort of state of readiness, if you will, secure and ready for a bigger inflow of forces to come into Gaza, and at the same time the presence inside Gaza staying away from the civilian population, which, as we know, as part of the phone call today that President Biden had with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, the stress there on avoiding civilian casualties. But as you can probably hear there in the distance there, Jim, very much like your day on the northern border, the sound of artillery never far away. Fighter jets here as well this evening, still running missile strikes into Gaza as well, Jim.
Nick, have Israeli officials, and of course they're not going to open their playbook, as it were, and tell the world exactly what their plans are, but have they given any sense of how far they intend to go into Gaza? There's been discussion, right, of asking civilian residents to move south of Gaza City. Does that give us an indication that that's as far in as they intend to go, or have they left that an open question that they might go even further?
You know, a week and a half ago, I probably could have given you a slightly different answer, because I was speaking with a former IDF general who's pretty well informed about what's going to happen or what's expected to happen. I was speaking to a couple of government ministers, and the expectation then was to really take control of the whole of the Gaza Strip, to provide a humanitarian corridor for the population to be safe in, to be able to supply them but control them. That was the sort of broad contours. At the moment, it really isn't clear. It's going to, what we can say is, it's going to take a much, much bigger force to move south of Gaza City, which would be to that area you're talking about, the wadi that sort of divides the north and south, the dry river that divides north and south of the Gaza Strip. We're not seeing that big force come in to Gaza yet. We're not even seeing it, as best we can tell, lined up at the border. So it's a possibility. Again, the Israeli government is playing this very, very carefully. They're creating the conditions whereby they can push a bigger force in and expand that presence. But it's going to take a lot more troops than we're seeing so far. But if they want to do what they say, Jim, which is completely crush Hamas, they're going to have to go top to bottom and eyeball everyone they come across. And this is why most military experts say that is a mission too far. It's not something that they're going to be able to accomplish. So what's the fallback? If there's one that's decided, not clear yet, Jim.
Yeah, and that seems to be part of what the U.S. military advice has been to Israel, as we had this U.S. Marine general here advising them, was that the extent of that sort of urban warfare might be a bridge too far. Let me ask you, if I can, then, about those communities around Gaza that have emptied as a result of the October 7th attacks, but the fighting to come, much like we're seeing up here. You have many tens of thousands of residents who have fled north from where you are, south from where I am. When you speak to residents there, do they have any sense of when that stops? Because, in effect, these attacks have created their own buffer zone, but inside Israeli territory. And the folks I speak to up here, they just don't know when it's going to be safe to go back to their homes along the border.
Yeah, I think a lot of people feel like that here. The mayor, when he asked people to leave several weeks ago, said this isn't mandatory, but I strongly advise it. The whole zone, several miles deep into Israel, maybe 10 miles deep into Israel, is a militarized zone. There are areas that we can't drive into because there's a military presence, and it's either too dangerous or it's just restricted access for operational military reasons. Those areas, there are very, very few civilians there. A lot of the farms, the workers have left. A lot of the kibbutzes that are close to the border have really become bases for the military at the moment, and civilians aren't living there. The people of this town, Sderot, were initially told, pull out for about 10 days and then you might be able to come back. There's no timeline that they're getting at the moment, Jim.
Similar guidance up here, and we ran into a lot of those same checkpoints up here that you're presumably running into down there as you hit those military areas. Dick Robertson in the south, please do stay safe. And Jim Acosta, this is the tenor of this war now, right? That you have daily attacks from multiple directions, and you have the Israeli population here in this country, and of course the Gaza population inside Gaza. It's the people caught in the midst of that crossfire.
Absolutely, and so many fears that this conflict could spread, which you're on top of as well where you are, Jim. We'll get much more from you there in northern Israel later on in this program. Plus, coming up next, Congressman Dean Phillips is taking on President Biden, throwing his name in the ring for the 2024 Democratic nomination. Congressman Phillips is here next. We'll talk to him in just a few moments.
Put your front row. Let you tell Alarm Show.
Are you kidding me?
5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
Knock, knock. Number one broker here for the number one hitmaker.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
No problem. So, what are all those for?
This lets me adjust the bass, add more guitar, maybe some drums.
Wow, so many choices.
Yeah, like Schwab. I can get full-service wealth management, advice, invest on my own, and trade on Thinkorswim.
You know, Carl is the only front man you need.
Oh, I gotta take this, Carl. It's Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Right now, save $30 on the VG56 CE blower. Real steel. Find yours.
Be the difference for women, children, and families hungry for a better future. Care.org. Donate today to feed tomorrow.
We're traveling all across America, talking to people about their hearts. How's the heart?
Good.
You sure?
I think so.
How do you know? Let me show you something. Put 2 fingers right on those pads. Look at that. That's your heart.
That is pretty awesome.
With Cardio Mobile, you can take a medical-grade EKG in just 30 seconds from anywhere. Cardio Mobile is proven to detect atrial fibrillation, one of the leading causes of stroke. Cardio Mobile is now available for just $79. Order at cardio.com or Amazon.
Hold it!
Imagine a world with no drama.
I haven't signed Jody's card yet.
At 4imprint, finding the promotional products you need to create a memorable moment is an easy mission. Our expert team will take care of every detail to make your success a certainty. Take the drama out of ordering promotional products at 4imprint.com.
4imprint, for certain.
President Biden has a challenger for the Democratic nomination next year. Democratic Congressman Dean Phillips of Minnesota launched his bid for the presidency on Friday, saying it's time for the party to pass the torch to a new generation.
I am running for the Democratic nomination for President of the United States because, my friends, it is time for a change. I am the Democratic candidate who can win the 2024 election.
And Congressman Dean Phillips joins us now. Congressman, thanks very much for being here. We appreciate it. Let's just jump right into it. Democrats have shown little interest in backing anyone but President Biden right now. Where is the groundswell for your campaign?
Well, Jim, I'm running for one clear reason. Donald Trump is an existential threat to the future of the United States, our democracy as we know it. All of the polls say the same thing. He's down 9 points in the latest ABC poll. Nationally, he's down in 5 of 6 battleground states, and his approval numbers are now at almost historic lows. 80% of the country does not want a repeat of 2020. I'm hearing that every day. I'm listening to people, my colleagues, everybody in Congress is listening to the same thing, hearing the same thing. That is the fact. I admire Joe Biden. I think he's a good man. He's been an extraordinary president at a very consequential time, but he is poised to lose the next election to Donald Trump. It is a threat, and someone had to do it. Nobody would. It's my time. I'm ready to lead, and that's why I'm running.
You know, Congressman, in the past you have repeatedly praised the president. You just praised him a few moments ago, and you voted for his agenda nearly 100% of the time. You've raised issues about the president's age. Besides his age, what's the contrast here between you and President Biden?
Well, I'm going to present a very bold agenda for the future. The country wants to move on. They want to turn the page. They want the torch passed. That's what the president promised he would do, be a transitional president, pass the torch to a new generation. Those are his words, not mine. And
why should the page be turned to you? Why should the torch be passed to you?
I'm ready to lead. Like I said earlier, Jim, it's very clear. President Biden, a man I admire, much of the country admires, is not going to beat Donald Trump in the next election. The numbers are clear. People are speaking up. I'm hearing it. In fact, we talk about misinformation in this country around the world. The political industrial class in Washington says the same thing I'm saying every day in quiet tones. I'm only saying the quiet part out loud. That's the truth. And we have to let American voters decide that. We shouldn't let the political industrial complex decide who wins elections in America. The Democratic National Committee, they have an obligation. They have an obligation to let other voices in. That is
isn't it a little bit late, though, in the process? Yeah, but isn't it a little late in the process for you to be jumping into this? Much of the party, nearly the entire Democratic Party, has lined up behind President Biden, and you're kind of coming in here at the 11th hour.
It's not the 11th hour. I'm filing before deadlines. I filed here in New Hampshire. I'll be filing in South Carolina. I'll be filing in Michigan, all around the country. Not at all. In fact, you just said that everyone's lined up behind Joe Biden. No, 50% of Democrats, even more, want a different nominee. 83% of Democrats under 30 want a different nominee. I wouldn't be doing this if the data wasn't so clear, if people's voices were not being ignored. And like I said, the only people saying what you just said is a political industrial complex that is much more focused on self-preservation, their futures, than the American future. And somebody had to stand up and be forthright with the American people. I'm simply doing so. And if anybody who's afraid of a choice, of having the freedom of options, then we have bigger problems than I ever recognized. But I know
do you have any
we're ready
members
for
of
a change.
Congress on the Democratic side who are endorsing you at this point? Any governors around? I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't have
elected officials inside the Democratic Party have lined up behind the president. Sure, there are polls that show
Jim,
that, yes, there are some misgivings about President Biden running again. Of course, that always happens every campaign cycle. But who do you have endorsing you at this point? Anybody?
Jim, I'm so glad you asked, because therein lies exactly the mission of my campaign, to demonstrate that the political industrial complex, that means Congress, that means the consultants, that means the administration, that means the governors, all who shush up, sit down, and line up behind the company line. That's why we have this circumstance right now. And that's my whole point. Let American voters decide. I'm hearing it in the streets. I've had the most extraordinary 2 days in New Hampshire. That won't be told by many news outlets right now, but that is the very problem. Life is not lived on Twitter. It's not lived in the political circles in Washington. That is why we have Trumpism, and that's why I'm running for President of the United States, and that is exactly why I'm glad you asked that question. There's the problem, Jim.
But you didn't mention anybody who's endorsing you at this point.
No, I've said very distinctly, nobody in Congress,
at some point. Yeah.
nobody in Congress, no governor has endorsed me. But you're in this business. I know you've talked to many of them. What do they say behind the scenes? And then the cameras go on, the lights are on, the microphones are on. Very different story. That's the problem in the country right now. And I'm simply telling the truth to a country that is damn desperate for it. And you know it too.
You said that earlier, that you said that President Trump, former President Trump, it poses a threat to American democracy. Democrats have called your candidacy destructive, worrying that it could place Trump back in the White House. Are you concerned at all that you may be playing into Donald Trump's hands by going after Biden?
No, no, Jim, the only person playing into Donald Trump's hands right now, I'm sad to say, is President Biden. You can read the pundits, read the articles, read the data. He is probably one of the
President
least
Biden's folks would
well-positioned
say that Joe Biden beat Donald Trump. They would say he beat Donald Trump. So
he beat him.
Yeah.
Jim, he beat him by about 40,000 votes in 2020. Anybody who can make the case to me that he's better positioned now than he was then we're living in different worlds. And I respect you as a journalist, but I think you also know what I'm talking about, and that is absolutely the case. That's what
you
the
keep
problem
saying,
is.
you know what you're talking about.
He's not better positioned.
You are hinting at President Biden's age. You've talked about this publicly. You're not really talking about it here. You come under some criticism for being ageist by going after the president and his age. Are you concerned that you are essentially writing the ads for Donald Trump's election campaign if you continue to talk about the president's age in that way?
If you're asking that question thinking that I'm the one person that feels like this, therein lies the answer right there. I have not talked about his age once. I think he's a fine man. I voted for his policies. I helped market them as a member of the Democratic House leadership team. I think he did a fine job. I'm trying to give voice to an exhausted majority in the United States of America that does not want a repeat of 2020. They do not want Donald Trump, and they do not want Joe Biden. They want an option. And in a democracy like the United States, the oldest consistent democracy in the entire world, almost 250 years, those who are saying that it is not good, it might be hurtful to have an option. By the way, there are, Jim,
if I may,
there already is an
I got to jump in because we're going to run out of time. I did want to ask you, do you expect President Biden to debate you?
Well, I would of course expect him to debate me. Am I going to put pressure on him, demean him, diminish him, divide? No. I think every American expects campaigns in this day and age to be mean-spirited, undermining, divisive, aggressive. I'm going to run a different one. I'm going to celebrate him, but I tell you, the country needs a change. All the coverage right now, we are facing circumstances in Eastern Europe, in the Middle East, that could spin out of control at every minute. It's time for a new generation to lead, both here in the United States, around the world, and when I'm president, we're going to take a very different approach. We're going to do it in a way that Americans deserve by working together in a way that has never been seen before. And if Americans wish to give me 4 years to try that, I promise you, Republicans, Democrats, Libertarians, Independents, you will all have a seat at my table. We are going to be the America that I know we all love, and we're going to do it much differently. It's time for a new generation. That's why I'm running.
All right, Congressman Dean Phillips, thanks very much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, still ahead, CNN's exclusive reporting coming up on the shooter who killed 18 people in Lewiston, Maine, including that police were sent to his house just weeks before the shooting took place. Those details are straight ahead.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
With Verizon Business Unlimited, I get 5G, truly unlimited data, and unlimited hotspot data. So no matter what, I'm running this kitchen.
Make the switch. It's your business. It's your Verizon.
Introducing Senecot Laxative Gummies.
I'm the easy way to relieve occasional constipation overnight.
Just take before bed, and the next morning,
it's showtime! And I've got mixed berry flavor.
Senecot Laxative Gummies.
Easy relief, the gummy way.
Get proactive and get clear skin that stays clear. I got proactive and was able to take on the world head first. Now when you get proactive, get this free pore cleansing brush with your first order. Go to proactive.com and get started today.
Hi, I'm Jason. I've lost 228 pounds on GOLO. I don't ever want to go back to wearing a 4XL shirt and not being able to climb up the stairs without taking a break. So I'm committed to GOLO for life.
That first time you take a step back.
I made that.
With your very own online store.
I sold that.
And you can manage it all in one place.
I built this.
And it was easy, with a partner that puts you first. GoDaddy.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
At Doan's, we know one thing and one thing only. Backs. Strained backs from weekend chores to pulled backs doing your favorite hobbies. We even know quarterbacks. Doan's, the experts in back pain relief for more than 100 years. Available in a store near you.
Stop! I am a good zombie!
This October, spirits come home to rest all month long.
This place is really haunted. What a weird mystery.
With Hollow Stream on Disney+.
We're gonna scare you. Boom.
Home is where the hunt is.
It's time.
it supports healthy cholesterol and insulin sensitivity guaranteed. Take the first step to making sure your next checkup is better than your last and hearing those 3 wonderful words. Blood sugar normal. You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting BUSY to 231231. Plus, text right now and you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors preferred. Better science. Better results.
I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel, and this is CNN.
We have some exclusive new reporting about the man who killed 18 people in Lewiston, Maine when he opened fire on 2 locations. CNN's Shimon Prokupecz joins us now with this exclusive reporting. Shimon, what can you tell us?
Yeah, so we've learned some new details with information leading up to the shooting, and what we've learned is that there was so much concern over the shooter and what was going on in his life. There was concerns over threats he was making, his mental state, and we've been able to uncover some new really important information, and that is that the National Guard here in Maine, one of the captains there at the National Guard, called a sheriff here, a local sheriff, where the shooter was living, to say that they were concerned that the shooter was going to snap and commit a mass shooting. And then what we've also learned is that the local sheriff went ahead and started an investigation. They did what's called a welfare check or a wellness check around 3 days in September. On September 15th is when the first notification was made to the local sheriff by the National Guard to ask for a wellness check, to go to this shooter's home to check on him because they were concerned about his mental state and the fact that he was talking about committing violence. And then on September 16th, just the next day, what we've learned is that the sheriff's deputy goes to the home of the shooter, sees him in the home. He says that he believes the shooter is in the home and that he is concerned about going in the home because of these threats. He feels he's at a disadvantage and he calls for backup. He waits for 45 minutes, backup arrives, but then our information is that this deputy leaves, and then again on September 17th they visit the home again. There's no contact made between the sheriff's department and the shooter, but what happens is they start speaking to his family and they talk about guns, about his access to weapons, and the family, according to information that we obtained, the family told the investigators that they were going to try and secure the weapons from him. Now, today we have spent the day trying to get more answers to this. We went to the sheriff there in the shooter's neighborhood. He refused to answer any of our questions, repeated emails, because we're trying to figure out exactly what went on, because it's very clear based on this reporting and based on the information that we have is that there was clear warning signs that something was going on in this individual's life. There was trouble, so much so that the National Guard called this in and told the police there, go check on him. We are worried about him, Jim. And what happens next is very much unclear. We've learned there was a missing persons report filed on this individual. We don't know if that meant looked like a dangerous and armed person type of search. The sheriff here says that he did alert authorities. He put out some kind of alert about the shooter, but we've not been able to uncover that. We've asked about that. All that we know right now is that there was this report of perhaps a missing person, but obviously all pointing to a very troubling picture of clearly missed signs and things that perhaps law enforcement could have done had they been more aggressive in trying to take this man off the streets.
Yeah, Shimon, and we don't have a whole lot of time, but your reporting is so important. It sounds as though what you're saying is that there were clearly opportunities for law enforcement to prevent this mass shooting from happening, potentially, if they had intervened a bit more aggressively. As you were just saying, they went to his home. They were worried. There were worries and concerns that there could be a mass shooting. I just think that's extraordinary.
Right. It's extraordinary. And I'll tell you, Jim, how all of this came about was because law enforcement officials in this city, all over Maine, were aware of this information. And they can't understand, and they, for days, were trying to
figure out why officials here were not being transparent about it. And so bravely, they came to us and said, can you help us report this out? Because they are worried that information is going to be hidden. We have not been able to get answers to this. For days we have been asking about what kind of contact law enforcement had with the shooter. And basically we've not been able to get any answers. And we'll see what the local sheriff there in Sagadaw has to say. We know that, you know, this investigation certainly is still continuing. And I do have to just make one other point, of course, Jim, is about the families, you know, and truly just sorry that for many of them, they're going to be finding this information out through us. And this is something that law enforcement should be doing and should be more transparent.
Absolutely, and Shimon, I know because of your work in Uvalde, I mean, these are the kinds of questions that have to be asked, and in many cases, it's unfortunate, but law enforcement, they just want to not cooperate with inquiries from the press about this sort of thing. Great reporting, as always. Shimon Prokupecz live for us on all of this. Thanks very much. And these are the 18 people who were killed by that shooter. There they are. We've been talking about them for days. Continue to talk about them, and Shimon will continue his very important reporting. We'll be right back.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
When you're ready to begin treatment for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can do the exploring. You can do the splashing, the sightseeing, and the playing. Calquence is an oral targeted therapy for CLL. More patients begin with Calquence than any treatment of its kind, and Calquence is proven to work better than chemoimmunotherapy in patients with previously untreated CLL. Calquence may cause serious side effects which may lead to death. These include serious infections with fever, chills, or flu-like symptoms, and bleeding problems that may increase with blood thinners. Decreased blood counts are common and can be severe. New cancers have happened, including skin cancers. Heart rhythm problems with fast or irregular heartbeat, dizziness, feeling faint, chest discomfort, or shortness of breath have happened. Tell your doctor if you have bleeding, heart rhythm or liver problems, infection, or if you are or plan to be pregnant or breastfeeding. Calquence helps you do the fighting, and you can focus on the things you're loving. Ask your doctor if Calquence is right for you.
How do we decide what hotel to book? Fear not, I got you. Choice Hotels has a hotel for every type of stay. Like a comfort with the kiddos.
Spacious.
That's what they all say. Stay twice and get a free night when you book direct at choicehotels.com.
I wish for the amazing new iPhone 15 Pro. Sean.
Do you mean this one, the one with titanium? Switch to Verizon and get iPhone 15 Pro on them. Wow.
Get iPhone 15 Pro, Apple TV 4K, and 6 months of Apple One. All three on us. Only on Verizon.
Lowering bad cholesterol can be hard, even with a statin. Diets and exercise add to the struggle. Today it's possible to go from struggle to cholesterol success with Leqvio. With a statin, Leqvio is proven to lower bad cholesterol by 50% and keep it low with 2 doses a year. Common side effects were injection site reaction, joint pain, and chest cold. Ask your doctor about twice yearly Leqvio. Lower, longer Leqvio.
I brought in Ensure Max Protein with 30 grams of protein. Those who tried me felt more energy in just 2 weeks. Here, I'll take that.
Ensure Max Protein. 30 grams protein, 1 gram sugar, 25 vitamins and minerals, and nutrients for immune health.
This is my husband, Alex Hussey. Alex was about 2 weeks away from coming home.
I was playing man in foot patrol, and I stopped on the bomb. Lost my legs and my left hand in an explosion.
And he suffered a severe traumatic brain injury.
As America's veterans face challenges, DAV is there.
There are so many mountains to climb, and we do it together.
With the right support, more veterans can reach victories, great and small.
Come on, Alex, take on this mountain. That's what this is all about.
DAV provides a lifetime of support to veterans of every generation, helping more than 1 million veterans each year.
Alex has conquered this mountain. That's something he won't forget.
With the right support, there are no limits.
Look at that smile! You did it!
But there's more to be done, and more victories to be won.
This has meant so much.
Thank you, DAV.
Alex Hussey, thank you for your service. Support more victories for veterans. Go to DAV.org.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Welcome back. I'm Jim Sciutto in northern Israel. One of the many sad facts of this war is that the people of Gaza have been cut off from the world under direct fire, caught in the crossfire of this war, but also cut off from power, fuel, electricity, basic supplies, and for a length of time, really from all communication with the outside world, those communication networks blocked. But today, in part under U.S. pressure, there has been a restoration of some of those communications. Our Kevin Liptak, he's in Delaware traveling with the president this weekend. And Kevin, among many cases of the U.S. pressuring Israel, one, to protect civilian lives there, to avoid them as they expand their military operations there, but also to allow more aid in, and now to restore some of that communication. How did they carry that out? How did they communicate that to Israeli leaders? And in the simplest terms, how were they able to restore those communications?
Well, certainly when we learned that communication had been cut off in Gaza, that was of deep concern to American officials, not only for the ordinary Gazans on the ground there, but also for representatives of aid organizations and also journalists who are documenting the humanitarian catastrophe there and aren't able to sort of tell the world what was going on. And so certainly as soon as that began, which coincided with the expansion of the bombardment of Gaza, American officials did apply pressure on the Israelis to restart the systems that had been shut down, to ensure that power connectivity was restored to the Strip. And officials are very pleased that it does seem to be gradually turning back on today. And I do think this is illustrative of the effect that American pressure can have on the Israelis as this goes forward. Because certainly the U.S. is in quite intensive daily, hourly talks with the Israelis about how this conflict is unfolding, asking what they call tough questions, sort of on the broader picture, but also sort of on the granular level of trying to ease the crisis there. And you did hear President Biden talk to Netanyahu today about immediately and significantly increasing the flow of humanitarian assistance. Of course, it remains to be seen how each of these will progress, Jim.
No question. Of course, there's the advice that Israel takes and the advice it doesn't take. When Marine General James Glynn left the country, the Marine Commandant said that he had provided advice, warnings really about the progress of military action in an urban environment like Gaza. And in fact, he said there were things the Israelis listened to and things they did not. This is their country. They're making their own choices. Kevin Liptak with the president. Thanks so much. We're doing our best to cover the plight of civilians in Gaza. It's not easy. It's hard to get information out. It's been hard at times just to maintain communication with journalists, aid groups on the ground. But what we do hear and the images we do see are of immense human suffering there. I'm joined now by Rula Jibril. She's a journalist. She's also a visiting professor at the University of Miami. And Rula, it strikes me that at the start of this, the U.S. tried to strike a balance. President Biden, when he came to the region, his initial plan was to come here to Israel, meet with the Israeli leader and others, and then, of course, go to Amman and meet with Arab leaders. That summit, in some respects, it was canceled as there was a strike on a hospital initially blamed on Israel. Where does the U.S. position stand in the region right now? How do Israel's Arab neighbors, how does do the populations in this region view the U.S. role in this war?
Jim, I'm going to say something that nobody's saying, and it's very hard to hear, but I think we need to hear it now. The region, 400 million people in the Middle East, with their government, they truly believe that this is not only an Israeli war, this is an American war. And I'll say why. $14 billion of military aid, unconditional military aid to Israel, and then even they would take the aid, which is military weaponry to be used in Gaza, in the West Bank and elsewhere, yet they refuse to take that advice. That means there's pressure only sometimes to get communication, maybe a couple of trucks here and there in Gaza, but really nothing beyond that. Secondly, Arab leaders are deeply frustrated that President Biden is not pressuring Israel to put two-track policies or two strategies, which what Amy Ayalon, the former head of the FBI of Israel, said, in order to defeat Hamas, you have to give Palestinians something. This is what General Petraeus is saying. This is what he applied in Iraq and during the Battle of Mosul, during the Battle of Fallujah, which is to separate the extremists from the population, give the population hope and their subjugation. And this is when you kill an ideology, not only militarily, but really eradicate the root that galvanize and radicalize people. And they feel the region that President Biden is not doing anything except lip service. And thirdly, President Biden sent warships. And this is a clear sign to the region that America will militarily deploy its forces to aid and abet Israel.
Well, let me ask you about that, Rula, because when we speak about the warships, we know that that is in part and perhaps principally a message to Iran and Iran's proxies in this region not to expand the war, because those warships, they're not participating directly in military action in Gaza. And when I speak to Israelis, but not just to Israelis, to others in the region, they believe that to some degree that warning has been heard from Tehran, from Hezbollah, that if they were, for instance, to open a second front on Israel, we are in the north, we've been seeing the fire from Hezbollah into northern Israel, that if Hezbollah were to open that front further, that there would be a reaction. Is there not a positive result from having that presence to prevent this from becoming a multi-front war?
To think that the region is about to blow up, and moderates, America's allies, Israel's own allies, Jordan, Egypt, the Saudis, and others are telling President Biden, and they feel ignored and they feel neglected. They're telling him that a military presence and giving military aid to Israel, blocking UN resolutions, basically voting against a UN resolution that asks for humanitarian pause, a ceasefire, but also asks to comply with international law, set the region on fire. Why? It gives countries like Iran or even Russia or even China, the impression that rules-based international order is really a farce. It's not realistic. It's lip service, for some countries, that international law is okay for certain countries, but Israel kind of operates above that. And this is the dilemma, that what we're seeing tested, Jim, is not only Israel and America militarily. What we're seeing tested, the principles and ideals and values. If you want to create an alternative to the world ruled by Assad and the Iranians and Russia, you have to give Palestinians the right to be free, to have dignity, exactly like Ukrainians. And this is the dilemma. This is what the region point out to. And again, like, what Queen Rania said on CNN on multiple occasions, said, do we really want freedom for some and not for all? Are we against military occupation only when Russia commits it, but we're okay somewhere else? And I think the issue that President Biden and probably his administration is not listening to, it's not only what's happening in Gaza, it's what's happening in the West Bank, the occupied territories, where hundreds of villages are being now, as we speak, this is another front, are being asked to basically, they're being depopulated, they're being expelled, forcefully expelled. And also what's happening to Palestinian Israelis, like myself, inside Israel, where even students are terrified to go out of colleges because there's fanatics who want them dead, who are chanting what some ministers in this government, like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, who are Bibi Netanyahu's partner, they go in the streets and in parliament and they said, we want to wipe out all Arabs. We want them dead. We want them gone. And I think there's little pushback in that, and that's what the region is angry about.
Yeah, and the worry, of course, in so many cycles of war in this region is that war empowers the extremists on both sides to some degree, gives them what they want in terms of creating further division. Rula Jibril, journalist, visiting professor at the University of Miami, thanks so much for joining.
Thank you, Jim.
We continue to cover events here in Israel and the south, where military operations by Israel in Gaza are expanding. Also here in the north, where the exchange of fire across the border between Israel and Lebanon, a daily event, in fact many times a day. We found ourselves in the midst of it earlier today, but also between Syria up in the northeast here as well. The concern, does that northern front become even hotter in the days ahead? We're going to continue to watch very closely. Please do stay with us. We'll be back after a short break.
What does it mean to be out front? It's going there.
We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
It's context and curiosity, so you can be out front too. Let's go out front.
Aaron Burnett out front tomorrow at 7 on CNN.
Hey, Emma.
We need a mattress, right?
Yeah.
I've been doing a little research.
Little?
The Safa Classic has 2 layers of springs that contour to your body.
Nice. But...
It has a 3-inch Euro pillow top, Dan.
Oh,
and it's half the price of retail.
But I just wanted to know about dinner.
Look at this premium quality, and it's half the price of retail stores.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora.
Eucora saved my life.
Try today at eucora.com.
I love my parents. So as they've gotten older, we've had to have some not so fun conversations about their wishes if something were to happen to them.
As an estate planning attorney, most people that would come to my office were looking to create a will for their family, but many couldn't afford the fees.
That's why we started Trust and Will, a modern and affordable approach to estate planning.
Attorney-designed documents, customized by you, all through an easy-to-use website.
The way a will should be. Find the plan that's right for you at trustandwill.com.
This is a keepsake frame. This is actually a photo from my wedding. I'm Adam Weiss, founder and CEO of Keepsake, the mobile app that makes it easy to have your photos printed, framed, and shipped to your doorstep. You just choose a photo that you love, you can preview it in over 100 frames, and in a couple of days, you're going to receive your photo in a beautiful, handmade frame. So if you've got a special photo on your phone, install the free Keepsake app. We would love a chance to frame it for you.
Get proactive and get clear skin that stays clear. I got proactive and was able to take on the world head first.
Now when you get proactive, get this free pore cleansing brush with your first order. Go to proactive.com and get started today.
You want to see a trick?
Sure.
I can make anything you want appear on that TV.
Superheroes.
Superheroes.
Well, cute animals.
Cute animals.
Wizards.
Wizards. Would you like my trick?
I saw the remote.
With you, keeping the whole family entertained. Search endless content with the magical Ignite TV voice remote. Rogers, with you all the way.
Gotcha. Yeah, take that. Bruh, I'm fine.
That smack looked bad.
Not compared to the smackdown I'm giving you.
You sure you're okay?
You know you're down 200 points, right? Whoa. Lucky she convinced me to get help. I had a concussion that could have been game over.
In actual reality, you've only got 1 life. Don't mess with your melon.
If you hit it, get it checked.
The 2024 Republican field is starting to consolidate after former Vice President Mike Pence suspended his bid for the White House this weekend. Here to discuss is CNN political commentator, Democratic strategist Maria Cardona, CNN political commentator, Republican strategist Alice Stewart. They're the hosts of the podcast Hot Mics from Left to Right. Alice, let me start with you first. Mike Pence suddenly dropping out this weekend. Where does this race stand now? I mean, even if you add up all of the other non-Trump candidates, you really don't get a viable threat to Donald Trump at this point.
No, if anything, we're 78 days out from the Iowa caucus. There is a serious case to be made for consolidation in the GOP, for those that want a non-Trump voice. And many rational Republicans realize we need to move in that direction. Look, Mike Pence is a man of tremendous integrity, honor, a man of great faith. but it just was not his time. And I applaud what his message was. It's time for the GOP to put someone in the GOP nomination that, as he says, appeals to our better angels, someone who is less toxic and more on policy and not personality and not attacking people for their character. I think that is the right message, but at the end of the day, he only had about 3 percentage points in the polls. Those votes are going to be spread across the field. DeSantis has a great deal of faith-based support, as well as Nikki Haley and Tim Scott. So I think Pence's support will be spread across the board. But again, you look at those numbers, Donald Trump in many of these polls is up 50%. And we really have to consolidate that base and really work hard to try and take some of those points off to Donald Trump.
Marie, what are Democrats thinking? They're thinking they're going to face Donald Trump.
Yeah, I don't think it really makes any difference. And look, it was time for Pence to get out. He never had a lane. He never had viable voters. He didn't have a base. He didn't have donors. He was in massive debt. And, you know, Trump said today that Pence should get out and endorse him. And I don't know if that's going to happen. I think ultimately Pence was one of those who raised his hand when he was asked if he would ultimately support the nominee. I do think Trump is going to be the nominee, so he probably will at the end of the day. But Trump treated him like dirt. The Republican Party didn't really do anything for him either, so I don't know why he would do it, but I think at the end of the day he probably will.
And Maria, just a short time ago we interviewed Dean Phillips. He was on the program, and he's obviously jumping in to challenge President Biden. I asked him during the interview, does he have any members of Congress or governors or anybody endorsing him at this point? He wrote that off as well. I don't need the Democratic establishment.
You know, it was a great interview, Jim, because you pushed him on exactly the things that are important. Look, I personally think that it is an egocentric vanity project, but it's a democracy, like he said. He is welcome to do it.
Is he hurting Joe Biden, though, by talking about, hinting at his age?
I'm not
talking about his age. He's talking about passing the torch to a new generation and stuff.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head, where I think what he's doing is he's using Republican talking points. And his campaign manager is a Republican, so I guess it doesn't surprise me. But it's certainly not doing anything to the goal that he said at the beginning, which is this election and Donald Trump is an existential threat. If he really thought that Donald Trump was an existential threat, then he would do everything he can to support Joe Biden, the one person who has ever beat Donald Trump and can absolutely do it again.
Is this helpful to Donald Trump? To have Dean Phillips out there?
Look, I don't think Dean Phillips is going to have a tremendous impact on Donald Trump or Joe Biden for that matter. And look, he did point out what is true is that 80% of Americans don't want to see a Trump-Biden rematch, and they want another choice. Look, I applaud anyone who is willing to put their life and livelihood on the line and run for president, but when he's sitting there only attacking Biden on his age, it just reminds me of what Reagan said in that debate. I'm not going to use anyone for political purposes, exploit their age, their youth and inexperience. That's what he's running into. This is an opportunity for him to show he doesn't have the experience. But if he's running against Biden, look at the fact he's voted with Biden almost 100% of the time. He is Biden minus a few decades. If he really wanted to make a difference, he would look at Biden is terrible on the economy. He would come forth with a great plan for addressing the economy. He would come forth with a plan to secure the border because Americans are concerned with the influx of migrants into this country.
And I'll tell you one thing. The Biden campaign is taking note of when Donald Trump has these verbal slip-ups. Let's listen to what Trump was saying earlier today in Iowa. He thought he was in South Dakota, but he was in Iowa. Let's listen to this.
A very big hello to a place where we've done very well, Sioux Falls. Thank you very much, Sioux Falls.
No, he was in Sioux City, Iowa. And the Biden campaign Twitter account put that out there. They wanted everybody to see it. This is going to keep happening.
Yeah, and it does keep happening. And Donald Trump has said all kinds of ridiculous things that you would think that guy is not right in the head. But then, you know, the focus is when Joe Biden slips up because of a childhood stutter, then, oh my God, you know, he breaks the internet. But I will say one thing. You know, Dean Phillips also talked about how so many things are happening around the world. Yeah. There is no one who compares to Joe Biden on the experience that he has on foreign policy, and that's exactly what we need right now. Thankfully, because we're doing so terrible on foreign policy, thankfully no one matches up to him.
All right, lots to discuss next time. Ladies, thank you so much. Time to test tonight. More after a quick break. Be right back.
New York is where society puts itself on display. The old guard think they can keep out the new people with impunity, but nothing stays the same forever. Please.
We can't back down, or we'll lose control of everything we've spent our lives building.
Don't worry, I have a plan.
The war is heating up.
I'll take my leave before you start handing out weapons.
Why am I not surprised?
I work at the end of the production line with metal that weighs 600 tons. I never thought I'd be a welder, but I cannot think of a better job. We're currently working on ships to train our merchant marines and ships to transport cargo and supplies. Joe Biden is bringing manufacturing back, creating good jobs, and standing up for workers. Pretty much everyone who I work with got their job because of Joe Biden. Every day I'm out here working with the team, I know he's out there working for us.
I'm Joe Biden, and I approve this message. Ameritrade is now part of Schwab, bringing you an elevated experience tailor-made for trader minds. Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
My late father-in-law lit up a room, but his vision dimmed with age. He had AMD. I didn't know it then, but it can progress to GA, an advanced form of the disease. His struggle with vision loss from AMD made me want to help you see warning signs of GA, like straight lines that seem wavy, blurry or missing visual spots that make it hard to see faces, like this one, or trouble with low light. That makes driving at night a real challenge. If you've been diagnosed with AMD and notice vision changes, don't wait. GA is irreversible. It's important to catch it early. Talk to your eye doctor about GA and learn more at GAWon'tWait.com.
Napoleon Bonaparte, the greatest leader in the history of the world.
You are just a brute. He's vain, but he's popular.
This vermin has routed Europe.
You want to be great.
I'm not built like other men.
But I will win by fire.
Napoleon, rated R, exclusively in theaters Thanksgiving.
With your hearing, if you start having a little trouble, you're concerned that it's going to cost you money.
To this day, I only paid what I had to pay for the device. When I go back, everything is covered. There's so much you're missing by not having hearing aids.
We'll find you a hearing aid that fits your lifestyle and budget. Unlock your risk-free trial during our limited-time Sounds of Autumn event. Call 1-800-MIRACLE to book your appointment today.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
You are live in the CNN newsroom. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. My colleague Jim Sciutto is joining us live in northern Israel. Good evening, everybody. Just minutes ago, we learned of a new Israeli strike outside the borders of Gaza. Israel's military says it struck military infrastructure in Syrian territory. They say it's in response to launches toward Israel coming from that country. Also new tonight, we're seeing this stunning video from the southern Russian Republic of Dagestan. Russian authorities say a crowd, some waving Palestinian flags, forced their way into an airport after a flight from Tel Aviv landed earlier today. Russian state media says the crowd was protesting the Israel-HAMAS war in Gaza City right now. An aid organization says nearby Israeli airstrikes have caused extensive damage to the second largest hospital. The Palestinian Red Crescent Society says that's endangering the lives of patients. 12,000 displaced civilians are also sheltering there. And gunfire and explosions echo across much of Gaza as Israel's ground offensive advances. Israeli troops appear to have advanced over 2 miles into Gaza, according to a CNN analysis of video published by an Israeli media outlet. Meanwhile, rockets continue to be fired from Gaza into Israel. Earlier today, President Biden spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. Their phone conversation comes amid a stark warning from National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan. He says there is an elevated risk of the conflict expanding across the region and, quote, the risk is real. Let me bring in my colleague, Jim Sciutto, to talk about this. Jim, that warning from Jake Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, I mean, it is bearing out, at least to some extent this evening, as we're getting this news that the Israelis have launched a strike on Syrian territory, running the risk once again of this conflict widening. How do you see things from your vantage point where you are, Jim?
Well, Jim, it's a reminder that what is already happening here to some degree is it's a low-grade war in the north, at least a conflict, because the fire is going back and forth, not just across the border between Israel and Syria to the northeast, but between Israel and Lebanon to the north. We found ourselves in the midst of that today, in the crossfire of artillery fire from Israel into Lebanon, Hezbollah fighters into Israel, and it's happening multiple times a day, certainly not on the scale of what's happening in Gaza, but it is daily, and it's been sufficient to, in effect, evacuate the northern part of this country. Some of that is mandatory. Some of these towns and villages have been turned into military zones, and some of it is voluntary. Families making the decision that it's just no longer safe in the north, and they've moved south for safety, much as many residents of southern Israel have moved north for safety. And of course the concern, Jim, is that Iran orders its proxies, such as Hezbollah, to expand that war even more. And then in that situation, Israel's looking at a multi-front war.
And Jim, I know you've worked in the national security realm for many, many years, and I'm just curious what your thoughts are on this remarkable and very disturbing video coming out of Dagestan, of this airport just coming under siege from this mob of people, pro-Palestinian protesters, we're told by Russian state media, but obviously we don't have a whole lot of independent visibility into what's going on there. But what are your thoughts?
Listen, it's an enormous security failure. Here's an airport, should have security, a mob allowed to storm it, and they were able to get onto the tarmac even. I mean, you had pilots telling their passengers, don't get off the plane, keep the doors locked, don't allow these people into the planes. That's a remarkable security failure, but also more so, it's just a measure of the hatred that we are seeing boiling over here. That crowd was attempting to attack civilians, what they thought were Israelis arriving on that flight from Tel Aviv. It is quite a measure of just how volatile a mix of emotions and anger, not just here in Israel, but around in the region and around the world. And goodness, for those passengers on the plane, you saw that crowd surround some of them. What a frightening and dangerous moment it was for them. We're going to continue to follow that story. I'm joined now by Aaron David Miller, who of course was a longtime negotiator in the Middle East, as well as Kimberly Dozier, CNN national security analyst. Good to have you both on. Aaron David Miller, if I could begin with you. It appears that the U.S. president, at the start of this conflict, after October 7th, he deliberately wanted to make the U.S. Approach this with some balance. When he flew out to the region, he was going to meet with the Israeli leaders, which he did, then Arab leaders, but that summit, as it were, was canceled with those initial reports of the hospital strike, initially blamed on Israel, but now U.S. intelligence, the assessment has been for some time that was actually a Palestinian, a Hamas rocket rather, that fell on the hospital. That summit was canceled, but the clear direction of this, the Arab world's impression of this, is that the U.S. is on Israel's side and Israel's side alone. Is that fair?
You know, Jim, thanks for having me. On October 10th, the president set a pretty strong frame in which he sent an unmistakable signal that he was prepared in view of the slaughter and brutality on October 7th. And I think that, frankly, is the new point of departure in the president's mind. But he sent an unmistakable message that he was going to give the Israeli government the time, the space, and the support to do what it felt it needed to do with respect to Hamas in Gaza. I think that frame has evolved over the course of the last 2 weeks. The hostages played a role, and he's pressed for time and space to seek negotiations. On the humanitarian issue, it's still unclear to me, Jim, why that the trickle of aid coming through Rafah is not a tsunami by now. I think that has a lot to do with Israeli interests, Hamas interests, and Egyptian constraints as well. And he's pressed the Israelis to consider the implications, the consequences of a move to eradicate Hamas and press them on the day after. So I think the frame is evolving, particularly in view of the humanitarian catastrophe and the extraordinary loss of life on the Palestinian side as the Israelis try to strike Hamas. However, let's be clear, and I mentioned it earlier, I think the main thrust in the president's mind is sequential. We would not be having this conversation tonight had the events of October 7th not occurred. And the world, clearly the Arab world, is looking for moral consistency from the Biden administration. That is to say, what happened on October 7th was horrible, but so is what's happening to Palestinians in Gaza. And frankly, the president's demeanor, his temperament, I think he's certainly angered and dismayed, I think, by the level of civilian casualties. But I think, my sense is the main frame, Jim, is going to remain the same.
Yeah, it's something that we've seen from a number of directions now, and we should remember it's only 3 short weeks ago that the events of October 7th took place. But as you say, in the view of the Arab world, those were Queen Rania's word. Queen Rania of Jordan saying that from her perspective, and Jordan, of course, a very close U.S. ally, there's a double standard in terms of how civilian casualties are viewed. Kim Dozier, we saw today one example of where U.S. pressure has worked to some degree, and that is allowing the restoration of communications, or at least some communications out of Gaza. Do we have any sense as to what U.S. pressure on the Israeli military to temper its military activities in Gaza to minimize or reduce civilian casualties? Is there evidence that that pressure has made a difference on those operations?
Well, from the perspective of the Arab world, there has been no let up in the constant bombing. From the perspective of military planners looking at this from the outside, you can see how Israel, as it's doing a major ground incursion into Gaza, which it did over the weekend, that it would want the communications shut down so that it could confuse the adversary and get as many of its people in as safely as possible. So turning the comms back on a day later might not be militarily that destructive to their ultimate goal. But if you were just going to prosecute this all out, you would keep those communications off. You would keep the enemy in the dark. You would be trying to force them to use any alternative means of electronic communications so that you can try to spy on that, figure out where they are. The major goal is to not just disable Hamas, but to try to collect as much intelligence as possible to figure out where the hostages are being held, to try to get to them. And turning the communications back on could be seen as one sign that the U.S.'s behind-the-scenes influence is working. But as you've seen from interviews with Jake Sullivan and Jake Tapper today, they will not criticize Israel in public.
Aaron David Miller, as we watch events here in northern Israel and a low-grade conflict, but a conflict nonetheless between Israeli forces, Hezbollah in Lebanon, Iranian-backed proxies in Syria as well, the concern had been that if Israel were to go into Gaza in numbers for a large-scale offensive, that Hezbollah might very well expand this war. To date, they're certainly firing in this direction. By the way, that's having an effect. It's frightened thousands of residents out of the northern part of the country, but they have not yet declared war, as it were, from the north. Do you see that as a lasting decision by Hezbollah and its Iranian backers?
It's a fascinating question. When the National Security Advisor of the United States of America publicly talks about the fear and his concern over escalation, it's something that I think we need to take very seriously. They could be getting intel and chatter that Hezbollah's calculations, which for now, Jim, over the last 3 weeks have, I think, remained within what I would call the rules of the game. that the Israelis and Hezbollah have set since the last big encounter in the summer of 2006. We haven't seen the deployment of Hezbollah's high trajectory weapons of varying range and lethality. Some of those weapons can cover as much as 300-400 kilometers from the border. I think Hezbollah's calculation is simply this. They know that Israel's international legitimacy is starting to erode, and they're prepared to fight Israel to the last Palestinian, supporting Hamas to the degree they can. But Hamas has been pressing them, my understanding, for more engagement, and they've resisted. And they've resisted because I think Iran does not want to undermine its key asset in Lebanon. That's reserved for the prospects of an Israeli or an American strike against Iran's military, conventional, and unconventional sites. So Hezbollah understands you have two carrier strike groups with 200 strike aircraft positioned. I think Dwight D. Eisenhower is there or should be there any day. And they know that if, in fact, you get into a huge fight, the U.S. may well get involved.
Listen to that comment there from Kim, if you can. That's quite a remarkable statement from Aaron David Miller, one of the most experienced diplomats I've spoken to in this region, to say that Israel's international legitimacy is fading here remarkably, just 3 weeks after witnessing this horrible attack by Hamas with civilians, with women and children and the elderly bearing the brunt of that Hamas terror attack. That's a remarkable turn of events in such a short period of time, and I wonder if you share that assessment.
I have to say, when you see how the UN vote went against condemning Hamas in any way for the October 7th attack, that was shocking to people inside Israel, but it's a sign of, if the goal was to damage Israel on the international scene and to revive the Palestinian freedom fighting movement, as the Palestinian militant movement would call it, this attack has done that. The horrific scenes that we in the West have seen and believed of Israelis being attacked brutally and horribly on October 7th, some of that was shared on Telegram, etc., across Arab social media, but largely what you're hearing now is that people don't believe that actually happened. They do believe the pictures of destruction inside Gaza by the Israeli military. So to take a 30,000-foot view of it, if you're Iran and you're watching this and you wanted to damage both the U.S. and Israel, you don't need Hezbollah to attack all out. Everything you wanted is already playing out. U.S. reputation is already damaged just by sticking by Israel. And the world seems to have developed collective amnesia, or at least large parts of it, about what happened on October 7th.
Yeah, one of the great ironies here, right? Short memories and long memories, and that is the conflict we live with every day. Sadly, possibly an expanding one. Aaron David Miller, Kimberly Dozier, thanks so much to both of you. We are in northern Israel, continuing to follow cross-border fire here, not just from Lebanon, but also from Syria and from Israel, back into Lebanon and into Syria, while, of course, in the south, Israel is expanding its military operations inside Gaza. We will continue to cover both fronts of this conflict. We'll be right back after a short break.
Put your firm row. Let your tongue shout. Are you kidding me? 5, 4, 3, 2, I let one go.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Eucora. Eucora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Eucora. Eucora saved my life.
Try today at Eucora.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
The first time you connected your GoDaddy website and your store was also the first time you realized.
Well, we can do anything. Cheesecake cookies? The Chookie!
Manage all your sales from one place with a partner that always puts you first. Start today at GoDaddy.com.
This week, the Anti-Defamation League reported that since the Hamas attack on October 7th in Israel, anti-Semitic incidents here in the U.S. have increased by nearly 400%. That rise also echoed by several other U.S.-based advocacy groups since the war began. And Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz, Florida, joins us now. Congressman, thank you very much for joining us. And I know this hits home for you. Last night, you posted this on social media saying, "Today, the temple I belong to was targeted by 5 people wearing ski masks and shouting, 'Kill the Jews,' as congregants left. These people are not interested in protesting policy. They want to mass murder an entire religion just like Hitler." I'm very sorry that this happened to you and members of your temple. Where is all of this heading?
Jim, thanks for having me. Thanks for having this discussion. Jim, I don't know where it's heading, but it's not heading in a good direction. It's extremely troubling, right? We've gone from the barbaric events of October 7th to obviously a war in Gaza in which people can argue both sides of, but now this has gone into a horrible place that reminds the Jewish community, quite frankly, of the reason why Israel was created in the first place. It's because there is a tremendous amount of anti-Semitism in the world. We are no longer debating Israel policy. A lot of these protests you see, whether it's in Russia or in the UK or in France or even on college campuses here, you see the signs that say gas the Jews, kill the Jews. They're not talking about Israel policy. From the river to the sea is not a two-state solution, Jim. I'm for a two-state solution. I think the Palestinians should have a state. I've thought that my entire life. But now they're talking about eliminating the entire state of Israel, and they're advocating for the mass murder of Jews. And so, you know, this has gone, unfortunately, to a very dark place, and the Jewish community has seen this before.
And I want to get your thoughts on the situation in Dagestan. In Russia, the protesters at this airport reportedly making anti-Semitic comments after a flight arrived from Tel Aviv. I mean, it just looks like a wilding broke out inside this airport and out on the tarmac. What are your thoughts on all of this? It seems like it's spreading across the world.
Well, look, that was an angry mob that broke through security at an airport looking for Jews. They saw a plane come in from Tel Aviv, and they were looking for Jews. And I'm pretty sure, Jim, they were not looking to have a robust foreign policy conversation, right? They were looking to cause harm to folks getting off the plane from Tel Aviv. And so we're seeing this. We saw Jewish students at Cornell not being able to leave the cafeteria. We saw Jewish students the other day being locked in a library. And so, this is something that we're seeing all across the world, in which Jews are being targeted. Again, this is a debate that has gone from the Mideast conflict, the war that's going on between Hamas and Israel, and this has now gone to dramatic anti-Semitism to the lengths we have not seen since World War II. The Jewish community has been warning, by the way, that the anti-Semitic attacks are on the rise. We've been seeing it year over year over year, online, especially on social media. But now we're seeing, unfortunately, in visual pictures, the fruition of all of that anti-Semitism.
Let me get back to the Israel-Hamas war. We're receiving word this evening that the Israeli military said that its aircraft struck military infrastructure in Syrian territory in response to launches toward Israel coming from that country. Are you concerned about this conflict widening in a way that could potentially draw in the U.S.?
Of course. I have no doubt that the Biden administration, who's done a tremendous job, by the way, but the Biden administration is deeply worried, as am I, in Congress, of this widening beyond the current conflict. There is no doubt that whether it's Iran or some of their proxies in the region, even some rogue actors, quite frankly, that Iran might not be able to control, may be looking to try to expand the conflict. Obviously the U.S. has those, battle strike groups in the region to try to make sure that, folks don't want to get involved. And look, the U.S. obviously is going to stand by its greatest ally, Israel. The president's been super crystal clear on that. And so I think the message that the United States is sending is that should other nations decide to get involved, the United States will come to Israel's aid.
And let me talk to you about something very important that's happened here in the United States. You're an alum of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School, where 17 people were killed in that mass shooting in 2018 at Parkland. Last week we saw this mass shooting in Maine. Tonight our Shimon Prokupez is reporting that the Maine National Guard had asked local police to check on that reservist who ended up killing 18 people prior to the shooting, after a soldier became concerned that this eventual gunman would snap and commit a mass shooting. It sounds like warning signs were missed. How does this get fixed?
Jim, I know what's happening in Maine all too familiar. We had the same issue at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas in Parkland. The warning signs of the former student were everywhere. Killing animals, police coming to the house dozens of times, tips to the FBI. He had a file at the school board a mile long. Everyone knew that that kid was in trouble. And yet, people who are mentally ill in this country can go and get a weapon. And here in the state of Florida, we stopped that. We passed red flag laws. We raised the age to 21. 3-day waiting periods here in Florida. We did that right after. Within 3 weeks, on a bipartisan basis, signed by Republican Governor Rick Scott, now U.S. Senator Rick Scott, to make sure that something like that didn't happen again. And so it's deeply troubling, Jim. We have to figure out in this country how we can recognize that, yes, there is a robust Second Amendment that we have to respect, but at the same time, can we at least agree that mentally ill people should not be able to get weapons of war? I know what that community is going through. The funerals, the parents, that, their kid's not coming home, a spouse that now is going to be an empty chair at the dinner table. Those people will never be the same. That community will never be the same. 6 years later, the city of Parkland is not the same. Those families, haven't moved on. They moved forward. But look, elected leaders, whether they're in Maine or in Congress, have the ability to do something to stop this epidemic of mass shootings.
And just finally, very quickly, we had Congressman Dean Phillips on this program earlier this evening talking about how he's running for president against Joe Biden. I assume you're supporting the president in his re-election bid. Your thoughts on Dean Phillips running? Should he not be doing this?
Look, Dean's a good friend. He's a good colleague. And I think he means well. But no, I'm supporting President Biden. I'm with President Biden 100% of the way. I don't think we should be having any primaries at the moment. Let the Republicans have the mess of the primary they're having. I think we should be laser focused on one goal, and that is defeating former President Trump. He's an existential threat, not just to this country, but to the world. Even at this fragile time, the idea of Donald Trump coming back and being so unpredictable, and with the policies he's been espousing on the trail, I just think that it's so important that Democrats do everything they can to unify around President Biden.
All right, Democratic Congressman Jared Moskowitz of Florida, thank you very much for your time. We appreciate it. Thanks for staying up late for us.
Thank you.
All right, in the meantime, Israel says it's hit more than 450 targets over the past day. We'll take you live to the Israel-Gaza border next. Stay with us.
Tonight, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper, tonight at 10 on CNN.
I'm Andrea, founder of a boutique handbag brand, Andy, and this is why I switched to Shopify. It's the challenges that we don't expect, like a site going down or the checkout wouldn't work. What's nice about Shopify is when I'm with my family, when I'm taking time off, knowing that I have a site up and running and our business is moving forward because we have a platform that we can rely on, that is gold to us. Start your free trial with Shopify today.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles. The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
For 40 years, I've been burying my emotions and all the trauma of just so many things that I had seen that I could not see.
I was taking 16 pills a day, had nearly disconnected myself from my family.
All I wanted was just to go back in bed.
Post-traumatic stress disorder, I wouldn't wish on anybody.
I applied for my own service dog because the medication and the talk therapy just weren't enough.
I was grasping desperately for independence and hope. I found it with a tail and a cold nose.
I knew that my life was about to change. I call him my battle buddy because every time we're out in the public, he has my back.
I'm responsible for him, but I feel just as much like he's responsible for me.
Every time those demons start talking, he knows, and he's right there at my side. Mustang truly did save my life.
Join me on my perfect feel-good vacation adventure in Penticton, BC. Well, that might leave a mark. And I did it all fuel-free. Almost. Wow, this is gorgeous.
You may not consider the flu to be a serious illness, but it can lead to severe complications, hospitalization, and even death. The Canadian Lung Association reminds you that getting your annual flu shot is the best defense against the flu. The flu shot is recommended for everyone over 6 months of age. It's especially important to get vaccinated if you or a family member is living with chronic lung disease. If you have any questions about flu or the flu vaccine, speak to your pharmacist, family doctor, or nurse practitioner.
Join Poppy and Phil on CNN This Morning, tomorrow at 6 Eastern.
Welcome back. I'm Jim Shudo in northern Israel. A short time ago, we learned that Israeli forces struck targets inside Syria, just to the northeast of where we are. That is in addition to strikes from Israel into southern Lebanon against Hezbollah targets, as well as strikes from southern Lebanon into Israel, and also Syria into Israel. Gives you a sense of the scope of the war, how Israel is fighting this in effect on multiple fronts right now, although of course the principal front remains its expanding military activity inside Gaza in response to the October 7th attacks. Our Nick Robertson is in southern Israel. He's been watching this closely since the beginning. And Nick, tomorrow just like on Friday, in fact, when there was a UN resolution calling for an immediate truce in Gaza, there will be another gathering at the UN Security Council to apply more pressure on Israeli officials to limit their campaign. I wonder, is Israel responding to this pressure in terms of how it is carrying out military activity on the ground in Gaza so far?
Yeah, I think there is a political realization here that the international community is more heavily prescribing, if you will, the amount that the IDF can perform in Gaza. So I think there is an increasing international effort to try to shut down the scope and scale of what the IDF can achieve inside of Gaza, despite the high bar that's been set by the government at the moment to completely crush and eradicate Hamas. And I think Monday, tomorrow, the UN Security Council resolution, unlikely to pass, I would expect it is going to be part of that. We continue to hear from the UN agencies responsible for welfare inside of Gaza, from Save the Children about the high civilian children's casualties there, from the World Health Organization about the deteriorating health situation in Gaza, just loading up the pressure for Israel to have a humanitarian pause. Now, Israel's partners around the world, whether they are the French President Emmanuel Macron, the British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak, President Biden, are equally calling for Israel to be restrained in what it's doing. But it comes from not only caring concern about the humanitarian aspect and abiding by international humanitarian law for whatever happens in Gaza, but it also gets to that point that you're talking about there, the multiple fronts that Israel finds itself fighting on now, the strikes going into Syria in response to launches from there, and we've seen other strikes at the airport in Damascus, the airport in Aleppo over the past few weeks to try to sort of deny those as launch sites for attacks on Israel, with Hezbollah potentially, because the friends and allies of Israel recognize that not only could this situation escalate against Israel, but it could very much inflame the whole region, and the dangers of too many big steps, miscalculations in Gaza, high civilian death toll, not enough humanitarian relief. These contribute to how the situation is going to evolve in the region. Missiles fired from Yemen towards Israel. There are multiple fronts of attack that Israel faces, but it's its allies and friends that will also get pulled in here as well.
Yeah, that seemed to be the warning from the U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan today, speaking about the risk of escalation there, watching closely. Nick Robertson, good to have you in the South there. Thanks so much. Well, into that mix has been a growing presence of U.S. forces in the region. There are now 2 U.S. carrier strike groups in the eastern Mediterranean. And also we learned today about the addition of a Marine Rapid Response Force to the region. Our Oren Lieberman is at the Pentagon. And we should be clear, Oren, as we discuss this, that those U.S. forces, they're not involved in Israeli military operations in Gaza. They are certainly a warning to others about any potential expansion of this war. But can you describe what the specific role is, the intended role of this rapid response force?
Jim, we have been watching very closely the forces the U.S. has sent into the Middle East, and that includes the land forces, nearly 1,000 troops, as well as a Patriot Battalion and a THAAD battery. Those are air defense systems. But also the naval forces. We have seen 2 carrier strike groups, one already in the Eastern Med and one very close, as well as an amphibious assault group. And that's what we're looking at right now. The USS Bataan, an amphibious assault ship, and Marine Rapid Response Force, the 26th Marine Expeditionary Unit, that had been operating for the past several weeks in the waters of the Middle East. But 2 U.S. officials now tell us that it's in the Red Sea, set to pass through the Suez Canal, and will be in the Eastern Mediterranean quite soon, essentially swapping places over the next few days with one of those carrier strike groups. Now, why is this significant? First, it's obviously another show of force here, as the U.S. sends considerable firepower and a considerable show of force to try to send a message to Iran and Iranian proxies as a show of deterrence. But crucially, one of the mission essential tasks of that Marine Rapid Response Force, the Marine Expeditionary Unit, known as a MU in shorthand, is not only special operations, but also evacuations, a non-combatant evacuation operation known as a NEO. Now, earlier last week, John Kirby, the strategic coordinator for the National Security Council, says it would be irresponsible and imprudent not to plan for the possibility of an evacuation, though there was no execution of that yet. However, the U.S. has warned the region is still at risk of a wider escalation. That perhaps why that Marine Rapid Response Force is moving very close to Israel and Lebanon. Jim.
No question, and of course there was an evacuation during the war in Lebanon in 2006, evacuation of Americans from there by sea, U.S. naval assets, preparations at least underway for that possibility again. Oren Lieberman at the Pentagon, thanks so much. And there you have yet another measure of the potential for escalation here. An enormous show of force from the U.S. The intention, as President Biden said in his address shortly after the October 7th attacks, he directly had a message for others in the region saying that if you are thinking about getting involved, don't. Those were his words. We'll continue to watch events here in northern Israel and in southern Israel as we cover Israel at war. Please do stay with us. We'll be right back after a short break.
This country has never been so divided. Are you a licorice lover or hater? We at licorice.com have 50+ gourmet flavors that you'll flip out over. Get some for yourself or a licorice lover in your life. Licorice lovers unite at licorice.com.
When moderate to severe ulcerative colitis takes you off course, put it in check with Rinvoq, a once-daily pill.
When I wanted to see results fast, Rinvoq delivered rapid symptom relief and helped leave bathroom urgency behind. Check.
When UC tried to slow me down, I got lasting steroid-free remission with Rinvoq. Check.
And when UC caused damage, Rinvoq came through by visibly repairing my colon lining. Check. Rapid symptom relief, lasting steroid-free remission.
And a chance to visibly repair the colon lining. Check, check, and check.
Rinvoq can lower your ability to fight infections including TB, serious infections and blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin cancer, death, heart attack, stroke, and tears in the stomach or intestines occurred. People 50 and older with at least one heart disease risk factor have higher risks. Don't take if allergic to Rinvoq, as serious reactions can occur. Tell your doctor if you are or may become pregnant.
Put UC in check and keep it there with Rinvoq.
Ask your gastroenterologist about Rinvoq and learn how AbbVie can help you save.
With the push of a button, Constant Contact's AI tools help you know what to say, even when you don't. Constant Contact, helping the small stand tall.
I've always been prone to hair thinning.
I was getting older. I was under a lot of stress.
I started taking Nutrafol.
Nutrafol is the #1 dermatologist-recommended hair growth supplement.
I am back to me.
Start your hair growth journey at Nutrafol.com.
The first time you made a sale online with GoDaddy was also the first time you heard of a town named Dinosaur, Colorado.
Just got an order from Dinosaur, Colorado.
Start an easy-to-build, powerful website for free with a partner that always puts you first. Start for free at GoDaddy.com.
This is melasma. I'm trying to get rid of it.
Introducing Muesli Face RX. Prescription skincare delivered straight to your door.
Now that Muesli is out there, they just see the confident young woman.
See for yourself at muesli.com/TV.
Everybody's talking about the secret weapon for 100% drug-free blood sugar support. Doctors' preferred Gluco-Gold contains the full research dose of berberine that helps keep your blood sugar in the normal range, plus 3 other powerful ingredients.
It's made a great difference in my life.
Gluco-Gold is flying off shelves nationwide, but now's your chance to try a complimentary bottle by texting PURSUE to 321-321.
It really does work.
Now's your chance to join the over 30,000 people who have claimed their complimentary bottle and are feeling great.
It keeps my sugar levels right where I want it.
Unleash your new secret weapon for drug-free blood sugar support to make sure your next checkup is better than your last.
This is a great product for sugar control.
You can only get your complimentary bottle by texting PURSUE to 321-321. And if you text right now, you'll receive a bottle of vitamin D3 immune support absolutely free.
Doctors preferred. Better science. Better results.
I'm Natasha Bertrand at the Pentagon. And this is CNN.
Israel's warned of a long, difficult conflict to take out Hamas and ensure its security, but it's a brutal response to what took place on October 7th, the terrorist attack in Israel. More than 1,400 Israeli civilians were killed and more than 200 people were taken hostage. But Israel's military campaign is having devastating consequences on the ground. Here is CNN's Scott McLean.
There isn't much left of the Bilal bin Rabah Mosque in central Gaza. The building was flattened by an overnight Israeli airstrike. People inside the neighboring apartment blocks weren't spared either. Roofs were ripped right off, everything now covered in a pale shade of gray. More than a dozen were killed and more injured, according to medical staff at the local hospital, where outside the bodies of those killed are wrapped in white sheets and marked with their names. Both the IDF and the Israeli Prime Minister have renewed calls for civilians to urgently evacuate northern Gaza. The apartment buildings next to the mosque were filled with people who had heeded those warnings, believing central Gaza would be safer. There were no warnings at all, this survivor says. We have seen the entire thing collapsing on us. We didn't know exactly where the hit was. We started running to get our children out. It's a miracle they survived. This man said there were no warnings. It was a strong airstrike. The people pulled us from underneath the rubble and took us to the hospital. CNN has reached out to the IDF for comment. Israel said that overnight some 450 terror targets were hit and say that some strikes were directed by troops now on the ground inside Gaza. This was the aftermath of one of those strikes on a family home in Han Yunis in southern Gaza. A desperate scramble to move slabs of concrete, hoping to find survivors. Instead, they found at least one body. By daybreak, the urgency has gone. A pile of rubble is all that's left. Hospitals already at the breaking point are only getting more overwhelmed. In Deir al-Balah Saturday, doctors operated on this boy on the floor. The Palestinian Red Crescent now says that Israeli authorities called Al-Quds Hospital in Gaza City twice with a clear and direct threat that the hospital must be evacuated at once. Otherwise, the Red Crescent holds full responsibility for the lives of everyone inside. That amounts to hundreds of patients and thousands more people taking shelter. Israel says it called more than twice since the war began and says the Hamas is shielding themselves inside hospitals. Foreign aid is entering Gaza at a trickle. The desperation apparent in this video of people ransacking a UN warehouse carrying out bags of food. It may be a temporary lifeline for those people, but the UN calls it a worrying sign that civil order is starting to break down. The situation in Gaza only gets worse. Scott McLean, CNN, London.
And there are new developments tonight in the Middle East. Israeli airstrikes in Syria. Stay with CNN for instant updates on the story.
Next, Anderson Cooper reports on the brutal attack on kibbutz near Oz.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open.
And the heartbreaking stories of the survivors and the missing.
I'm devastated.
The whole story with Anderson Cooper. Next on CNN.
Are you sick of UTIs? I had 8 in 1 year. This inspired my husband and I to start Euphora. Euphora makes proactive urinary tract supplements.
If you get UTIs, try Euphora.
Euphora saved my life.
Try today at euphora.com.
Switch to Shopify so you can build it better, scale it faster, and sell more. Much more. Take your business to the next stage when you switch to Shopify.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
Makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock. And what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Your solution is at plexidermtrial.com or call the number on your screen.
They put food on our tables, care for our loved ones, and help build our communities. Canada needs over 400,000 migrant workers to fill employment gaps and sustain our growing economy. Mosaic BC's Migrant Workers Program provides support services to migrant workers, but more needs to be done. Like many others, migrant workers also lost their jobs during the BC wildfires. Emergency funding is required to support worker needs. Help give back to these workers who give so much to Canada. Donate today at mosaicbc.org.
COVID has been a really long fight.
As a father, I want to give the best tools to protect my kids.
So what can we do to get back to that sense of normalcy?
Many parents are asking if it is worth it to get their kids vaccinated against COVID.
And the answer is yes. It's an added layer of protection.
It's safe and effective for children.
It's definitely safer than getting the virus.
So if you have questions or concerns about the vaccine,
we're here to help.
Tributes are pouring in following the news that actor Matthew Perry was found dead in his hot tub late yesterday in Los Angeles. Here's CNN's Camila Bernal.
Authorities in Los Angeles are still trying to determine a cause of death for Friends star Matthew Perry. Perry, who was 54, skyrocketed to stardom as the affable Chandler Bing on the sitcom Friends.
All right, fine. You know what? We'll both sit in the chair. I'm so comfortable.
Me too. In fact, I think I might be a little too comfortable.
All right.
Perry was found unresponsive Saturday in his hot tub, according to the Los Angeles Times, citing law enforcement sources. The news met with shock and sadness by fans and those who knew him.
Instantly I thought, oh no, how horrible. And then I started thinking about what a difficult life he led. He struggled so much off camera. For a guy who was so effortless on camera, his timing and his good nature, always just upbeat and quick. And then you realize it's the exact opposite when he's not. And he just struggled so hard with painkillers and addiction. And I think, we're hearing there's no foul play. But immediately you think, what wear and tear that poor heart of his took.
In a statement, Warner Brothers Television Group, which is owned by CNN's parent company, Warner Brothers Discovery, wrote in part, "The impact of his comedic genius was felt around the world, and his legacy will live on in the hearts of so many. This is a heartbreaking day, and we send our love to his family, his loved ones, and all of his devoted fans." Perry struggled with addiction for many years, publishing a candid memoir titled Friends, Lovers, and the Big Terrible Thing.
It was so impressive to hear because he had said at one point he was taking over 55 Vicodins a day, things that were just absolutely shocking to anyone who had just watched him on screen and of course not known him in real life. And one of the things he said that really, while he was on Friends, his cast really stepped in and said, "We need to help you."
An LA Fire Department spokesman telling CNN that a 911 call came in for a water rescue emergency around 4 p.m. Pacific time. A law enforcement source says that while no foul play is suspected, Perry's death remains under investigation.
Tell you what, when we're 40, if neither of us are married, what do you say you and I get together and have one?
Why won't I be married when I'm 40?
Oh, no. I just meant hypothetically.
Such a terrible loss. Camille Bernal reporting there. Thanks very much. We'll be right back.
We are seeing something that we have not seen yet ever in American history. A speaker pushed out. It's the biggest FU to Republican voters I've ever seen.
Things are very heated right now, very emotional.
Will this ever be over?
Minutes from now, there could be a new House Speaker.
Mike Johnson, the new Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives, just elected.
Republicans say they are finally ready to move ahead and put aside the ugly chapter.
Guys, how frustrating is it to find a great pair of jeans? Too tight here, too loose there, too long there? Standard jeans use just 2 measurements. Taylor custom jeans use 7 different measurements to give you the perfect fit. Your phone can measure you right now. Download the Taylor app on iOS or Android. Choose from hundreds of styles. Taylor measures you digitally and is 20% more accurate than a professional tailor. With free shipping and a money-back guarantee, get your new favorite pair of jeans today. Taylor, available on the Apple App Store or Android.
Does your wife let you spend this much money? You know, I've got to be honest, I don't think she's seen.
You spent over $600 on takeout?
I have a big family.
Also, why are you paying for Netflix twice?
Is this why people read these things?
Just get Rocket Money. It shows you all your expenses in one place and even tracks your subscriptions. The app can also help you make a budget that works for your income, and anytime you get close to your spending limits, it alerts you. That way, you won't end up spending like $800 some odd on takeout. Seriously, who does that? Just download Rocket Money today.
I had 8 UTIs in 1 year. This inspired me and my partner Spencer to launch Eucora. Eucora makes effective urinary tract health products.
It truly works miracles.
The peace of mind I've been looking for.
Go to eucora.com to learn more.
Get proactive and get clear skin that stays clear. I got proactive and was able to take on the world head first. Now when you get proactive, get this free pore cleansing brush with your first order. Go to proactive.com and get started today.
I've got home internet from T-Mobile. It only costs $50 at T-Mobile. They won't raise your rates at T-Mobile. You'll get a great deal every day.
I love the Army. You just have this brotherhood that you can't find anywhere else. Since coming home from war, I've tried so many different things. I just remember thinking, like, it's over.
After being forced to medically retire, Angie battled addiction to prescription medications, eventually losing her house and marriage. Then she found Wounded Warrior Project.
And so I went online, I signed up, and I knew that Wounded Warrior Project was definitely my new community. One of the staff members, she put me in for peer mentor training. It was like for the first time someone recognized something good about me and thought that I had something to give back to someone else. I'm doing okay otherwise.
I've kind of picked up woodworking with my grandfather, so...
3D stuff. All those activities gave me a new way to live without drugs, a new way to live without feeling like I'm broken. You can live a meaningful life after traumatic experiences.
You wouldn't go into battle alone. You don't have to fight this alone. Visit woundedwarriorproject.org/notalone.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines. The day's biggest stories. The night's most essential reporting. This is the new CNN Prime Time. Weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
After the Hamas attacks earlier this month, some Israelis who live in settlements are organizing their own defense groups, and CNN's Rafael Romo has that part of the story.
This is the shelter.
For several long and agonizing hours, Eli Sur and his family hunkered down in their home shelter, built to protect them from air missile attacks. Afraid and unknowing that atrocities were being committed outside on the ground by hordes of attacking terrorists.
If you close it...
The emergency door, meant to be life-saving for families, can be deadly when holding it closed against militants.
And they shot with the AK-47.
They shot through the door.
Yeah, through the door. So it was, people got hurt, got killed because they hold the handle like this.
A problem that he has since solved with a 2x4.
You put it like this, and the Hamas cannot come inside.
The IDF says the response to the attacks was a military failure.
It's a military failure that we will have to look into, but it's a military failure that will create the possibility for a much better future.
Now communities are taking the future into their own hands. Sur says he was one of 5 men who organized themselves to protect their moshav, or Jewish settlement, of about 700 people located just a few kilometers from the border with Gaza, after police and soldiers in his community were called to the front lines.
So that was it? 5 men in charge of security for this community?
Yeah.
With pistols?
With pistols. We cannot do nothing against AK-47, but that's what we had.
The entire Sur family survived the Hamas terrorist attacks of October 7, but the emotional wounds are extensive.
I don't know if I can deal with this situation anymore.
Eli Sur's 27-year-old daughter Gaia says she always believed peaceful coexistence between Israelis and Palestinians was possible.
I always talking about peace and to be okay with them, to live with them. But after that I learned that maybe there's no people there that want peace with us.
Gaia has friends who were killed by Hamas. She can't begin to understand the hatred behind the brutal attacks, but she also finds no hope in trading an eye for an eye.
I don't know. This is not our culture. This is not what my parents taught me. To be happy that Palestinians did. Never, never.
Missiles being fired by Hamas right above their heads doesn't help.
And this is a situation the families who live here near the border with Gaza face on a daily basis, sometimes hour by hour. This is the way it has been.
And at the end of this war, all of those deserted communities around Gaza, the kibbutzim that have been burnt and ruined, they will flourish again, and there will again be the sound of Israeli kids playing in their backyards.
The Sur say the terrorist attacks have shattered any hope they had for peace.
Can you make a distinction in your mind between the Palestinian people and Hamas?
I was one of the people that said that the Arabs want to, not all Arabs are bad, they want to live with us. Now I'm not so sure about it.
Do you want to still live here? Do you want to stay after everything that
I'm going to die here. I'm going to die here. I have a lovely plot in the cemetery.
For some Jewish families who live along the border with Gaza, the October 7 terrorist attacks mark a before and an after. But they say the hard lessons they learned that tragic day about protecting themselves will only make them stronger and ensure their survival. Rafael Romo, CNN, at the Israeli border with Gaza.
Thank you for joining me this evening. I'm Jim Acosta in Washington. Stay with us for a new episode of The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper. Good night.
Welcome to The Whole Story. I'm Anderson Cooper in Tel Aviv. As we've seen this weekend, Israel's war against Hamas has entered a new phase. What that means for the more than 200 people held hostage in Gaza is unclear. Most of those hostages were taken on October 7th from Israeli communities or kibbutzim close to the Gaza border. On a kibbutz called Nir Oz, it's estimated a quarter of the 400 or so people who live there were either killed or captured. The whole story of what happened at Nir Oz is only now really coming to light. Tonight, we want you to meet those who survived the attack at Nir Oz, who are now fighting for answers about what happened to their missing loved ones and neighbors. This was the Nir Oz kibbutz before October 7th.
Nir Oz has huge and beautiful fields all around it. Many of them are potatoes, but some peanuts and carrots and many, many other crops.
It's like you walk without shoes, with your dogs.
It's one of the places that you could still come and hear the birds singing.
It's fun, guys.
It was a tightly knit community of some 400 men, women, and children.
It's like a big family.
The community of the kibbutz is very close.
It's a special place, Niroz.
Sharon Lifshitz grew up in Nir Oz, just a mile and a half from Gaza.
Kibbutz was a socialist utopia, if you wish. I always try to explain to people that we were brought up in a utopia, and in many ways it was wonderful.
Her parents, Yocheved and Oded Lifshitz, were peace activists who helped found the kibbutz in the 1950s.
It was built by a lot of people that came from cities that already grew up in Israel. They were not Holocaust survivors. So it had a kind of a lighter atmosphere, I think, than many other places.
What brought them together is they believe in human rights, they believe in peace, and they believe that everybody, on all nations, on all religions, deserve to live in peace.
Noam Perry's parents were among the founders as well.
Members of the kibbutz each have their own job and way of life, but they gather a lot for joint meals and holidays and other occasions, and they have this community both for taking together decisions and celebrating holidays.
On October 7th, the kibbutz had just finished celebrating the last day of a religious holiday. At dawn, as the security cameras show, there was no sign of danger.
6 o'clock in the morning, everything looks rather normal. You know, most of the people are sleeping. Couple wake up early in order to go on a walk.
At 6:06 a.m., Gad Haggai and his wife, Judy Weinstein, headed out the front gate for their morning walk. Around 6:30, they recorded this video showing in the distance rockets firing from Gaza. A red alert was called immediately. The couple sent this video to a group chat at 6:42 a.m. They haven't been heard from since.
I could hear the red colors. It means that we have to go to the safe room, to the shelter. I'm all alone in my own house. My children with the father in the other house.
Hadass Calderon's youngest kids, Zahar and Erez, were with their father, Ofer, in his house nearby. Hadass's 19-year-old son, Rotem, was in his own house. And Hadass's mother, Carmela Dan, was in her home with her 13-year-old granddaughter, Noya, who's autistic.
Our grandma was her best friend. That's why she was with her.
That's Hadass's oldest daughter, Gaia, who lives in Tel Aviv.
When everything is happening, I talk to my mom, my dad, my sister, my grandma.
By 6:49 a.m., Hamas gunmen were at the front gate. A security camera shows bullets hitting an empty guardhouse.
By the yellow main gate, you have a booth in which someone usually guards the entrance. No one is there, and you see shots over there, and then you see the holes in the glass, and everything is shattered.
Seconds later, gunmen enter the kibbutz. Others from Gaza, besides Hamas gunmen, also appeared. Men and some young people wanting to be part of the attack or just witness it up close. Hadass Calderon was in her safe room, exchanging messages with her family and neighbors.
Even one girl, she tell me, I have a picture that my mom is on the floor with blood, and a terrorist is with a gun just behind her.
That's Bracha Levinson.
Yes, you know that. Her daughter, she called me. She asked me, do you know about that? Is it a fake picture? Is it true?
It was true. 74-year-old Bracha Levinson, adored by generations of kids she helped raise on the kibbutz, was among the first to be murdered.
This is Bracha Levinson's home. It's completely torched. We know the gunmen broke in and killed her here. They murdered her. They gained access to her Facebook account, and they posted a live image of her lying on the ground in a pool of blood, surrounded by armed men. They wanted her friends and family to see.
Groups of gunmen went house to house, block by block, capturing some,
killing others.
One of the terrorists is hiding. Then apparently he heard something, an engine of a car, an Israeli car approaching the gate. So he stands up, immediately approaching the gate, and fires. And fires.
Our kibbutz had a pogrom. They came and they went house by house, house by house.
Many residents had made it to their safe rooms, but the fortified shelters were built to protect from rockets, not terrorists on the ground.
You can tell gunmen tried to pry this door open. This handle has nearly been pulled off from tugging it. It looks like they tried to pry open the door as well. You can fit your hand through here. They could just maybe look in, but they couldn't actually break through this door.
The family in this house survived in their safe room, though at least one of them was wounded. There's blood all over the bed and sheets. Like many, Hadass Calderon's safe room didn't lock from the inside. For hours, she held the door handle to stop gunmen from getting in.
I'm in the safe room, but I'm holding my door. I'm all alone, and I have to survive. I hold it with my leg. After a while, I have pain. I take a metal that my son used to make some sport, you know. I took the metal.
Pull-up bar.
Yeah. I put it in the door. I didn't think I'm going to survive that. I sent a message to my family.
Hadass's 12-year-old son texted her at 8:15 a.m. "Mom, be silent," he wrote. "I really love you." Minutes later, Hadass wrote in her family group chat, "You are my life. Hope that we'll go through this and survive. Love you so much." Her 16-year-old daughter, Sahar, wrote back, "Mom, take care of yourself. Love you." Ofer, the father of her kids, texted Hadass to say he'd escaped the safe room through the window with their kids and they were hiding in the bushes. She responded, "Are you crazy? Go back to the shelter quickly."
Then my battery is gone. I don't have a phone. Light is gone. I'm in the dark. No water, no food, no nothing. Just me and God and the terrorists. 8 hours. From 6:30 in the morning till 3 o'clock afternoon.
Her daughter, Gaia, in Tel Aviv, cut off from her family, started to scroll through social media, where Hamas was now posting horrific images.
It was so hard, but I knew I had to do it. So I was trying to find something, and then I saw Erez. That was so hard to watch. But then I told myself, okay, he's alive.
Gaia and her family want people to know what happened to Erez. This video shows him being dragged away by gunmen, one of whom appears to have blood on his hand. We geolocated where the video was shot.
This is the last known location of Erez Calderon. He was kidnapped by Hamas gunmen, and he was videotaped as they were dragging him away in this direction. This is the fence to the kibbutz, and Gaza is only about 1.5 miles away.
Erez and Sarah, I miss him so much, that's what I can tell you. Erez is small, he's 12 years old. He never been so far for so many days, so far from me, even in normal condition. Erez is very, very funny guy. He make everybody laugh around him. We always sit together and we laugh. He's small, but he have a huge humor. And he love to ride horses. They love to ride bike, mountain bike. He love to play, you know, football, ping pong.
Erez's dad, Ofer, has not appeared in any videos, nor has his sister, Sahar. Hadass and Gaia believe they're being held hostage in Gaza.
If you have to draw.
I can show you something we did.
That's right.
Yeah. It's just the beginning.
You know, I can hear them all the time in my ear. I hear them. Mom, Mom, save me. Save me. Come to pick me. I miss you. I miss you.
The bodies of Hadass's mother, Carmela Dan, and Carmela's granddaughter, Noya, were identified about a week ago. They were among the more than 24 residents in Nir Oz known to have been murdered during the attack.
You want to tell me about your grandma?
The best grandma in the world. I used to sit with her for hours and just talk to her about my problem.
She was good to talk to.
Yes. She always wants to know about everything that's going on.
Carmela Dan was 80 years old. Her granddaughter Noya was 13. Ahead, more on the hostages taken from Nir Oz.
I recognize her immediately.
The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper is appointment viewing on Sunday nights. One whole story, one whole hour.
What are your biggest fears? The breaking of my brain is the concern.
You think you could have picked up a gun? You were dancing.
The world's best journalists dig deeper
I'm about to do something that I haven't done before.
into the stories they can't ignore.
Do you ever ask why police took so long?
Go in depth every Sunday night. The Whole Story with Anderson Cooper, Sundays at 8 on CNN.
Businesses need 5G solutions today. That's why they choose T-Mobile for Business. Las Vegas Grand Prix chose T-Mobile to help power operations for one of the world's largest racing events. MLB partners with T-Mobile to advance how the game is played. And T-Mobile's network helps AAA stay connected nationwide to get their members back on the road. Now's the time to see what America's largest and fastest 5G network can do for your business.
Neither snow-capped mountains nor puddles of water, nor unexpected detours with a 20-foot drainage pipe can stop the ruggedly capable Telluride X Pro from getting you to your dinner reservation on time. Kia, movement that inspires.
Travel, there is nothing like it. Dancing is my passion. But with my moderate to severe eczema, it hasn't always been easy. I was constantly itching, whatever I was doing. Now, I'm staying ahead of my eczema.
There's a power inside all of us to live our passion. And Dupixent works on the inside to help heal your skin from within. It helps block a key source of inflammation inside the body that can cause eczema, so adults can have long-lasting, clearer skin and fast itch relief. Serious allergic reactions can occur that can be severe. Tell your doctor about new or worsening eye problems such as eye pain or vision changes, including blurred vision, joint aches and pain, or a parasitic infection. Don't change or stop asthma medicines without talking to your doctor.
Healing from within is a powerful thing.
Ask your eczema specialist how Dupixent can help heal your skin from within.
The new CNN Prime Time is where the truth shines, taking you to the heart of the story
We start with breaking news for you this evening. We are just about 3 miles from the Gaza border.
and breaking through the noise.
Interesting conversation about where we are in America right now.
The day's biggest stories.
What we have been seeing in Israel is unprecedented.
The night's most essential reporting.
It's not about what I believe, it's about whether there is evidence.
This is the new CNN Prime Time, weeknights starting at 7 on CNN.
Our mission here at CNN is that the news comes first. That's the promise of the Situation Room. Breaking news, politics, world events. We work as hard as we can to get the facts and tell the stories that matter most.
The Situation Room with Wolf Blitzer, tomorrow at 6 on CNN.
The Lead with Jake Tapper, CNN, tomorrow at 4.
I was the first journalist to step inside Nir Oz, and I came and started documenting 2 days after the atrocities took place.
Itai Angot is a war correspondent and documentary filmmaker for Israel's Channel 12.
The first impression is the smell, because you smell death. Imagine that you see nylon bags with body parts, Imagine that you see tiny little bags of babies, and then there is the sound, which is absolutely silent. Nothing but birds. Birds and the chimes.
More than a week later, when we were able to get to Nir Oz and take these images, there was still that strange, sickening silence. Those birds, some flies, a breeze blowing through broken windows. The residents were gone. Only their cats remained. No family, no home was untouched by terror.
The gunmen who came to this kibbutz had hours to roam the grounds freely. They killed men, women, and children in their homes, out on the street, in their cars, and they spent a lot of time rifling through people's possessions, seeing what they could take, looting whatever they wanted.
People's possessions were still strewn about. It appears someone tried to hotwire this car. Nearly every home had been defiled. This is what was left of Adina and David Moshe's home. Torched by gunmen, you can still see plates in the dishwasher.
My grandmother, she always told me that this is the best place to live.
Adina's granddaughter, Anat, says the couple had lived in Nir Oz for more than 50 years.
I grew up in that house. Spent there every joyful family moment. It's all burned down.
Anat recorded this video when she went back to her grandparents' house. She knew what to expect, but still, it was overwhelming.
I still have my grandmother's bracelet. She gave it to me. Yeah. She gave it to me like 1 month ago, before everything happened.
Her grandparents hid in their safe room when the gunmen came. Adina messaged everyone they were okay. "We are perfectly all right," Adina wrote. "There's still noises of light guns shooting outside. Other than that, locked in the shelter till further instructions."
My grandmother was a very, very strong. She didn't want us to be panicked. Later on,
Worried about you in that
yeah,
moment.
she's this kind of woman. She always take care of us. Later on, we found her phone inside the shelter.
Anat says David Moshe was shot through the door of their safe room. 3 bullet holes are visible. His dried blood is all over the floor. This is where he died, crouching, holding onto the door handle. At 9:44 a.m., Adina sent her last message. She wrote that her husband was gravely wounded and gunmen were still trying to enter the shelter. The door handle David held onto is still on the floor. Gunmen took Adina through the safe room window. By midday, this video appeared online.
I recognized her immediately.
That's Adina between 2 gunmen on a motorbike in Gaza.
Did you see Adina? She with a red shirt, and they took her. When I was young, she used to call me and give me candies always. She was like, come, 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 come. I will give you some candies. And she was so sweet.
Adina was one of the people who, when we were in the elementary school, she was the one that were taking care of us. And still as a grown-up, when I would come to visit the kibbutz, she always give me a hug and ask, how am I? And she's happy to see my kids grow.
David Moshe was buried in Nir Oz a week and a half after the attack. He'd been married to Adina for 53 years.
I promised him to fight for my grandmother, but I will not live on angry way.
You don't want to live with hate in your heart.
No, this is not our way.
At his funeral, Anat played this video from a celebration in Nir Oz earlier this year. That's David singing. Then, one by one, other members of the kibbutz join in.
This is what the song means. Time will fix all that breaks. You're allowed to be afraid and you're allowed to be sad. But tomorrow we can rebuild and recover.
When we return, 2 more hostages and more than 200 still being held are on their way home. Hostages are set free.
My mom is back.
And survivors demand answers.
They were betrayed by the state.